Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Look, here comes the sun. Just wearing. Did you like that little song? This is my new hat. It's my new hat. Well, this is going to be on at 10 o'clock with Amber Makes. Look, it's reversible. Let me show you the other side. Already on pre-order, and there is four different designs. They're all reversible. You can make a little bucket hat, or let me show you this one. I can spend all day putting my hats on. Or you can make a full-on floppy sun hat, crochet. This one's winnings, by the way. And the pattern in the instructions comes in 4 different sizes. So whether you've got a little head or a big head or a medium-sized head. There's a picture of Freya, my daughter, because she looks better in a hat than me. So I made her model it for me. She thinks she's famous now. And my favourite thing was her comment when she said, "I wish I'd ironed my T-shirt." And I thought, maybe yes. Maybe you should have done. Anyway, I think I will take my hat off, can't see. So I just thought I'd show you those to start with. Maybe I could be lemons today. Lemons. The blue matches my dress better. But, yes, right, so we've got, oh, my hair. So we've got a fab early bird today. And in fact, I got so distracted about this. Sandi was trying to talk to me about her next show. I went, can I just play with this? It's a fantastic product, but we've got a little video to show you. There's no sound, so you just have to sing along to yourselves. So it's a little stamp. It will stamp fabric permanently, so it won't wash out. It will stamp paper. It will stamp things you can go in the dishwasher. It has all the letters and all the little symbols so that you can make it with whatever words you like. It has little tweezers that you take out. It's got all the symbols and everything. It is brilliant, and it comes in 3 different colours. Brilliant for back to school. Brilliant if, if you've got to label any clothes or cups or, things when you go on holidays, you can put it straight onto clothing, or if obviously it's dark clothing. In the pack, you even get the dishwasher safe labels and some fabric labels as well. It's absolutely brilliant. You could stamp straight onto products. It becomes fully washerproof. So you can put it in the dishwasher, put it in the washing machine, mugs at work. You could put things that you put in your work fridge. Don't touch this. This is mine. You could write little messages on it. Oh, I absolutely love it. I've spent so long playing with it. Anyway, that's the little video. I'm going to show you the one that I played with earlier when I was supposed to be listening to Sandi. It's fab, and I'm definitely going to get one of these. It comes in 3 colours. Right, so it comes in blue, green or pink, and you can pick your colour. Oh, the ink is all black, by the way. It's just the colour of the stamp. It depends what you fancy. So here's the blue one. There we go. So you get the little, in the box, you get the little stamp. You get all of the letters and the symbols. Now, these have got ink on because I've been able to play with them. You get a roll of tape that's the washable tape, so that if you're putting stamping into darker clothes, you print it on there and then you can iron those on. You also get dishwasher labels in the box, so you can put it on lunch boxes or whatever. And you get a set of tweezers, which I've managed to lose inside the box, that use, because I put them in wrong. There's also a video tutorial, and there's a link on there about how to set it up. But I actually have to say I did work it out myself. Now, when you go to check out, you get to choose the colour. So whether you want a blue one, let me show you the green one. The ink is all black, by the way. It's just the colour of the item. That's what it looks like when you haven't unpacked it all. And then here's the pink one. So there's a drop-down menu when you come to order that you can choose which one you have. Like that's what it looks like, green, pink or blue. Honestly, I would love these. Kids would love them. I think everybody would. You just think of all the things that you would want to label. So you can label things to put in the dishwasher, you can label paper, you can do fabric. It's brilliant. Classes, rulers. Can you imagine you could label the whole contents of your pencil case? Maybe you're going to workshops and you want to label your iron or your rotary cutting ruler or your rotary... Oh, honestly, the list is endless. Let's look at price, though. Da, 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 da. What is the early bird price, producer Hannah? It was $19.99, but today, $9.99. Absolute bargain. There's enough ink in here for 1,000 stamps. Obviously, you may run out, but we do have a solution to that. Because I said to Hannah, there is no way I would do just 1,000. I'd get quite excited about this. But we do have a refill pack for those of you who... So I'm going to get one of these. I think I might get the green one, actually. That's my favourite. And then I'm going to get a refill at the same time. Liz has messaged in, my stamp says from Granny, I stamp everything I make for my grandkids. Brilliant. Obviously, you can change your stamp. You know, you can put all the letters in and then move it all around. It's not just once it's in, it's in. You just move them around. We have got a queue in the phone. Shall I show you the stamp that I did? Yeah, you don't need to secure it with heat after you've stamped on. So if you look inside, I've put my words in already using my tweezers and all the little labels. So once you put them in, you can change them round. There's loads of little symbols as well. So you've got all the letters and you've got punctuation and then you've got these like little emoji things. I've got to make sure I do this the right way up for you. So look, this is what I did earlier. How cool is that? Can we get in closer? I put stars, so I put Rebecca, and I put stars at one end and a crown at the other. And look, you just... I just want to stamp everything. It's brilliant, isn't it? You could put made with love. You can also get 2 rows. It doesn't just have to be 1 row. So if you wanted to put your name in your surname or longer message, yeah, Christmas 2024, you could have, or you could stamp all your Christmas cards. If you have those blank ones, you could put a little greeting. So I've put my letters in the centre, but you can actually do 2 rows. It's brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. You'll use it for your sewing projects. You'll use it in your regular life. Everybody will want to borrow it. It's a fantastic gift. It's one of those gifts I think everybody would want. Morning, or will this be good for quilt labels from Fiona? Yes, Fiona, of course it will. Because you can wash it. It becomes waterproof once it's washed. There's a video in there that will explain all of that. So, yeah, quilt labels would be brilliant. And you know when you just want to just label something quickly because you don't want to be bothered with either embroidering it or you haven't got time, you can just very quickly, even if you just wanted to put a date on. So maybe every project you make, you could just put 2024. If you make to sell, it'd be very useful. I wonder if it's got whether it's got like an at. It's got all sorts of symbols and things. It might well have an at if you wanted to put like your email address on. I don't know, there's so many little labels in here. There's punctuation and all sorts, and numbers as well as all the letters. And it's got lots of each letter, so you won't run out. It's fabulous. They've all got black ink. It's just the different colour of the face. They all come with the tape that you can use to stamp onto and then iron onto clothes or fabric. You get 20 dishwasher stave stickers. Labels. Oh, you see, I read that as tablets and thought, how weird is that? But it does actually say labels. It must be my brain reading the wrong words. So you get 1 metre of the textile tape. I mean, the reason this is in there, it's just obviously, if you want to stamp onto like a dark t-shirt or dark quilt, then this is white. But if you're stamping onto lighter, you can just stamp directly onto it. I mean, they've thought of everything, and it's so cute. It's a brilliant present. I'm thinking, yeah, I mean, if you know someone who's going into residential care, everything has to be labelled. Can you imagine how long it takes? You can just stamp everything. Or holiday clubs or camps, you know, when you go on scout camp and you even have to label their toothbrush, you know. My son went on actually cub camp when he was 7. And when he came back, I said, it's not like this toothbrush ever came out of the box. He was gone for a whole week. And he said, yeah, I know, Mum, I couldn't open the toothbrush holder. He didn't brush his teeth. I said, well, I'm so glad I labelled it. He claimed he couldn't open his teeth, and he didn't brush his teeth for a whole week. That's lovely, isn't it? So glad anyway, for things like that. And I'd labelled that toothbrush as well, which took quite some time because I didn't have one of these. If you're thinking about like Christmas, you know, get a few of these. Nice and you look for Christmas presents, aren't they? So you're saving a tenner. Now, the refill pack is £9.99 as well. So basically, you could get the refill pack and this for the same price as what this whole stamp would have cost. Pink, is pink the most popular? Pink is the most limited. Remember, the ink is all black. It's just to do with what colour container you like the most. Now, it's dead easy to put in. You just push this back and it stays down when you push it. Well, you have to press the little buttons on the side. There we go. And then it's there so that you can put all the bits in. Right, now this on the screen at the moment is the stamp refill kit, which we have a picture of. Now, the refill kit has got ink and the dishwasher labels and also the tape. It's got the tape as well. So that will cover you. So if you get both of them, then basically you're getting the refill pack for free. It's fab. I just so want one of these. I think if you ask anyone, everybody would do something with it. I think it's really good having for the dishwasher stuff. Yeah, if you frozen food and you want to put the date on, yeah. Or if you like labelling containers, butternut squash, curry, that's what I labelled last night. That was strange. I had butternut squash and sweet potato and peanut curry, which I put in the freezer. Yeah, so that's very kind. Hannah has made loads of pasta sauce and labelled it and put it in the freezer for your boyfriend. That's a really bad idea, Hannah, because you're just encouraging him to not look after himself. Because otherwise he won't eat vegetables, apparently. So she's made him a pasta sauce, so blended vegetables, so he eats vegetables. That's ridiculous. And double check with him he could boil the pasta. Maybe you should leave him instructions. And then he said to Hannah, yeah, I could do that, but can I just check a couple of things? Oh, that's so funny. So yes, we all know people like that, don't we? All in our lives. So that fits like that. That's why I didn't get it in. It has to go like that. So that's the refill pack, £9.99. Obviously, you don't need to get that. You can get 1,000 stamps out of the pack you've got. But if you do want the refills, because we're saving £10 on the early, you may as well get the refill, because same price. So the stamp should be £19.99 for one pack, but today it's £9.99. They are, no way, they are close to selling out. Blue and pink. Oh, well, that's good, because green's my favourite. Blue and pink are limited. I love that one. Oh. I'm definitely going to get one of these. It's amazing, isn't it? I love the little face on it as well. I just think of all the things that I could label. I've got one for my daughter for Christmas. She spent a fortune on labels in the past to mark the kids' school bits. Louise in Hertfordshire. Absolutely. I mean, do you remember the old days? I wonder if they do this anymore, where you used to get your name tapes, you'd send it off, you'd go into the sewing shop and they'd send it off and they came back with them all sort of woven in. And then you had to sew them on, and they're really hard to sew on. But actually, these days, people just press them on. But, oh, I remember. Then you used to sometimes just sew the ends in. And they're so tightly woven, they're really hard to get in. I think I've still got some. Because I think you used to get like 1,000 of them, didn't you? If maybe you're someone who doesn't like labels, finds it a bit itchy, then you could just stamp that, couldn't you? It's fabulous. Pencils as well. Good morning. Can you choose which colour you want? Julie, yes. When you come to check out, there's a little drop-down menu. When you come to choose it, there's a drop-down menu and you can choose which colour. That's how it works. But we are very limited on blue and pink. But if you're ordering online, you use the drop-down menu. If you're ordering by phone, just tell them. So yes, you do choose what colour, because you might want to buy all three and give them to, you know, for different. If you've got 3 people in your family who want it and they need to know what's what. Although they won't be able to, oh, well, they could actually. I was thinking they won't be able to label their own label because but you could actually, you could stamp a label and then stick it on. There's the refill kit there. I was just thinking, can you label your own label? But yes, you can. You can. I think this is absolutely brilliant. I love the fact, I think it will really appeal to kids as well. Getting the tweezers out and putting the little words on and then trying out different things. Also, if you make Christmas presents, how nice to just stamp on there what, you know, the little, your name or a little greeting, Happy Christmas. Or, you know, if you're doing like, if you were doing like napkins, you could just put people's names on. How cute would that be? And then the little images, you've got hearts, a rocket, various animals. There's definitely a cat and a pig and a bear and a unicorn, a flower, a face, a football. Oh, and stars and a crown, because I put that on mine. And yeah, get the kids to stamp their own clothes, because their fingers will be much better. So they can put all these little things in. So I've got ink all over my fingers. Yes, and you can say, we're not going to lose these. These are yours, and we're going to label everything. I think it's brilliant. And also, there's, you see, it says, there's the link, tutorial video. Blue is about to sell out, and so is pink. I'm surprised, because green's definitely my favourite. Let's put the blue one back on. It's fabulous, isn't it? I absolutely love it. Let's hope there's some green ones left for me when I come off. Wonder how many times I can stamp my name. It is a really good opportunity to get your refill kit at the same time. I would get it at the same time because once you get going on this, but it is it's a lovely little Christmas present, isn't it? It's a lovely gift, well, for yourself. Loads of people will use it. Like, you know, maybe you know somebody who works in a school and has to label children's things. It's just perfect, isn't it? And I think they've thought of everything, that you can label fabric, but they've given you fabric labels. You can label items to go in the dishwasher. Like on here, pencils. Label all your pencils, how brilliant. And because they're quite little, you can label lots of things. So can you see on here, you know, I said you can do 2 rows. Oh, blue is sold out. It's gone. Blue is gone. I'll put it back in his box. And doesn't it come in a nice, if you're gifting it as well, it comes in such a nice little box, doesn't it? The fact it's all packaged, I think it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Very excited about this. Well, you know, and if you've got friends whose children are starting school or nursery, it's a great thing for that, isn't it? If they're starting in September, get it for them now. What a lovely weight off their mind. They haven't got to sew all those labels in. Right, please carry on checking. Blue is sold out. Pink's almost gone, so you need to be very quick with that. Right, let's have a look and see what's coming up on today's show. So we've got bag making fabrics. We've got fabrics, and we've got a few of the fusibles as well that we'll be talking about. And needles. Needles, obviously you've got bag making needles as well. Nice hour, you'll like that one. 9 o'clock, we've got Sandi in the house, fabulous. She is going to be demonstrating the Fassett Neighbouring Fields quilt kit, which is gorgeous. And how lovely is that in the blues? That turquoisey blue with the flowers is one of my favourite prints of his, because it's so fresh and clean and vibrant. And that's the crosses on the inside. We've got a complete kit for that available, complete kit with everything you need in for the front and the binding, and Sandi's going to be showing us how to make it. We've got a load of backing fabrics as well, and we're going to be talking about waddings. 10 o'clock, I will be here with the August Amber Makes Sewing School, which is called Here Comes the Sun Hat. So it's available in 4 different prints: Mediterranean, William Morris, sunflowers, and crochet. So it's granny squares, printed obviously, not crocheted. So they're both if you look at the pictures, you can see some are bucket hats and some are the bigger, wider brim. But the way it works is that I've created a pattern so you can make either a bucket hat or a floppy sun hat. The panel has all the fabric printed it's also available in 4 different sizes, so make small head up to the extra large head. So you can choose when you make it, whether you make a bucket hat or a floppy sun hat. Not only that, the pattern is in the instructions. So I explain in there how to use the pattern so that once you've made it from the fabrics in the panel, you can then use that pattern to make squillions of bucket hats or floppy sun hats from your own fabric. Because I thought this time, rather than it just being a one-off use, that I would do the pattern as a very separate thing in the instructions so you can trace it off and then you can use it to make squillions of bucket hats later. Also, finally got the elephant and the giraffe doorstop kits. I've got these back in stock. It's taken me a while. Quarter of the stock of the elephant is already gone. So loads of you asking me, when are they going to be back? We've got them back. Not loads of them, because they're going to get so many, but they are back in stock. So, and they're on the website. It's all on pre-order if you want them. I'll put them back on the shelf. They just get in the way. But at least they don't try to eat each other, which you would if I had a lion. Anyway, that is 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Sandi will be out with us with this new book, the Character Book, by Olesya Lebedenko, who is a Canadian quilter. She's in the Quilt Guild, very, very well known. She's created this fantastic book that's got all these tiny, well, they're 3-inch squares of all these little different pictures from animals, all sorts of things. But it looks, I thought it was FPP, but they're not FPP. They're actually hand-stitched. They're beautiful. You could use them to make a single item. You could make, say, 9 of them to make a cushion. You could use them in centre of a quilt. You could repeat them to do a whole quilt. It's a really lovely way of having a whole choice of different blocks, and they're hand-sewn. And Sandi's going to be demonstrating. They are absolutely charming. The book's available, sewing scrap blocks on pre-order as well, and it's extremely good value for money. Amazing. I was quite surprised at the price of it. Anyway, 12 o'clock, we're going to have a little yarn lay now, a bit of knitting. Sarah Hatton, who's one of the designers who designs garments and accessories for West Yorkshire Spinners, will be here, which is great. She's a wonderful demonstrator. We've got a whole host of knitted accessories. We've got patterns on their own, which is slightly different to normal, because often we just do kits. But we've got patterns on their own, and we've got patterns with yarn as well. There are hats, shawls, scarves, lots and lots of different things. I've got a few behind me here. They are gorgeous. Look at this one. Let me just show you this one. I've just lost the green one, but I'll get it back. Look at that. How beautiful is that? We've got the complete kit to make it. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. And Sarah, who designs them all, so talented. She's been on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane quite a few times. I mean, look at that. They're all knitted in the West Yorkshire Spinners Croft. Absolutely beautiful. Anyway, that's coming up at 12. So I'll put those back on the shelf. Oh, that's really neat, isn't it? I'll just put them there and we'll... Don't look. I'll tidy them up later. Right, let's talk needles. Let's talk needles. So, as you know, I'm a bit of a needle fanatic. We're going to start off with the Schmetz Microtex. Now, I love Microtex needles. The small packet, which is a mixture of 260s, 270s and an 80, is about to sell out. But I wanted to start off with this. Now, it's £2.99. And I've brought my calculator because I can do it quicker. So if we go, there's 5. If we go £2.99, I love this calculator. That's 59 pence per needle. Okay? Well, 0.598 per needle for the Microtex needles. Now, you've got 260s, 270s and an 80. Now, Microtex needles are super, super, super sharp, and they are dear. Whereas you think that you might, where is my little, oh, we've got still of it. So whereas you might think you should always use a universal needle, these are so sharp, they're perfect for quilting weight cotton. They're also really good for very fine fabrics. I use them all the time for my patchwork and quilting. You can use them on the velvet, you know, the polyester velvet, because they're nice and sharp. Now, This is the picture of the Microtex, but what we've got is $49.99. They're only booked in this morning, so I haven't got a box here. 100 of these Microtex for $49.99. I don't need to use my calculator for that. That works out as 49 pence rather than 59.8 pence per needle. Now, you know what it's like. I mean, I break needle. For some reason, when I break one needle, I break two in a row. I don't know why. Because I haven't replaced it, or I've gone over something that's too thick. And it's really annoying when you've got a packet of 5 and you break 2, you've got 3 left. And then before you know, you always need a spare needle. I mean, if you've ever been in the situation, like I have, where you break a needle and you haven't got a spare one, this is perfect. I bought myself a box of this 100. It's lovely. The Microtex, if you're a patchwork and quilter, if you're using that weight of fabric, obviously not for maybe the really heavyweight fabrics, and obviously no good if you're using jerseys, but for quilting weight cotton or fine fabrics, or fabrics like some of the corks where you need to get that fine line. In fact, I was talking to the Dukey boys at the Festival of Quilts, and one of them was saying he just uses Microtex all the time, just because they just flow through everything. So, and I do as well. The 70 is a really good size because it is fine enough to be able to go through the finer fabrics as well as quilting weight cotton. So you are saving 10p per needle, and that's a lot every time you break one. So it might seem like, it's the pack, because I haven't got one here because they've only just been booked in. It's smaller than a matchbox. It's a little box. Luckily, it comes with a plastic bit on the top that holds all the needles flat. I keep it in my sewing machine accessory box. It does fit if you've got a sewing machine where the front bit drops down and where your feet go in. It will go in there, and you'll always know you've got them. When you think, we sell boxes of these and we sell boxes 100 of the Universal. It was something that when we first started stocking Schmetz needles on Sewing Street, I was talking to Barry the buyer, and we were going through everything they had, and suddenly I went, oh, you can buy boxes of 100, never knew that. So, and then Barry said, is anyone going to buy 100? I went, oh, yes. Lee says, these Microtex sewing needles are some of the best I've ever used. So I said, honestly, people will buy a box of 100. So I persuaded him to buy them, and I love them. Now, the important thing to know about Schmetz needles, they are top quality. If you're using, well, I know personally, an Elna machine, if you use their needle or the Schmetz needle, those are the two that they recommend. And with many machines, your warranty isn't covered unless you use the recommended needle. So I think, and Dukey also recommend these. And I think if a big sewing machine manufacturers recommend them, they are the ones to use. Because you know, if you use lower quality needles, they're not always as good, they don't last as long. But these Microtex needles, they have been specially developed to be super sharp. Kim says, I've been waiting for these to come back into stock. Brilliant needles, thank you. Kim, oh, thanks for your message. You're not the only one. They are brilliant. And my little box of 100, I'm so pleased. I think when I get down to the bottom layer, I'll have to get another box. I broke 3 last week. No, I don't know what. Oh, do you know what I was doing? I was mending the DPD man's shorts, hemming them. The other day, so the DPD man, who I see quite a lot because he brings me all these parcels, bought me a pair of trousers and his DPD shorts and said, can you hem them for me? And I didn't really want to, but I didn't really know how to get out of it. Because my sewing machine, I sit in the front of the house and he can see me sewing. Anyway, it was a few weeks later. And the other week, I said to him, oh, I'm really sorry I haven't hemmed your shorts yet. And he said, really? Really? Anyway, I did them, because they were quite thick and I had to hem over seams. I broke 3 needles in a row because I was going too fast. So, in fact, I should have charged him £1.50 for the cost of the needles, shouldn't I? Anyway, that's why it's really good to have a big pack. Really, really popular. I mean, if you haven't, they're also known as sharps. So if you've heard of a sharps needle, that's the other name for Microtex. But they have slim, elongated shafts and really super sharp points. Half of the brand new stock has gone, which we've only just booked in. I haven't got a pack with me because it's only just come in, but it's a little bit smaller than a matchbox. And it's so lovely to have 100 needles. So if you always use a universal needle, have a think about it. A universal needle has a slightly rounded point so that you can use it on jerseys and cottons, but it doesn't have, it's not as sharp as a Microtex, so it doesn't flow through the fabric as quickly and easily. Carol says, I've switched completely to Schmetz needles for my brother machine and I find they are less prone to breaking. Carol, they are. They are, definitely. But they are top quality, and I found that as well. They do last longer. They are top. They are top quality needles. I mean, obviously, there are loads and loads of different needle brands. Everyone has their favourite. I just know that these are the ones that, well, Elna recommend, as well as their own needles, that you should use, because, you know, there are different qualities of things, isn't there? Kath says, would they be okay for foundation paper piecing? Kath, I use them for that, to be honest. I mean, I know that sewing through paper can blunt needles more, but I use them for that, and particularly because they are super sharp. If I have a universal needle in, I would always swap to this for foundation, because they will, because the shaft to them is slimmer as well, and the point is very sharp. They will go through the paper and the fabric better. So if anything, I'd say this is what I would use for foundation paper piecing. Bev says, oh, sorry, I thought you were telling me one, Hannah, sorry. Ramoni Becker, love your bucket hat. Please could you tell me if you have any Schmetz overlocker needles, from Bev? Right, Hannah says, we don't have specific needles for overlockers, but you can use these in overlockers, can't you? Ah, right. You can, I thought so. So you can use these in Dukey overlockers, but not all. Some overlockers have specific needles. If you've got a Dukey overlocker, you can use these in them. So there we go. I don't know about others. I think some of them have specific ones. So Derek says, Microtex needles are amazing. My go-to needle for buttonholes. Derek, that's a thought. I hadn't thought of that. I guess because the stitches are so close together and so dense, yeah, they're absolutely perfect for that. I mean, obviously, different needles do different jobs. Don't use them for jersey. Don't use them for lycra. Don't use them for anything that's got elastic and stretch. That's not what they're for. Use them for lighter weight or quilting weight cottons. Panels, all that sort of thing, but don't knit. Yeah, don't use them for stretch things. Don't use them for really heavyweight canvases. I mean, have a go. What I tend to do is I use the needle that I've got in my Microtex normally, and then if the fabric's too thick, then I'll change to a jeans needle. Do check out on those. I know you think $49.99, that's an investment in needles, but remember, you are saving 10 point something pence on every single needle, which is quite a lot. But we got them as soon as they got booked in. But it's also, the box is like a little slidey box, so that little clear plastic bit slides into it, and it slides in and snaps shut so they don't all fall out as well. Oh, lots of people who message in to say hello. Do you know what? I had such a lovely time at Festival Quilts, and I said to everyone there, I know, because everyone said, oh, I feel like I know you, and I said, well, the problem is I'm here looking into the screen. You can't, all I can see when I look in is me, which is a bit weird, isn't it? But it was so nice to meet everybody, and the people who watch, all the real people, and I laughed so much. I had a lovely conversation about cheese omelettes when I talked about Barry Island. Wonderful conversation with a woman who was going on holiday on her own without her husband. That was very funny. What's lovely, such warm conversations, sad conversations. It was just so heartwarming, and the feedback that I got from all of you about us on Sewing Street and how much you enjoy was just wonderful. And it's really nice to meet you all. And you made me laugh. You really made me laugh, especially because everyone said, gosh, you are shorter than you look. And I thought, how short do I look? Maybe I look tall on here. And they went, you must be standing on a box. I'm not. But it was lovely. And it was great feedback about everyone. Everyone said how glamorous producer Hannah was, which she was actually, looking very glamorous. And loved meeting John and Stuart. A lot of people said, where's Ben? I went, exactly, where was Ben? I'll have a word with him when I see him next. They would have loved to have met him. But it was lovely. Thank you, all of you, for showing me your photos, telling me what you've made. It was just lovely. Finally met Princess. He wanted to meet Princess for ages, got a photo of her and everything. Really lovely. Anyway, so to all of you who I met, thank you so much for coming up, saying hello, and I really feel like I know who I'm talking to now, not just myself, which is very strange. It's a shame I can't get you guys all in your living rooms so I could see you. Probably the screen would only have tiny, tiny pictures on it, but it would be nice. Maybe we could just sort of swap every 30 seconds. Right. And to all of you who didn't come to the Festival Quilts, try and come another year. It was just amazing. Right, let's move hats. Cork. Silver sparkly cork. Now, this is available by the ½ metre. Now, you can use microtext for these because it's very fine, so it will go through without, the needle will go through without leaving too much of a hole. You may find if you're sewing it with various layers, you need to upgrade to a jeans needle, because it's not just with a jeans needle that the shaft is thicker if you use a 90. It's also formulated in such a way that it's stronger. So you may find you need a jeans needle, but for normal sewing with this, I actually find a microtext works really well. Really super wide. Look how wide it is. I think it's 150 centimetres. It's available by the ½ metre. So if you want to buy more than a ½ metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. It's amazing stuff, and I don't know how they do it, but there's like a fabric on the back, and the cork, it's real cork, it's not like cork effect, is shaved, don't know how they do that, into such a really, really thin layer, and then it's bonded on top. And then, oh, I've got the, sorry. I thought it was the silver one. And then, I don't know how they do this, but then they put like this silver overlay. So actually, when you look at the selvage, you can see the fabric, you can see the silver, and then the cork is put on top. It doesn't peel off. It is real cork. It's not an effect. It's brilliant for bag making. It's brilliant for maybe the base of a bag. You know when you get the bottom of a bag that goes sort of from the bottom just about like a quarter of the way up? It's really good for that. It's good for things like iPad cases and laptop cases because it looks dead cool. I love this one that's got the silver in it. And look at the price. I think £9.49 is amazing. It will just whiz through your normal sewing machine. As I said, I would start with a microtext needle or maybe go up to a jeans needle. You want something with a nice sharp point, and you don't use anything with a rounded point. But it gives a really special look. I've used it to make like little zip purses because it's very durable. It's quite a thick fabric, you can see from this. It's worth it if you've never tried it. I've got some. It's also really good, you know. Sorry, when you're doing pictorial. Oh, I'm going to have a drink. Look at my new mug. Look at that. It's got my name on and everything. Look, and Sewing Street. They gave me that in the office last week. Have to show that off. It's so nice. I might have a drink from it. Matches my dress. How cool is that? I've never had a mug with my name on. Clearly, once I get my marking thing, everything I own will have my name on it. It's easy enough to sew through. If you've never tried it, it's worth getting ½ metre. Yeah, I was like, that's right, I've got sidetracked. So, for like pictorial work, like applique, if you wanted to do trees and things, it'd be really good for that, wouldn't it? In fact, this would be very good for a tree winter scene, because it's like frosty, isn't it? It is lovely for a bag. Things for travel like passport covers, travel wallets. Christmas gifts would be lovely. I mean, honestly, I think how lovely would a tote bag in this look? It would be so durable. I'd like to make actually a nice big weekend bag in it. It'd be really cool, wouldn't it? And you could line it as well. But I think it's it's lovely to work with it. Obviously, you know, if I do this, you can see it's thicker, it's stiffer than normal fabric. You can press it, but I would put a cloth on top before you press it. It's not going to melt, but obviously you've got all that silvery on it. It depends how hot your iron is, but it's a lovely effect, isn't it? Gorgeous. Now we've got it in three. This is silver, so this is the silvery version. And remember, it is real cork. It's not cork effect. This one has black and white in it. That's nice. I don't know how they do it, actually. I think they put the colour on underneath and then the cork is layered on top. But it's almost, because I think what it is that where the cork is laid on top, there's like little holes through it, and that's what that shows through. That's lovely, though, isn't it? Wouldn't that look lovely if you put it for the base of a bag and then you had a really lovely black fabric above it? It would look really classy, wouldn't it? I love the cork. And then we have a very fine grain cork as well, which is here. So this is your more traditional. This looks like a wine bottle. Actually, wouldn't it make a lovely bottle bag? So if you were giving somebody a really special bottle, because you'd get quite a lot out of this, that would make a beautiful, be really nice. Yeah, so you could, oh, how cool would that be? You could make a bag that looks like a cork from a champagne bottle. You could put all the detail, oh, I might make one of those. But wouldn't that make a lovely bottle bag? So you could, and I would do it so that you had it like all four sides. So I wouldn't do the drawstring, you know, where you have like it like a cube. And yeah, Hannah's going to draw me a design for a champagne. Did you want a champagne cork bag then? And wouldn't that be brilliant? And then you could just embroider the message on or someone's name, but that's lovely. Now this one is £8.99 because it doesn't have all the colours on it. But that is lovely, isn't it? Especially for, maybe it's a very special occasion. Maybe it's a special birthday or an anniversary. Or, you know, when you go to or weddings, you could even put the date. Weddings would be good. But, you know, when you go to someone's birthday and you think, oh, I have no idea what to buy them, so you buy them a bottle of fizz or something. If you made them a bag in this, and then you could just use like a cotton tape for the handles. Oh, I never thought of that. I would line it as well, though. I'm going to do that. I think that'd be brilliant. Because it's so wide, you'd get quite a few out of this as well. Message. Made a beach bag for my daughter and she loves it, from Florence. Oh, well, that's a good idea. Oh, yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Because actually, it looks very sandy, doesn't it? When Hannah went to Portugal, there was a whole shop full of bags made from cork. It is very cool and trendy. A beach bag would be lovely. I would line it because, I mean, although it's, you know, it's not unattractive, but a lining is more attractive. And we all have a little bit of fabric in our stash at home, a little bit, that would be very useful for that, wouldn't it? What I would do is, what you could do in the top as well, where you're going to put your handle and your tape, you could sew it into the seam with the lining, or you could stamp little eyelets into it and then tie it through, and it would look like a real proper, oh, this is getting more and more in my mind. Right, now, we've got another very important, as we've got bag making fabrics, but these are sort of other bits. Decaville. Now, I don't know whether you've heard of Decaville. We used to use it when I worked on Simply Sewn magazine. We did a lot of, lots of bags there, and there was one of our designers always used it, and I used to wonder for ages what it was, and then finally had to go. So, if you saw on the website, you'd think, what is that? So this is what it looks like. This is 1/2 metre. It's 90 centimetres wide. It is fusible on one side. They say in the description it's like a leathery type, and I guess it is. It's like the thickness of a handbag leather. But what it does is it gives a stiffness to bags or boxes or whatever you want to use it for. That's like, imagine if you were doing a handbag that's got a flap on it and you want the flap to be stiff. It's fusible. Often what people do when they use it is they trim it so it's smaller so that it doesn't sit in the seam allowance. You can sew through it though. It's just if you're turning it right sides out. So what you do is you press it onto the wrong side of your fabric, and it gives it that extra stiffness. So if you were making a bag and you really wanted to have stiffness, and quite often we'll use Bosal for things like that, the foam, which is more squishy. But if you want to have it to have stiffness so it looks like a basket, it has that quality, Decaville is absolutely ideal for that. Maybe you're making storage boxes and you don't want them to be squishy and foldable, you want them to have the structure. This is ideal. I would trim it so it comes within the seam allowance. Although you can sew through it, it just obviously isn't going to lie as flat within the seams. Be very good for a bottle bag, actually. Keep it really stiff. Hannah's got a great idea. No, you couldn't. Oh, right, so as Hannah's saying, would I use it in my EPP? Well, I guess, yes, if you were doing bowls, I've seen it being used for bowls. You know, when you get those fabric bowls and you can use them for like casseroles and things, you could use it for that and leave it in. Because it's, you don't have to use the fusible bit of it. You could just not press it in. But if you've got a project in mind where you really do want to have a nice solid construction, whether it's all of a bag, part of a bag, whether it's a box, whether you wanted to make something to really protect it, so maybe you were making like a laptop case and you really wanted it solid to protect it, this is ideal. It's one of those products we always have around. Now, it is in pre-cut pieces. So if you're multi-buying, so if you bought two, you will get 2 half-metre pieces. It doesn't come joined up. It does come as individual pieces. We have it on the website, and I think sometimes unless you see it and know what you do it with. Right, I've got another interfacing. I'm just going to compare it to that. Now, this is a heavyweight interfacing, and this is sew-in interlining. I'm just going to take its tape off so that I can show you. It's very super stuck. Right. Now, this is also used, it's used a lot in pelmets actually. So it's narrower, this is, it's 30 centimetres wide, but you get a whole metre. So this is often used more like in dressmaking. It doesn't have to be. It's often used for belts because it's that right thickness. It's used for pelmets on curtains. Really good for hat peaks, but you could use it again. It's a sew-in rather than an iron-on. It's not as thick and structured. I mean, it is very. I have to hold it down here to keep it unrolled. Well, if you want to flatten it when you get home, because it's a sew-on, just press it. It'll be absolutely fine. Or put it under a rug or something. This, or actually, the best place to flatten things like this is under your cutting mat, because it's nice and heavy and it stays in place. So I often do that, particularly like with paper patterns, is put them all under my cutting mat. The Decaville is thicker, as you can see. It's thicker than this, and the Decaville is a iron-on. This is a sew-in. So it's very good if you maybe wanted very stiff cuffs, you wanted to use it for belts, like hat peaks. But again, you could use it in storage boxes. You could use it in bags to give it extra stiff. But just remember, it's sewn. The reason it's this width, I think, is because it's used a lot for things like belts where you don't necessarily need something wide. But this is what it will look like when you buy it. But really good for bags. I mean, maybe just the bottom of the bag for this width would be ideal. Maybe you only want to use it for the bottom of the bag and it'd be ideal for that. Whereas the Decaville is thicker. It's got like a leather type feel to it because it's that thickness. Right, that's the difference between the two. Do message in if you've used it and what you've used it for, because obviously we love your tips and advice, because you guys out there joined together, you know a lot more than we do. So it'd be really nice to know what do you use yours for. Right, let's talk waterproof fabric, because I love this. So now we do many waterproof fabrics. Let me just find, are these all of them here? Yeah, there's quite a few colours on there. We do many waterproof fabrics. Now, one that we do quite a lot is ripstop. This is different to ripstop. We're limited on some of the colours. I'll start with this lovely ochre. It's beautiful. So, I mean, this is amazing. It's $3.99. So it is thicker and more fabricy, not sure that's a word, than the ripstop, which looks more nylon-y. It's really good for the back of picnic rugs. It's extra wide. It's only $3.99 for half a metre. It's really good, well, for anything that you want to waterproof. Maybe garden cushions, maybe the inside of a lunch bag, maybe the inside of a bag. When I've made bags to take to the supermarket for my shopping, I often put something like this on the inside. Can you see it's not heavyweight though, it's nice and flexible, really easy to sew with. So you've got this sort of fabric-y feel on one side, and then on this side, you've got the waterproof. So it's lovely to sew with, so you can use it as a lining as well. So maybe you've got a bag you take shopping, it might just be a tote bag, and you want to keep it waterproof on the inside. This is ideal. I can't believe the price. How wide is this, Hannah? Does it say? Right, 147 centimetres. That's what half a metre looks like. And obviously, if you buy more than half a metre, it will come as a whole cut piece. I mean, maybe you just want to buy... if you bought 3 units, you'd have a square piece. You could just use it to put put in the boot of your car, you know, when the dog's in there, and then you could put it on the back seats of the car. Or if you just want to keep something waterproof, because if things like the boot of the car, when you're going maybe camping and you want to keep it all clean, it'd be ideal for that. It is nice to back a quilt with, though, if you're going to be using it outside. Brilliant for wash bags. And it's lovely. You could use it on either side. You could just pop it in the lining, or you could use it on the outside and the lining. You could buy 2 different colours. I mean, they go nice together, don't they? So you could have one colour for the outside, one for the inside. Be double waterproof then. So anything that you want to use for waterproof, but you want to have it with more of this fabric-y type look on one side. But it is lovely. I think at that price, again, it's the sort of item that's worth having, and you'll end up using it. And if you've already checked out today, your P&P's covered, pop a ½ metre in your basket. Really good for if you're just making a little makeup bag and you want to be able to wipe it clean. It's absolutely perfect, isn't it? Nice for little lunch bags as well. Anyway, we've got it in a variety of colours. That's the ochre. The next one is the grey. This is a very deep charcoal grey. Again, ½ metre, £3.99. Dark grey. Yes, it does end in 72. That's dark grey. Single figures on that one. Red. Ooh, like that one. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Red. Actually, you can see the waterproof backing on these darker colours better. You see? Maybe a new, how about the lining of a dog coat? Any dog accessories. Little bags. Perfect for that. That's red. This is a lovely colour. This, to me, is pumpkin. Oh, it's called terracotta. Yeah, okay. More pumpkin. It's kind of, yeah, it's a bit brownier than the orange of a pumpkin. It is very terracotta. It's beautiful colour, actually. In fact, doesn't it look lovely with that? Ooh. Like that one. Right, then I've got the neutrals. So we'll start with black. You see, that would be good. If you cut a piece and just popped it all on the inside of your boot, I'm just thinking how great that would be. You could just get it out then, couldn't you? Give it a shake. And you wouldn't have a dirty car. Hat. I thought you said cat. Hannah says, we can answer all your cat questions at 10 o'clock. I thought I don't know anything about cats. Hat, she said hat. 10 o'clock, I'll answer all your hat questions. This is silver, so like a mid-grey, just to show you. That's the silver, that's the light grey, that's the dark. This one we did earlier. So that's the silver. Then we have cream. There we go. We've got so many colours of this. They're all, the name of this fabric is Riviera. If you're looking for it later, it's called Riviera, but obviously then they're all in different colours. And the last one is white. There's the white. So we have all of these all, I'll show you all together. So black, grey, light grey, cream, white. Then you can see them all together. Ochre, terracotta, and red. There we go. Loads of colours. Did I get them all? Oh. Oh, I've got one missing. Oh, that was khaki. Okay, there is khaki and there is black as well. I miss khaki. And that's about to sell out anyway. I'm not surprised at that price. It's so multi-use that it isn't surprising. Can we do ticking next? Oh. I'm going to show you this just because I am a massive ticking fan. I love ticking because it's really wide, it's very inexpensive, and it's lovely. It's the striped fabric of calico, I think, because I love calico because it has that really rustic, natural look to it, and ticking does the same for me. Isn't that gorgeous? It's not just, it could be dressmaking, couldn't it? Love it for dressmaking, love it for bag making, all sorts. Is it about to sell out? 100% cotton. It's 137 centimetres wide. It's like cream. I mean, it is your traditional ticking fabric. More people in basket. We've got Vela. I'm not surprised. I love ticking. We need to get some more in. I'm going to have a word with Barry, the buyer. We need to get more ticking in different colours because I love the red. Don't you love red ticking? Right. all these here. Are these are you talking about? This one. Yay! Right, cotton canvas now. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? 100% cotton. Oh, that's lovely. Really like that. It's lovely. It's like, it's called cotton canvas, but it's kind of the weight of a Panama cotton. So it's halfway between a quilting weight cotton and a super stiff canvas. So it does mean you could use, when you think canvas, you often think of like heavy duty duffel bags. You could use this for dressmaking. This is lovely, isn't it? Yes, you could make the hat in it because you could. I've made a few of these hats. The hat you can make in denim. You could make it in canvas. It would be lovely. When we get to 10 o'clock, I will talk to you about that because I really want. I want you to make the hat using the panel, and then I want you to make more of them for everybody you know. There we go. That's lovely, isn't it? Oh, I do like that. Nice, nice. Great. That's lovely, isn't it? So, again, it's that canvas but not stiff canvas. It's really nice. White background, 100% cotton. But you've got these big white, I don't think they're roses. What are they? They look like poppies because they got those bits. Maybe peonies? Oh, we're going to... Let's match the price. I think that's a really good idea. Isn't that lovely? And then the colours in the flowers are whites and pinks, and then the leaves have got greys and blues and pinks in them. Very pretty. Think bag making, cushions, dressmaking. Obviously not your super lightweight blouse, but lovely for something more structured like a jacket or a skirt. Beautiful for that. Anything that you want a little bit more structure, but if I hold it, you'll see it's not super thick. It's got a little bit of drape to it as well. Lovely for cushions, though. And that would really, you know, liven up. If you've got a neutral room and you just want something really classy and sophisticated, I'll send Hannah round. Hannah's classy and sophisticated. I love that. Yes, so yes, this does look, it isn't Christmas, but it does look Christmassy, doesn't it? Because it looks a bit sort of eucalyptus and berries, but, I mean, it doesn't have to, but I'm thinking Christmas tablecloth because it's £4.99. That's a bargain. Because it's wide, wouldn't that make, let me pretend I'm a Christmas table. Oh, I've just thrown it off the table. Which is what Thank you, Dan, sorry. I'll try and remember to hold the other end this time. Right, that's better. So, Christmas table, because look at the drape. Can you see the drape on it? It actually, I can see now, actually drapes really nicely off the edge. This would be perfect. Then what I would do is I'd have napkins in red. Would look gorgeous, wouldn't it? 100% cotton, so you can chuck it in the washing machine afterwards, which you will have to do once it's covered with gravy and turkey and things. Should be £6.99. So measure your table. I would add a 12-inch drop all the way around because that's a nice drop to have, and then work out how much you need because if you multi-buy it will come as a whole cut piece, but that, or even if you just bought ½ a metre and had it as a table runner down the centre, you could just bind the edges in a nice red, hem them, but I would bind them in a nice red, ½ inch binding. That would be a beautiful table runner for Christmas, wouldn't it? It doesn't have to be Christmas, it just sort of feels like that. Right, I've got a printed denim. Again, this is lovely. This one is close to selling out. Now, this is not a canvasy fabric. This is more like a chambray feel to it. So if you're using it for bag making, I would put some interfacing, or maybe like an H640 will be fine with it. Again, you did it again. Ideal for dressmaking. It's a really lovely feel to it. Would make a lovely blouse. I love that, the denim in it. But it is it is more of your, like a quilting cotton. It isn't that, but it's more of that weight. So you've got the denim colour background and then the little white flowers on top. Now we've got some other denims here as well. These are lovely. These are like more of an embossed denim. So let me show you. Now these are gorgeous. These are heavier weight. So these, does it say what weight they are? They are thicker. These feel like, you know, when you get a beautiful little 03 and 320 GSM. Yeah, so much thicker. This would make most beautiful jacket, or just a very simple little straight skirt. I love that. It's 75% cotton, 18% polyester, 5% viscose, and it has a smaller, it's got 2% spandex. So can you see? So it has got a bit of a stretch, only one way though. So actually, if you were using it to make like a little pinafore or a shift dress, actually this dress would look nice in it, wouldn't it? Because there's no zips on it. This is one of the Jules Fallon, the Kate dress. This is the Kate dress, Jules Fallon. She sewed me something, I think so. Which has no, zips. And that would be ideal, especially that little stretch. If you were using it for bag making, it'd be absolutely fine with the stretch. Once you've sewn the whole bag together, that will stabilise it, particularly if you're lining it. Or you could press some H640 or some interfacing on to just stabilise. But it is gorgeous. Oh, I really would like a dress in this. Oh, can I have a bit? I might have a bit of this. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Also, I do find the navy is very flattering, particularly with these lighter colours on, because it breaks up the block colour. And then the other denim one that we have, very quickly, lovely as well, exactly the same fabric composition, but just with more of an all-over pattern on it. Beautiful, isn't it? But that would be lovely for bag making, but just because it has a little bit of stretch, but not that way, only that way. Just enough if you wanted to slip it open. Nice for a pair of jeans, wouldn't it? Lovely. Right, anyway, we've got to go to break. I've slipped over into the next hour. I will see you in a few minutes' time. Sandy's just getting ready to demonstrate the beautiful cave quilt that's hanging up behind her. Check out on anything that you've missed out on. There are a few things we've sold out, and I'll be back with you in just 3 or 4 minutes' time.
Tune in this Thursday for Debbie Shaw Designs. We'll be joined by Susie Duncan, who will be bringing you 4 brand new bag patterns, along with some beautiful peacock panels. That's this Thursday on Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Morning, back again. Now look at this. Just doing a bit of ironing. So we've done the normal Olesya iron for a while, but this, only launched yesterday, is the Tula Pink Pro Plus Smart Olesya iron. Look at that. So it works in exactly the same way as our, well, I've got a yellow one. Now I've got Iron Envy.
I want one of those.
I want one of these now. Can I bring my yellow one back, Hannah, and swap it for this one? No, she won't let me. It is, if you've never seen the Olesya iron, it's been developed specially for sewers. I mean, it's absolutely brilliant. We had hundreds of these sold yesterday, TV exclusives, £164.99. Now, I know you think, what, for an iron? But honestly, I've got one of these, and it's absolutely brilliant. Can't tell you how many irons previously that I've got through. What I love about this iron, well, this in particular, because it's in the Tula Pink colour, so it's obviously her lovely pink. It's got that gorgeous Tula Pink jade on the knob and the nozzle and the cord that comes out. And then it's got her iconic starry print pattern. I won't touch it too much because it's hot. All the way around. Look, please don't feed the fish.
I think the little fish on the
Oh, because there are
water
fish on the...
bits,
I'm
yes.
thinking why? Because
Yeah.
look, there are fish on the water tank. That's brilliant. So the glory of this one in particular is it's the Tula pink colours. So it's a beautiful iron, and isn't it really nice to have something that is so beautiful? But if you haven't had an Olesya iron, I'll tell you how wonderful it is. The best thing about this iron is its little feet go up. So when you're pressing something, because we don't iron, do we? We press. You just take your hand off, has this amazing sensor, so it lifts up on its little feet. It's got a foot there and then 2 feet there. So as soon as you press it, it lifts. So it means that you can leave your iron and then do some pinning and then come back and do it because it's lifted up. It has another brilliant thing. When you fill it up with water, you don't have to stand it on its end and tilt it slightly and pour it in. You fill it up flat. Can you see that way? Is that better? You just open up the little hole there and you fill it with water from there. Also, oh, you do get the jug. Much easier to fill. It's also quite a big tank so that you don't have to hold it at an angle. You're just less likely to get it wrong. It's got a really, really long cord, which is great if it's far away. And also, for safety, it has this 360 pivot because the cable is 3.7 metres. You know, with irons, and this is often something that happens, is that because it doesn't have the 360 pivot, because the cable is folded over quite a lot, it can shear through, and then you get loose, bare wires, which is very dangerous. It's also very good if whether you're left-handed or right is what side you want it on. It has a boost of steam button and a shot of water button, so you can use either. You can have full steam, half steam, or turn it off completely steam. The little water things there. What I particularly like is the point is very pointy. So when you're getting into colours, cuffs, into the bottom of box corners on bags, it's great. You can also push it in like this. So when you're getting right into corners, it goes all the way in. And the steam and the pressing is fantastic on it. Also, it heats up very quickly, which is great because I'm very impatient and I really like that. And not only that, if you forget to turn it off, which is another thing I do regularly, it turns itself off. It just keeps flashing red, so that when you go back in the room, you go, oh, I forgot to turn that off. So you know it's still plugged in, but it actually turns itself off. But the fact it heats up so quickly is brilliant. There is nothing to not love about this. 2-year warranty on this, which comes through Olesya itself. It's brilliant, the fact it lifts up. It was launched yesterday, so John launched it yesterday. We sold so many. We do have a few left, so if you missed yesterday and you would like to have a brand new thing of beauty,
I'd love one.
I'm going to give it to Sandi.
Oh, thank you.
To take home with her.
Lovely. It's going in my bag now.
Yes, get on the bag. It's very hot.
That's okay.
It's very hot. Make
Thank
sure
you.
it cools down before you
Oh, before I take it home with me, okay.
Before you steal it. Take the opportunity now to get it because it is gorgeous. Well, we had to mention it because Sandi's going to be using it, so we had to mention it is gorgeous, isn't it? Love it, love it, love it.
You could just
right,
stroke it.
let's talk about the quilt.
Okay.
So the quilt is behind Sandi. It is... Oh, you are, so you're on Sandi. I can go and get my calculator. Get my calculator. Right, so there you go. So the quilt is 165 centimetres, which is 65 inches square. Nice size.
It's a lovely size.
So it could go single with a large drop or double without, just sort of up to the pillows. Brand new today. You have got all the fabric for the top and the binding in the kit and the instructions. Obviously, I haven't got the backing when the wadding, because we never do that. This isn't a quilt that's in Case New Back's book, so you don't need the book for it. It's just a design using his kit. And you've got full instructions too. Right, so we are going to drop the price as well, just because. $99.99. That's under 100 for a cave quilt. The fabric that's on there is all cave fabric. Gorgeous, isn't it?
Beautiful fabric, really lovely.
I like that turquoise, that's my favourite.
I like the dark, I like
You
that.
like the dark?
Yeah.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Should we have a look in the kit? Let's have a look in the kit. So in the kit, you will get full instructions, tell you exactly how to. It's called the Neighbouring Fields quilt. Full instructions. You've got the pictures of all the different fabrics, and then full diagrams and instructions, including the quilt block layout diagram, which is always very useful. And then here's the fabric. Let me try. It's all wrapped up in a little present, so that when you open it, it's like a nice present for yourself. Or if you bought it for someone else, it's like a nice present. Right, so you open up the tissue paper, and then it's all wrapped in ribbon. And it's lovely because all the colours have been selected for you. Obviously, remember, because you're getting the pattern, if you then want to make it again in other fabrics, you've got the pattern. It's always quite handy to know. If you wanted to make it bigger and substitute some of your own fabrics, you could maybe substitute some of them. You could then mix and match. You could make it bigger as well because you've got the instructions. So you've got this fabric. This is used in the
Squares in the middle, yeah.
blocks, this lovely pastel print. Does it say what they're called? Some of them I know what their names are, but not. Oh, so this one is called just pastel. Then we've got this lovely coral one.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
That's gorgeous, isn't it? Love that one. I mean, it really is coral as well, isn't it? And that's used in the
squares as well, and
the squares
also
and the border. Yeah. Gorgeous. Can you see it on that one? Love that one. So that is, well, it's just called coral, actually, funnily enough. Oh, this is a Philip Jacobs one. So obviously in the Cave Collective, some of the fabrics are designed by Cave, some by Philip and some by Brandon. Although I think Cave often recolours all of them himself.
yes.
But that one is a Philip one. This one I absolutely love. This is like, well, there's two hero fabrics to this quilt, but I love this one. So this is called Guinea Flower.
It's so fresh, isn't it, that one? It's just
It's
really...
very, very fresh and
Yes.
clean, isn't it?
Yes.
It's got that beautiful turquoise, almost like a mosaic in the background with these big flowers all over it. Beautiful. And then, Sandy's favourite.
Yes, I love those.
This is gorgeous.
Look at the colours on that. Aren't they beautiful?
You're getting a lot of this one. It's beautiful, and I'm going to see what it's called. It's called... Can't read upside down. It is called Tropical Water Lilies. Another Philip Jacobs one. Look at that.
I'd change that one out and make a dress out of the fabric instead.
I mean, look how much
that
fabric you're
loads,
getting of
yes.
this. That's beautiful, isn't it?
Isn't it lovely?
And what's lovely is because it's got such big flowers that when you cut it into strips, some of them look green, some of them look purple, some look teal. Depends which bit you cut, doesn't it?
And yet you can still see some of the flowers
yeah.
in it as well, which
So
is
some you
really
get,
lovely. That's right.
like
yes,
the centres.
yes.
I mean, it is beautiful. So you're getting all that fabric. Oh, this is used in the binding as well. So there's enough fabric to make the whole of the quilt top and the binding. It's 65 inches square, and we have reduced it, taken £50 off. It's $99.99. Now, that's available on three-way split pay too. So you can get it today for $33.33. So the way split pay works, if you haven't used it before, it's a way of us spreading the cost. So it doesn't cost any more, it's interest-free. So you pay $33.33 now, we send it to you, and next month you pay $33.33, and the month after that, and then it's done. And hopefully you finish your quilt by then. Or you've still got it waiting for another lovely rainy day. But also, nice to get it now so you don't miss out on it. It's one of those quilt kits that once it's gone, it's gone. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, Sandy, where did you start when you got this kit?
Stroked the fabrics
Stroked
first,
the
because
fabric.
they're such lovely fabrics, which is what we come to expect, isn't it? of
Well,
the
yes.
fabrics. And also I'd like to say that if you were putting a quilt together, you wouldn't necessarily put those four together.
No.
It's not
No,
four
you
that you'd
wouldn't.
muscly go and pick out. But
No,
when
you
you
think,
see it, you think, that is... Because when I saw the four, I thought, oh, and then looked at the layout and I thought... And then when it starts to come together and you hold it up and you go, wow, that is lovely,
Yeah,
actually.
it really works,
sort of works, yes, which is what I like about Kaffe. He puts lovely colours together that you wouldn't necessarily put together, I don't think. But I think it looks stunning when it's all done. So after I've stroked it, I then I press it, and I always use best press.
Right. Always use the best press, so do I.
Yes.
Best press fan. So, okay. Right.
So I'd spray it first and iron it. then fold it to width of fabric and start off. It tells you how to cut it all out. So
Okay, that's all in the instructions.
yes, so it tells you, obviously you can tell the colours quite well with the fabrics because they all are quite
Yeah,
distinctive.
they're all labelled in the instructions with pictures as well.
So I normally put a little label on each of my fabrics.
Okay.
First, so I put A, B, C, and then I
Right.
work through them and start with A. And I always read through the fabric, through the instructions first, because sometimes it can be a bit confusing. And if you look at them, I always read it through a couple of times and then start at the beginning and work through each little section so that you know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, see, I'm rubbish like that. I don't. And then I think, I wish I'd read these through first. And I get and think, oh.
That's right. So it is. It's always best to read it through first. Normally a couple of times, because sometimes I'll skim it and think, now I need to go back and read that. So then you can go back, and then you've got the idea of it. Then I think when you're actually doing it, it really comes together.
It makes more sense, doesn't it?
And it's a lovely beginner quilt as well. I mean, it looks very complicated because, like all Kaffe ones, they look complicated because of the fabrics, I think. So
Yes.
you look at it and think,
But once
how
it's
did you get
broken
that?
down.
It's really, so
Right.
literally, this is your square, that's your block.
Ah,
so they're all just
okay.
made out of those blocks. So we've got 1,
Right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. And 6 because it is a square. So
And
you've got
all the
6 by
blocks are
6.
the same?
They're all the
Oh,
same.
Wow, it's just the way they're
It's just the
rotated.
border slightly, which in it doesn't tell you to change the border, but just keep a check on which way you're doing the borders. Because sometimes you have to sort of put the dark material on first, which I'll show you in a minute.
Right, okay.
Rather than because when you turn it the wrong way around, it doesn't always work.
Oh,
So
okay.
And it just sort of says line it up in your
Right,
instructions.
okay.
So I always kept a look on how it was laid out, and then thought, right. I know how
Okay,
to
no, that
put
makes
it on.
sense.
And he gives you 2 different ways of doing the blocks as well. So you've got a traditional way, and then you've got the strip way. So it says decide which one you want to do, and then follow it, cutting
Right.
it. So as usual, I did both.
Is one easy and one...
They're both very easy, really.
Oh, okay.
Very easy. So I'll quickly show you.
Right, okay.
So this is the traditional way. So we've got here, they're cut into little squares. So you cut it all into little squares first. So I suppose it's just a way of cutting it is slightly different. So you cut the strips the same. So I would cut all the strips and then you subcut your strips.
Right.
So for a traditional way, you'd subcut your strips into smaller squares.
And so squares.
Sew those squares together.
Right.
So that's your traditional one. So those are all those.
Okay, so you sew little squares together.
Then with your strip ones, you
Right.
keep it in longer strips and you sew, so you've got you plain
Right.
that, and then you've got this one here, which would
That's
go in the middle.
definitely easier. Well, quicker.
Do you know, I don't know if it is.
Oh, really?
Because I did both, I thought maybe that's quicker.
Yeah.
But I think is it quicker or not? I don't know if it is. I
Okay,
really
well,
don't.
That's interesting. I always think of that as being
Yes.
quicker, but maybe it's not.
No, because I know you've also got a longer length to sew, so it can go
Yeah,
a bit wobbly, I
true,
suppose, as
true.
well, sewing a longer length of it than just sewing the little squares.
Yeah, that's true, actually. So it depends which you prefer, whether you want to sew squares together or strips together.
And it really
Right,
doesn't matter.
okay.
And they both come out the same. So you'd sew the strips, and then you then cut these into the smaller strips.
Right.
Like this. So you've got your smaller, so
Okay, right, got it.
so you make sure that you do one, so that would be your top row, that would be your middle row, and this would be your bottom row.
Yeah.
So then you've cut your strips, and then you just cut them, but then you've still got to sew them all together anyway. And then you'd sew them
Yeah,
all
that's
together.
true, actually, yeah.
So you've got to sew the longer strips, then cut it, and then sew it again, whereas it's probably slightly longer cutting all those little squares out, but then sews up quite quickly.
Yeah, so it's, entirely up to you.
So it's
Which
half
way
of
you do it.
half of one and half of the other, really.
So that's, you make your 9 patch then?
Yes, so you've got your 9 patches. I'm just got to use the iron,
Oh,
haven't
yes,
I?
that will
So
need a press.
It'll definitely need a press. There we go. This iron is lovely.
It's lovely, isn't it?
And I have got on telly here now that you said I can take it home with me.
Yeah, I did say make sure it's cooled down.
Oh, right,
Didn't I?
okay. Yes,
Yeah.
you did. So that's your 9 patch. So then you've got your 2. So this is probably them at the heart. So that's very easy to do. So I would make up a lot of those first. I'd make up all those first, then go on to make up your blocks and sew those. So for the first one, you want to take your strip and you put it on right sides facing. And as you can see, it's a lot longer. So I use these 1/4 inch rulers, which are absolutely brilliant. and it tells you to draw. Now, it tells you to draw a line on all of them, but I just drew one line.
Because I've only ever used these with FPP, but this is a way of adding.
Yeah, this is sort of, yes, your quarter of an inch.
So you draw that on.
Yep, I'm just trying to get, with a heat erasable pen.
Head, Sandy.
Oh, there we go, with a heat erasable pen.
Right.
Then turn it round because you want to see where to start it. And you've got to start it quarter of an inch down. So I'm going to just put a little mark there. Okay. And turn it back so that this is on the right side again. And then where the end of your 9 patch is, you want to put the bottom of your quarter of an inch and put a little...
Oh, so you're
stripe
measuring
there.
quarter of an inch
in from the bottom
both
square.
ends, right.
Okay. So I'm just going to put a couple of pins in here. You can put clips in it. And I'm just going to sew that down. So you'll start quarter of an inch in from the top.
Right. So do you start and finish quarter of an inch from each end?
Yes,
Right.
you do. And it also leaves some extra at the bottom here. Okay. And if you've got a quarter inch foot, you don't necessarily need to draw a line. And it does tell you to draw a line on this one and the 9 patch, but I found that I didn't need to do it on the 9 patch as well. I just did it on these.
Oh, I can see why. Because I was wondering why they didn't have a short and a long, but it's so
That's
that
right.
the way that the design lays, it's so that this you haven't got a really short one.
Yes.
It's so that the seam runs, I guess, with a larger print fabric.
So then we're going
that's a
to
neat join.
Yep. It's really good the way it all sort of goes together, makes it so neat. So I'm just going to put that on and sort of leave this bit dangling really and sort of just take it to the side and you can see your little quarter of an inch. So then you lay your next one, start it at the top here.
Right.
Yep. And again, draw your quarter inch down here with your heat erasable pen.
So it's more about that you've got to start and stop quarter of an inch at
Yes.
the end. Right,
Yeah.
got it.
As I say, on the pattern it tells you to draw quarter inch all the way round both this strip and this strip, but you don't really need to do it. So I'm showing it you so it's a little bit easier to do. Because when I was looking at it, I was thinking, why do I need it to draw around all of it? And we don't really. You just need the one side that you're doing. So you've got your top and bottom there. So again, make sure it's lined up at the top.
Well, I guess the thing is, once you've made one block,
This is it. You get...
you think, right, well, I'll just,
This is it.
I've worked that out, I'll just start and stop and just mark the quarter of an inch.
So make sure that starts sort of, if you put a pin through it, you can just make sure that you're not going to sew anything into there. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take this to the machine. And then I always put the needle down, make sure that I've got it exactly on that dot there before I start it. And then sew it down. And try and make sure you finish as much as you can on there. So I'm just going to take this, and again I'm just going to press the seam and then iron it back, and then this is where you take the top one, fold it down over it.
And I guess it just means you haven't got a really short and a really long
That's right. And then you'll take this back to your machine and you'll just carry on doing the quarter inch seam all the way down. I've never done it this way before, and I thought, oh, how clever is that?
Yeah, can we have just another look at the where you folded it?
Yes.
Right.
So
So when you sew that, you just fold that one out of the way.
So I'm going to go back over here.
Okay,
so then
we'll
this
see it
one,
with the
so we'll
next
see it with the
one,
next
right.
one. So I'll go a bit slower. So you've got, so then you're using the darker ones now because you've got two of the lighter.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to fold the extra bit just back here for a little bit. You can always put a pin in it just to
Okay.
make sure it's back there. Then you take this bit and you're lining it up
Got
with the
it,
top.
right. And because you've
There we
left
go.
that 1/4 of an inch unstitched.
That's right, yep.
So you have to make sure you don't
got
stitch
to-
over
no,
this. But
this is
just,
it.
But you can probably feel that
You
as you're doing
can,
it.
but it's much easier to just sort of put your quarter, because if you draw this
So
on...
it's a bit like doing a log cabin but without having short and long.
That's
so you
right,
probably
yes.
get a better...
You get a lovely finish.
It's quite nice
It's-
because
yes.
you don't get that cut-off bit there.
No,
That's
I think
lovely.
it's a really lovely way of doing it. At first, I looked at it and I was thinking, oh, right, OK. But then when I'd done a couple of them, I thought, you know, this is a cracking way of doing them.
Also, it works really well with these larger scale
Yes,
prints, doesn't it?
yeah.
Because you're getting the length going into the corner then.
So you want to just, again, mark that bit there. So you can see you've got it right up to the top on there, down to the bottom, we're just marking it. So I'm going to sew along here again. So again, I'm just going to take that thread out. There we go. And then just make sure you find that one there and just pop your needle down.
Yeah, and I guess you'd feel with your needle whether you
Yes,
stitch it
yeah,
through.
yeah. You'll feel if it's...
The good thing about things like this, well, with any set, is the practice, isn't it? Is that if you're doing one block after another,
Once you've done one, it's
quite
easy.
easy.
Yeah. Right. So I'm going to... Shall I bring this over here so you
Yes.
can see? Right.
Perfect.
So then we're going to just set the seam and then take that seam back. There we go. Then I'm going to turn it round again because this was the seam that we sewed. Take this and fold it
Right,
down.
yeah.
There we go. Oops. There we go. Should have gone straight across first. There we go. And then we just need to sew that seam again to the end.
So actually, you could stop more than a 1/4 of an inch from the end if you wanted.
Yes,
as long as
I
you don't
suppose so. Yeah,
stitch.
yeah.
As long as you don't go over that.
That's right.
But you could do it. You could stop a little bit less
Yes,
than a
yeah.
1/4 of an inch.
So it's almost a bit like when you're doing binding in a mitered
Yes,
corner and you
yes.
sort of stop there. So if I just move that over to here for a minute. Oops. So your last one, so you want to just move that out of the way. Clip on it. So you take your last one and you'd put it to the top here. Take it down. Just going to put a pin in it. And then again, so this one should go right down to the bottom now. So you'd still draw your 1/4 inch in. And then you can put your 1/4 inch just along the top here. So you've got your little marks so you know where to put it in. I'm just going to put one more pin in here to keep it straight. And then sew this up. So again, I'm just going to, and always, if you are going to put your needle down, always make sure you turn your needle towards you.
Why is that then?
It stops the machine clogging up.
Oh, okay.
If you turn it away from you, it can, because your machine will go this way,
Yeah.
if you're turning it the other way, it can sort of upset all the mechanics inside it.
Oh,
So
okay.
you should always turn it towards you.
Interesting. Know that.
So with this one, we're going to go all the way down to the bottom. There we go. And then I'm just going to, whoops, there we go. Do you want to,
There you go.
there we go.
Just going to press that
Yep.
over. Oh, so you press, and then you, so
That's
you always
right.
press and
that.
sew.
Yeah. So you'd fold
Got
that up.
it, and then you do
and
the
then
next
we'd
one.
pop this down
And sew along there.
and then sew along here.
They didn't like being on that.
I know it doesn't, does it? No.
Upsetting it. I'll do it over here. It's upsetting the cutting that.
I think I've told people before I put the mat on my, just on the formica and then left the iron on it. Nice bubbles on the formica.
It'll go back again.
Don't do that. There we
Right,
go.
then I'll just
and then if
press
you
it
press
for
that
you,
open,
and then we can have a good look.
that's right.
Oh, that is good.
Isn't
I
it
like
good?
that. Yeah, I like that. So let me put it here.
There we go.
So what you've got, see, if you were doing like a traditional one, you would have cut, this one would stop here, and then that would go across.
That's
but then
right.
You'd have a really short one and a really long one.
Yeah.
But by doing that, because when you've got a larger print fabric, you get more of it going into the corners.
So it looks really good, doesn't it?
It's lovely as well,
And it's
isn't it?
once you've got the hang of it, it's so easy to do it.
Yeah, no,
it
it's
really
lovely.
is. And you can get them done really quickly. So
I guess what you could do was make one block, but then you could go, right, I'm going to make all the 9 patches, and then I'm going to join all the first strips on.
That's right,
sort of
yes. And then, but do make sure, because when I did it, I've done it so that now you see. So let me see where I am, because sometimes you need to check which one you're doing. So that's the first one. Then we've got the second one. Oh, now you see this is upside down. So on here, on your sheets, you've got the first one. There we go. Is your dark. Then you've got your dark going this way. Then you've got your dark going this way. So then you should have, there you go, your dark going that way as well there.
Right, but it's all in instructions anyway.
And
right,
then
I'm just going to recap the kit, and then I'm going to come back
and I'll just
to you.
sew this together here.
And then we'll do the net. No, I'll come back to you.
Yep.
For section 2. I'm just going to run through this. Right, so we've got loads of you've got this in baskets. It is a beautiful kit. Remember, it should be £149.99. You're getting everything you need for the top of the quilt and the binding as well. It's a 65-inch square. So you're getting these 4 beautiful fabrics. So for the 9 patches, you get this lovely pastel, and then you get the coral, and that forms those 9 patches. Then you get this beautiful guinea flowers that's used for one of the borders. And then gorgeous, no, I can't remember what it was called, and I told you earlier, didn't I? Tropical water lilies. And that's used for the other border. And you get full instructions. It all comes beautifully boxed, wrapped in tissue paper with a ribbon, just $99.99. Now, because we've reduced the price, we've still got it on 3-way split pay, which is fab. So 3 equal payments of $33.33. You don't have to pay any interest on that. It's entirely up to you. Whether you shop online or by phone, you can choose. So when you get to that point, you either say yes or no. But if you want to do it on split pay, which is interest-free, 3 equal payments of $33.33. Pay one now, we'll send the kit straight to you, and then pay the other 2. Fantastic price as well. It's beautiful. It's not in Kave's new book. We've done it as a brand new kit today, sort of in conjunction with Kave bringing out his new book. I had a lovely chat with him last Thursday. Did you know I met him? Did I tell you that?
You didn't.
Did I tell you?
No, do tell me.
No, I did. I met him. And
again?
Yes, and I wore my the Kave jeans. You know my jeans that I put the Kave fabric round. Very casually said, "Okay, have you noticed?"
What did he say? No.
He loved them, actually.
Did he?
He loved them, and I promised to make him some.
Is he as nice as he seems?
He's lovely. He's
He
really
always seems so
he's
relaxed
very warm, and he's really funny.
Yes.
So he was telling me that, because normally he goes everywhere with Brandon. I think Brandon sort of looks after him a
Yes,
bit.
yes.
But Brandon wasn't very well, so he had to come on his own. So he was reading a book, and he went from Euston, and he missed his stop.
Oh, no.
So he forgot to get off at Birmingham International. He had to go all the way to Birmingham New Street, change trains and platforms, really confused, and then come all the way back.
He's getting on a little
He's
bit.
like I think he's 81 now, I think. But then he had to get off a train, come back. But what made me laugh, because it's quite a walk from Birmingham International into the Fassett. So he's, you know, there's travellators, escalators.
Yes.
Imagine suddenly going, oh, look, there's Kave.
I know, yes.
How funny.
I know, but he always seems lovely. And I mean, he's quite an inspiration because he's still doing such prolific work at 80,
I had a
isn't
lovely
he?
chat with him about his new William Morris.
Oh, yes,
so
that's
he
right,
is,
yes.
he's taken a lot of the traditional William Morris and has recoloured them. I mean, I was saying to him, wouldn't you have loved to have met him? I mean, they are like icons of their time, aren't they?
Twins separated at birth, aren't they? Yes.
So so he's still doing that. I mean, he's still very active.
I watched a sort of interview with him
beautiful.
on a course that I was doing, and he just loved, and he was talking then about the William Morris stuff that he was doing.
Yeah, and I think
and the
like with
commissions
this
that he does.
with this kit, it's the same as he's William Morris.
Yes.
We've pulled together some patterns and prints that you wouldn't normally, which is exactly what he would do.
Yes. Yeah.
I know he's lovely. He's very warm. He's very friendly, very engaged. He's very intelligent and quick.
Yes.
Really quick. So if you ask him a question, he comes up with a really clever answer, whereas I'd have had to go, I need to think about that.
Well, this was a Q&A that I was watching him on, and it was all live, and they were asking him all sorts of things, and he was
I know.
on it, you know, and you're thinking, oh.
Whereas I would have had to have a little think about that.
Yes, yeah. And you think, I wonder if he was asking first, but he wasn't, because I know we were all there together, sort of just asking questions.
I usually ask him, like, funny ones, like,
Yes.
what's your guilty pleasure?
And what was it?
Oh, naked attraction.
Oh, really? That's fabulous.
Would you never? I almost fell off my seat.
No.
Never have guessed that.
And he's written something like...
Or what's your favourite ice cream flavour? Or if you had to choose one film, and he's just boom, 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 and I would have to have a little think.
Yes,
about
I would as well. But he's written about 78
I know,
books or
it's
something, hasn't he?
amazing.
He's just absolutely iconic, isn't he, really?
Anyway, if you want to have a little bit of Kaffe, your own Kaffe, bit of iconic, and this quilt, and it's lovely because we often see all these fabrics and think, well, I'm not sure how to put these together. Yeah. Remember as well, the instructions come in the kit, so you can always make your own. I mean, if you put 4 blocks together, it'd be a nice cushion, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And as you said, you could always put some plainer ones in the middle and make it bigger.
You could make it bigger if you put some of your own fabric in as well. Or maybe you've got Kaffe in your collection that you could add to it as well. £99.99, which is a massive £50 saving. Massive £50 saving. 65-inch quilt, all the fabric you need for the front and the binding as well. Fantastic. Loads of you have got this in your basket, so you need to get checked out.
What I like as well about this kit is there's plenty of material left after you cut it all out. You know, sometimes you're cutting one and you're thinking, oh, can I really fit that many in? You know, and you're left with sort of like a little thread at the end.
Yeah.
But you haven't, you've got quite a bit left over, so which is why it's great for a beginner as well, because sometimes you know, you've made a bit of a mistake and you keep unpicking, and when you're unpicking, especially when you're doing 1/4 of an inch, and obviously your stitch length's a lot shorter as well, it's really hard to keep unpicking tiny squares.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's easier to go, do you know what, I'll just leave that one and cut a few more out, and you can do with this because you've got some material
that's
left
very
over,
good to
which is great.
Lovely. So don't forget to keep checking out for that. Now, the 1/4 of an inch the add a quarter ruler. Now, normally you see this in FPP because it's the way that when you're doing FPP, foundation paper piecing, you use it to trim off, you sew your fabrics together and you use it to trim off. But it's also really good for marking. I have one of these. I very much love it.
Mine.
So what it has on it is a little lip, which funnily enough is exactly a 1/4 of an inch wide. So when you are cutting, you can line up the lip on your fabric or whatever, and then you can, when you're doing FPP, you see, you'd line it up on your paper and you can 1/4 of an inch. If you're measuring, you can line it up and you can use it to measure as well. Which is brilliant, isn't it?
And it's great for my next project that I'm going to show you, where you're adding 1/4 of an inch onto it.
So you can use it for measuring 1/4 of an inch, or you can use it for adding 1/4 of an inch.
Yeah, which is great.
It's really hard to see. Can you see this?
Yeah.
So it's a little lip that's just a 1/4 of an inch wide, but you can also use it. It's got a nice...
it's got a ruler on the other side as well, hasn't it? Yeah, and it's a good...
Can you see that
plastic.
little lip? Well, you can... If I show you like that, you can see, look, there's the little lip. So it's a really useful tool. I use it for FPP, but I use it for lots of other things. When I want to add a 1/4, if you're drawing patterns and you want to add a 1/4, if you've got a piece of paper and you think, well, I've got the pattern there, you can line it up and you can draw along it, or you can cut along it. But it's also really useful for marking 1/4 of an inch seams as well.
Yeah.
£17.99, honestly. It's one of those products that's been developed specially for quilters.
I use mine all the time. When I got it, I thought, do I need another ruler? You know, and I thought, that's quite handy. And I bought it, and it's surprising how often that
Well, it's that little lip that you can butt up against, and then you've got the extra. So it has been, well, it's not just for quilters, for...
No, everything.
Bag makers as well. You can use it with templates, and you can use a rotary cutter along it as well.
Yep.
More importantly.
You can.
Fabulous. Right, now we did talk about Best Press earlier, because we do have Best Press here. So Best Press is a synthetic starch. It's one of those things that everyone talks about and you think, will I ever use it? And then you go, go on then, I'll give it a go. It's fabulous. So we often don't see it being used on the show, but what a lot of our designers, and many people use it, is that you prepare your fabric with it.
Yes.
So before you cut anything else, because you should always press your fabric before you start, because it's always got some little fold or crease.
Yes, absolutely.
Spray it with this first, If you're cutting anything on the bias, it stops it stretching, it stabilises your fabric, it gives your fabric that little extra stiffness that makes sewing and cutting easier.
I'm sure it probably doesn't, but it does almost stop it fraying slightly as well,
I
because
think
it
it
gives
does.
it that sort of, that slight...
crisper.
It doesn't make it stiff, but it just adds something to the fabric, doesn't it?
It completely
Yes.
washes out though when you wash it, so it doesn't stay in. So, you know, it won't be as stiff then. It just makes sewing easier.
Yes.
Also, it comes in many different flavours. This one is my favourite, lavender and vanilla. I often use it in my own, when I'm just ironing clothes.
Yes.
Because it's not like your old-fashioned starch where it makes it, it just gives it a little bit of crispness,
Yeah.
but it smells delicious.
It smells lovely. Even when you're ironing as well, just spray it
Well,
on.
I've always, I spray everything,
Yes.
and then your ironing board smells.
It smells lovely,
gorgeous.
doesn't it? Yes.
We do lots of different flavours on the website, beautiful ones. This one's very nice. We do an unscented one, should you not want that flavour.
I like that one. I've got the unscented in that, but I like that better. Lavender time.
Now, the iron that Sandy's been using is the brand new Olesya iron, but the Tula Pink Special that we launched yesterday. It's beautiful. It's a special, an iron that's been specially developed for quilters because it has little feet. Sandy's showing it here. So when you, it has a sensor on it, so when you take your hand off, it raises up of its feet. So it's not sitting on your ironing board, getting your fabric overheated and too hot. It's got a really large, easy fill tank, a nice point, and it has fish on the tank. Love the fish on the tank. It's bright pink with Tula's iconic sort of starry, it's got like little stars and circles printed around the edge. And on the sole plate, it says, please don't feed the fish, which I love. Because there's fish, because it's got a fish tank. Everything that Tula does always has that really great sense of humour.
They should have little tiny plastic fish inside
It should
there,
have little
shouldn't it?
fish floating around on the inside. It's got a 3.7 metre cord, and it's got a 360 rotation, which makes it easier with your left or right-handed. Once you, because I have one, well, I don't have that one, I've got the yellow one, but once you've got an Olesya iron, you won't look back. They are brilliant. We've got these Tula Pink ones in our warehouse, ready to send off for you. They heat up very quickly, which is brilliant for all us impatient quilters, and they do turn themselves off when you forget to as well. They are available on 5-way split pay. Amazing. So that means it's interest-free. 5 equal payments of, it's going to come £32.99. So you can pay £32.99, you can have it today. Because I know you might think, oh, £164.99. I've had mine for a couple of years now. Absolutely love it. It makes because it presses so well, and you can have steam or not steam. It has a really good shot of water as well. They are brilliant irons, worth the money, I'd say. Even more worth it because that one's such fun.
And it saves like on pressure on your wrist.
It does,
It
it does.
When you're ironing, because sometimes the times you do
You
that,
don't have to
you
keep
do that,
lifting
you
it
do that.
up and down.
Whereas you don't, it's
And
great.
I'm very envious of that. I mean, it does do the same thing as my yellow one, but
It's coming
very beautiful.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Yeah.
Congratulations and great envy to everyone who's bought one. Right, what do we do next?
So once you've finished all your blocks,
Oh, just a minute.
Oh.
There's more of you who have got this in their basket than we've got left in stock. So you need to get checked out.
so you would put your strips on in the same way that you put your smaller strips on. So you cut them out in a long strip.
Right.
And
Okay,
go
so
round.
you make
So you
all
can-
of those blocks.
Yes.
All
sew
in
them, then
exactly
sew
the
them,
same way.
sew them together. Just make sure on the layout which way you're going, and when you're adding the side bits on, just make sure that you've got them in the right way. And then that's what makes sort of the pattern in the middle, so like the T bit in the middle of it, really.
Right, okay.
So then you would put them all together. So I'd add another 2 on here. So I tend to make a row and then sew the next row on and sort of work your way down. Then you'd put your strips. So you've got strips here, which you need to sew together. And then I'd put the strip across in the same way that I put the strip on the smaller blocks. And then I would use the batting on it. So I think we've got some battings on the
Oh,
show.
right.
Over to you.
Over to you, yes. So we've got a couple of different waddings here. Wadding English, batting American. I know somebody asked me that at the Festival of Quilts. What is batting? What is wadding? They're the same
The
thing.
same.
It's just Sandy's American.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
She's in American mode today.
I think probably because when I was learning to quilt, a lot of it was American.
Yeah, it is.
And they always said
They say
batting.
batting,
and then
don't they?
suddenly somebody said wadding. And I was thinking, what's wadding? And I thought, is that different? And it took me a while to sort of work out that.
Oh, I know.
No, they
but
are exactly
I think
the
the
same
thing is once you
So-
get one term in your
And
head.
I still say batting, yes. So sorry, batting, wadding.
Batting, wadding, same thing. Anyway, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter which term you use. Batting, wadding is the same thing. This one is 100% cotton, but this is bleach, so it's pure white. So this is your pure cotton. You can use this. It's not massively thick, which is quite nice because it's not going to give you a great bulk
yes.
to it, but it's warm. It's warm and cool because it's cotton.
And again, if you're doing it as a first quilt, you don't want anything that's too thick because if you're going to be quilting it and you've never quilted something before, you want it to be able to go through your machine easier as well, don't
Absolutely.
you? So it's better to sort of start with something that's not quite as thick.
So this is, because it's extra wide wadding, it's wide enough to use one thing. You will need 2 metres, so you will need 4 units of this, because the quilt is 165, so if you add a bit extra, you will need 4 units of this for the whole quilt. If you've never used the bleach white one before, it's quite nice, isn't it?
It is.
It's very good if your quilt is light on the front or if you're using a white fabric on the back. Other than that, it doesn't really matter. But if you're using white, it's better to use the bleach one because then it won't show through at all.
Yeah.
And we do have some lighter backing fabric options, so we thought we'd show you that one.
And if you
That's
have any
lovely,
over
isn't
and you
it?
want a small piece to put on something, and they're so easy to join together batting.
Yes,
You
because
can
it's
either
very...
put tape on it, or I tend to use a zigzag stitch, so just put them up together
need, yeah.
and then just do a zigzag stitch across
So
them.
do keep your offcuts of this
Yes.
because you will have
Yeah.
bits left over this. Also, there's 80-20 cotton wadding. This is my kind of go-to. It's more of a cream colour, but it'd be fine for this. It's a lovely wadding. You've got the 80% cotton, which gives it its breathability, and you've got the 28% polyester, which gives a little bit more strength. It has, all of these waddings have a very slight shrinkage, which is great because once you've made your quilt, completely never wash your wadding unquilted, it will just fall apart or fill up your washing machine bits. Then wash it and your quilt will shrink very, very slightly. It's only about 3%, but it's just enough so that it pulls the stitches together, which gives it that real homemade look. But also, if you've got any little seams that don't quite match up,
They shrink
sort of
in,
do.
don't they? They do afterwards, don't they? Which
Yeah.
is why it's lovely, isn't it?
I know.
Sometimes, yeah, they don't always... I was going to try and find one. Most of mine are matching today. But sometimes if they don't match, I never get too hung up about it because when you do put it on, bung it in the washing machine, it comes out and it's lovely. And it looks so it's a loved quilt then, isn't
Yes,
it?
that's true. Now, although this one is wider, you will still need 2 metres because obviously you need the length, so you will need 4 units. But what's great is that you will have wadding left over. So keep that. You can use it for bags, all sorts, and you can join it together. Never, ever get
Oh,
rid
no,
of it, just it's a little
I
piece.
join all sorts of pieces of my wadding together, yeah.
You can get special tape, iron-on tape, that you can join them so that you butt them up together. Or you can butt them up together. I mean, traditionally, you would use like a herringbone stitch by hand.
I just use a zigzag
But you can
stitch.
use a zigzag.
Yeah, I use a zigzag stitch, yeah.
I used to do it when I did curtain making. And
Oh,
blind
yes, I did,
making,
yes,
I
yes.
did it very beautifully
Yeah.
by hand.
Yes.
I'm quite sure why.
You had to, didn't you? When I did curtain making, I had to do the whole thing by hand, apart
Yes.
from sewing the heading on.
Yes, same
That
thing.
was
That was
the
the
only
only- yeah.
thing that you could use your
And
machine
everything
for.
else was all done by hand, I
Yes,
know.
Yeah.
Right, the polyester wadding. So if you want a higher loft in wadding just means the thickness of the wadding. It doesn't mean up your attic. I did used to wonder what people... Oh, high loft.
That's right. I pushed
What's
up in my
that?
loft.
What is that then? Loft is basically how thick the wadding is loft.
How
So,
bouncy it makes
Bouncy
your
and how
quilt,
thick
yes,
it is.
yes.
This isn't, I mean, this is quite a low loft for polyester. I'd say it's like a 2-ounce weight. You can get thicker polyester, which has a high loft. So it basically depends how squishy you want it. When you quilt it, if it's a very thick, high loft wadding, you'll get more definition to your quilting. This one isn't really. Now, the great thing about polyester, obviously, it's infinitely more washable, doesn't mind so much. I mean, the cotton polyester, the 80-20, you can put in the machine, but I think with the polyester, you sort of feel you can wash it more.
Chuck it around a bit more.
It's, a lot of people use it for children's items.
Yes.
But, I mean, you can wash the cotton, the 80-20 anyway, but it's also much more affordable. So it's $4.99, half a metre. You will need 4 metres of it, but it's 228 centimetres wide, so it's more than wide enough. But it's just more affordable. And actually, this is a good... There are different polyester waddings come in different qualities. This is a really soft, it's a good quality polyester wadding. So it's entirely up to you. It's entirely up to what you're going to do it for and your budget and what you're going to be using it for. But if you haven't tried a wadding, have a go.
Yes.
I tried bamboo recently.
I use bamboo quite a bit.
But what I want to try is wool, and I haven't tried it
Oh, no, I've never tried a wool one. But
because
like
it's
the
like a
bamboo.
bit light. I want to try it on a whole quilt.
Yes.
But it's a big... It's not... Well, if it's not right...
Then
and I've quilted it, it's a bit late, isn't it? So if anyone's used the wool one for a whole quilt and put it in the machine, let me know.
Would that shrink a lot more?
That I don't know. But it is thicker, it has got a higher loft, so I think for a winter quilt it'd be
Really warm,
amazing.
wouldn't it? Yes.
I need to just try it, I need to just do it.
Do it on maybe a small,
It may be
little,
something smaller.
little,
I just sort of
little
wanna,
tiny.
I just want to do a whole quilt in it and chuck it in the machine because it's really good for allergies.
Yes,
wool.
yes. Yeah, very
I have got a bit,
hypoallergen.
but I need to try it. I need to try it.
So when you're batting
Yes.
your quilt or wadding it, make sure that you leave at least an inch all the way around it. And when you're spraying, if you decide you want to spray it onto your wadding or batting,
How do you assemble your quilt?
so I'd put the batting down on the floor first, then lay my quilt out over the top of it.
Right.
And make sure that the wadding is at least an inch all the way
Right.
around.
And you do it
if
on the
not a bit more.
floor?
I always do it on the floor, so I
Okay.
sort of lay it all out on the floor. I don't have a cutting table big enough, so I lay
Right.
it all out on the floor. And I'd put this on, then I'd fold back half my quilt. So it's in half. So you've got the batting at the top and your
Right.
quilt's folded back. And then I spray 505 spray onto the batting.
So do you put something on the floor? Do you not spray the 505? Does it not go on the floor?
No, because you've got that extra
Oh,
inch around
got
it,
it.
you wouldn't. So,
Right.
so I'd try and do it within that.
Right, got it.
Yeah, and so if you sort of put it up and it's not quite right, you can always pull it back a little bit and spray that
'cause
little
I always
bit.
think I'm going to get it all over the floor.
No, I don't, because I always tend to leave at least a 2-inch border.
Right,
around it.
okay, so-
And then I put it all on the floor and then spray, but make sure you spray it on the batting, not
on
onto
the
your fabric.
okay.
And then I tend to take that to the ironing board and I'll iron it then, just to make sure it's all
Oh,
smoothed
okay.
out.
I guess because then you can just lift it up.
Yeah, so you lift
Right.
it up, take it over and I'll iron it. Then put it back on the floor face down, don't you? So your batting's on the top. And then I would lay the backing over the top. That's probably, again, just slightly smaller than the batting, but not too much. And then again, I would peel that back and spray your batting again and fold it out over it.
Okay.
And
Now, the
then
good thing about the
quilt it.
spray is that although it is removable, which is brilliant, repositionable, so that if you put it down and you think, oh, that's a bit wonky,
Yeah.
because obviously when you've patchworked a quilt, you've got to get it straight. It is repositionable. But when you wash it, it washes out. So you're not going to have that staying in your quilt. Also, you can sew through it. It has been developed so that, I don't know how it works, but it means that when you sew through it with your machine, you're not going to
It
come...
never makes the needle sticky, does
No.
it, when you sew through
It's
it?
amazing that, isn't it?
I know, it's
How do
fantastic.
they make something that's repositionable,
And sticky.
washes out, and doesn't,
doesn't-
make your
yeah.
needle sticky?
I don't know. It's genius, isn't it?
Genius.
Yeah.
Genius. Worth it.
It is.
$7.99.
So you can keep peeling your quilt back, and then when I take it, so you say that's your batting and this is your quilt, I'll start from the centre and just smooth it up, and then you can always sort of pull it out and then smooth it
Right.
out again.
So once you've done that, then
Once
you
I've done that,
quilt it.
I would-
So where would you do yours? On this one, they've quilted...
Just small bits, haven't they, around
This has
here?
been done, this one, I'd say, definitely on a domestic machine. It's not been
Yes.
long-armed. And they have just quilted around the blocks. I'm trying to think what I would do. I think I'd go diagonal.
You
I
could
love
do.
a diagonal
Yes,
quilt.
it is nice. But I don't think you want something too fussy because there's so much
No, not too
pattern on
many.
it. So, I mean, you could even just stitch in the ditch if you didn't want to do anything on
Yeah,
it.
I mean, you could go around the edge of these blocks, couldn't you?
Yeah.
What does that mean then, stitch in the ditch?
Oh, right, so stitch in the ditch. So you want to do, I do it slightly longer length stitch,
Like how long?
probably out of 3.
Okay.
Depending again on the loft of your batting or your wadding and how thick it is.
Right.
I would do round about a 3, and then you sew literally right down that seam.
Okay.
So you can get a foot, if you want, that will actually go down the seam.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've never used one.
Brilliant. I've
How
got
does
it on my
work?
walking foot. So I've got a walking foot with a stitch in the ditch on it.
No way. And it actually, something's what sits on the
Yeah,
seam.
so it's like a very tiny little, it looks almost like a half moon blade, but it's not sharp.
Right, okay.
So that goes almost before it. And so you would line it. So it's great because when you're sewing in the ditch, you're watching your needle.
Yes, always,
And then
yes.
sometimes
Yeah,
it can
yeah,
wobble.
yeah.
Whereas if you've got this, you make sure that that stays in it and then your needle will follow and you get it much
I wonder
neater.
if I suppose it's a foot you can probably buy.
You can, yeah, absolutely.
Right, so it's down here. So
Yeah,
I
right
imagine
down
you
the
can
seam.
buy a foot like that as an extra accessory
You
if it
can.
doesn't come
Most
with your
machines
machine.
I've ever seen, you can buy
Right.
just a foot in.
Or if you don't, so if you don't want to do stitch in the ditch,
Ditch.
but you want to stitch on top, then I always mark mine with an erasable pen.
Yes, yeah. And you could go right across, couldn't you, as well? From
Yeah,
corner to
sometimes
corner.
what I do is I diagonal the way, or you can do it where you diagonal
Out from there.
the
But I'd
centre.
always, do you start in the centre and work
Yeah.
out? Yeah.
Yes, when you quilt, well, however you do it, go in the
Start in
middle,
the centre.
even though it's all stuck into place.
Yes. So even if you were sewing in the ditch, I'd start in the centre here, so and the centre of the quilt as well. So I'd go down this one and then up and then out and out,
Yeah.
and then sort of take them as.
Or
as,
another way you can do it is to actually always stitch quarter of an inch outside the seam.
Yes. Yeah.
And then you can use your quarter of inch foot for
But
that.
you can.
Anyway, up to you. But something like this, I know a lot of people get put off because they think. I'm just gonna
Oh,
lift that
sorry.
up.
And
no.
it's quite a good size to put in.
Well, you
your
can
industrial
use this.
into your
You can
ordinary
quilt
machine.
this under a normal
Yes.
machine. You don't need anything fancy. Just make sure everything is tacked together or basted, however you're going to do it really well. And then when it's under your machine throat, you can roll it up.
Yes, I always do. So start at the bottom, roll it up. Make sure you've got plenty of space on your desk.
Because everything knocks off, doesn't it?
It does, because as
It's
you're
really
going along, it
annoying.
all falls off. So make sure you've got room at the back of your desk and at the side of your desk. So roll it up.
Yes, I often move somewhere to a
And if
bigger
it's
table.
really heavy, put books underneath it to about the same height as your machine, so it's not dropping down. And also I tend to put a book behind sometimes, so it's not pulling
keep it
down as
level.
well. So it'll just sort of keep it level as well.
Or ironing board, I've discovered this. Because you can adjust your ironing board.
Yeah.
So what
Oh,
you
I
can
like
do,
that.
I was making a rug once and I thought,
Yes.
how I need my table to be bigger.
Yes.
So I just got my ironing board, and because you can adjust
can,
it,
yes.
got it the same level.
That is
And then it
genius.
extended my, it looked a bit odd, but you
Doesn't
know,
matter though, does
I
it?
got my table bigger.
It's probably better than books all the way along the table like
Well,
I
if
do or
you've
something.
got
yeah.
a lot of machines come with the table extension.
But
That's quite
sometimes you
good.
still need a little bit extra because it depends again how heavy your quilt is. This isn't too heavy.
yeah, that's true.
But if you had a lot bigger quilt and it was heavier and you want to use your machine, then I would pad it out around, because as soon as your quilt starts pulling, it'll start pulling your needle. Your needle will start bending, then you'll snap your needle as
Right.
well. So it's
So,
easy
ironing
to
board.
keep it up, or have somebody at the other end holding it.
Yes.
Thank you, Andrew. He's
Yeah, just say,
does,
just
yeah.
have a friend going, please
Yes,
hold my
that's-
quilt.
yeah.
Now, we have only got a few left. You need to get checked out. Remember, you are saving £50. That's loads. That's to go towards your new iron, isn't it?
That's your first payment on your new iron, isn't it?
What's good is you always know these irons are on, because if it's not on, as soon as you go like that, it doesn't do that, and you know it's not on. Now, remember, this is on split pay, so you can buy it in 3 equal payments of £33.33. But it's up to you. You don't have to do that. It's interest-free, but some people prefer to split it. Some people want to pay it once. The choice happens at checkout. $99.99 is all the fabric you need. It's all Kaffe fabric. There's no extras or plains or anything. It's all Kaffe print. All the fabric for the front of the quilt and the binding as well. $99.99. Please do check out. Congratulations to all of you who've got it. Make sure you send us some photos when you finish. You can watch back Sandi's demo so you can see how she's doing it, particularly the bit where you need to choose between the traditional way and the strip way. So if you once you get your instructions, think, oh, I can't remember that, just watch the demo back.
Yeah, and just how to put the blocks on. Once
And
you've done
how
one,
to do the quarter of an inch.
you'll be fine.
Things, blocks as well. Now, with that £50 saving, you can put that towards your iron, which is, I think, a very good idea. Because if you've saved £50, you may as well.
That's almost a third of it, isn't
Yes,
it?
that is like a third. I'm just going to
Oh,
move
there you go,
the cutting mat. There we go. Just because I don't want it on there. It's beautiful, isn't it? What a beautiful iron. Only launched yesterday. If you've seen the Olesya iron before, you know how fab it is. It's got touch sensor. As soon as you take your hand off, the feet lift, so it's not getting your fabric. You don't have to worry about burning your fabric. So much easier. as sewers, we know we do a bit of ironing, we move something, you know, we don't want to keep going up and down all the time.
And I leave my iron on all day. And Andrew often comes in and goes, do you know your irons? And I said, I do, but normally it's off because I've not been using it for a while, so I know it's going to turn off.
And it goes off, which is
great.
brilliant. It flashes ready, so you know that it's like that. Beautiful. It's all obviously the Tula pink colours. It's got a 3.7 metre cord, 360-degree rotation, which means it's great for left and right-handers, but it's also safe because it means that the flex doesn't wear thin and the wires go through. Absolutely gorgeous. Do check out that. Brand new to yesterday, $164.99. And available on 5-way split pay. So, thank you, Sandy.
That's okay.
That's been fab. Learn loads. Well, you'll be back with us in an hour. An hour for the little book. The book with all the little quilted blocks.
I know, it's so
gorgeous.
cute. I know.
It's so lovely. I'm
love it.
really looking forward to seeing all the blocks in the book. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. It's the next instalment of the Amber Makes Sewing School. It's Here Comes the Sun hat, available in 4 different prints, 4 different sizes, and you can choose whether you make a bucket hat or a floppy sun hat, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time to show you how.
Tune in this Thursday for Debbie Shaw Designs. We'll be joined by Susie Duncan, who will be bringing you 4 brand new bag patterns, along with some beautiful peacock panels. That's this Thursday on Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this is the next instalment of Amber Makes Sewing School, where I try and show you how to do something, but going back to basics. So if you've never done it before, if you're a complete beginner, I'll show you how to do it. If you're more experienced, you can just love the project and you'll find it easy peasy to do. So I love a bucket hat. My son's always asking me to make one, and I have really sort of struggle every time with different sizes and shapes and what sort of hat I want. So I spent quite a bit of time working out how to design a hat so that you could have a hat in 4 different sizes, but also sometimes you want a bucket hat and sometimes you want a sun hat. So this is the bucket hat. There we go. Now this is the William Morris one. It comes in 4 different prints. Half of the stock has gone on pre-order already. Now the good thing about it is you're getting 2 hats for the price of one, because that's one side, it's fully reversible, and this is the other side. There we go. Now also, because the way that we've designed the hat is obviously all the prints are exactly in the right place. So on the top of the hat you can see, this is the orangey green side, it's exactly circular. You've got the strawberry thief in the right place. When you look at the body of the hat, it goes in exactly the right place. And then when you see the brim of the hat, you've got the willow bough. If I turn it round, it's exactly the same. So I decided I wanted to do it on a panel so that you could have the prints placed in exactly the right place. But I also wanted to do it so you could choose whether you want a bucket hat or whether you want the floppy sun hat. The floppy sun hat has a wider brim. You can make it in either style because the pieces on the panel are big enough to do that. So you can make it in 4 different sizes because I've put enough fabric on the panel to make it. So let me show you the panel. That'll probably make a bit more sense then. The panel's massive, by the way, because it had to be big enough that you could do the biggest size and the floppy sun hat. So this is, I'm only going to unfold one bit at a time. So the pattern, as you can see, so this is the brim of one of the brims, there are 2. of the hat. So this is big enough to do the floppy sun hat and in the biggest size. So if you're making the small bucket hat, then you'll have fabric left over. There's also some spaces, so Amy put some little prints and gift tags on just because. So there's the top of the sun hat. So as you can see, it's made, if you do a bigger size, you'll just have more of the orange. I'll turn it over to the other side. And the same with this. So when you use the panel, your prints will be placed in exactly the right place. So the way the instructions work, here's the instructions. I persuaded Freya, my daughter, to start in all my photos because she looks so nice in a hat. And she was home for the weekend. I said, you can be in all the pictures. So now she's famous, I told her. So anyway, in the pattern, in the instructions, I go through the whole pattern, the whole hat making process in more detail than normal so that it will suit people who are beginners as well as more experienced. There is a QR code here, and if you scan that, if you go on the phone, it takes you to the Amber Makes website and it will give you a full video tutorial of exactly how to make it. And you can just go on the website if you don't want to scan it, because some people say, oh, I don't do that. But if you go on the Amber Makes website to the tutorial section, it's all there. But loads and loads of photos of how to do it. And here is the pattern. Now, this is what I wanted to explain to you, is I want you to have the kit so that you've got all of the fabrics in the right place. But I also thought, I know what it's like when you make a hat or something like this, you want to make another one. So this pattern you can use then afterwards for your own fabrics. Right, with the William Morris, there are only 6 of the kits remaining when everyone's checked out. So do check out on this. So this is the pattern that you can use again with your own fabrics. So we're not doing, I know a lot of people ask, we're not selling the pattern on its own. It comes with the panel, but the cost of the kit, £17.99. Now normally the pattern on its own will be £9.99. So with the panel, then you're only paying then £17.99, because I wanted you to have the panel as well to make it simpler. And then you go all the way through, and at the back of the pattern is terms and techniques, which explains all the things that you need for hat making. Like, what does it mean? What is the interfacing for? What is the marking? What was this for? So that's the William Morris, because I said there's 4 different colourways. This is the next one. This is called Mediterranean. Now, on one side, it's lemons. So Amy's drawn this lovely lemon pattern that's got this sort of mosaic-y tile with all the leaves. Very, very on trend at the moment. There we go, there's the lemons. And on the inside of this hat is blue and white tiles. So the great thing about having it reversible is it can suit your outfit. It can suit your mood. You might be in a blue mood. Or you might be in a lemon mood. But obviously, remember that I've made 2 of them in the bucket hat and 2 as the floppy sun hat. So you can choose, because there's enough fabric on your panel to do that. So let me show you the lemon panel. Right, let me just open the panel. So you can see now, let me put it the right way up. I'll open it on that bit. So then you can see all the different bits of the panel and how big it is. All the different pieces to this, so you've got like the lemons, you've got the blue, everything is labelled, so make sure, and I'll explain it in a moment, that when you cut all the pieces out, you label it. There's the top of you can see there's the lemon top of the hat, the crown, and the blue, and you've also got extra bits, so Amy has filled in all of it, so you can use those for extra pieces, and if you're making it for a gift, you can even make the gift tag as well. So that's the lemon one. Now, in the instructions as well, you'll see that all of the terms, things that you need to understand, like marks, right sides, press, top stitch, lining, interlining, what they're all for. Sue says, I'm addicted to Amber Makes Kits. The projects come out well and the video tutorials are so helpful. Oh, thank you, Sue. That's really kind of you. I'm glad it helps. You know, anything that we can do to help people to sew so you can get a finish that you like and you're happy with and you sew even more is brilliant. So everything, things like place on fold that I'm going to talk about later, I've coloured in orange, red. And then when you go to the back, this is something we don't do in the other Amber Makes kits, only in the sewing school. I've explained them so that when it says, when you read in a pattern, quarter points, I've explained it in more detail. What does place on fold mean? What does snips? What does it mean when you say raw edge or turning gap or trace? And more pictures. Right, I'm going to talk about measuring in a moment. What are the hat measurements? Let me just go through the rest of the panels and we will discuss measuring. That was the first thing I was going to do. So that is Mediterranean. The next one is sunflowers. Now the sunflower I've made up as the floppy sun hat so you can see it. So this is one side. Obviously, you can do this as either you can do one of any of the four sizes. You can make bucket or floppy. So you've got a whole field of sunflowers. If you've ever driven through France, you know, when you get those big fields of just loads and loads of sunflowers, if you wore this, you would never be seen. There we go. So this is a great hat for, you know, really keeping the sun off your face. Now, the great thing about these hats is it can be as structured as you like. I have only put interfacing into the brim. I haven't put it into the crown or the body. If I want it really structured, I could have put interfacing in the crown and the body as well. And if I want it really floppy, I didn't put any in at all. That's one side of it. And then this side, you've got more individual sunflowers with a lovely terracotta. There we go. Look. But what's nice about them, although, you know, they're reversible, particularly the floppy sun hat, you can see the inside as well. So that's what it looks like when you do that. There we go. Shall I show you the panel? There we go. This is the sunflowers one. So we were only going to do, normally for the sewing school, we do 2 prints. Amy and I had 4 ideas and we couldn't decide. So we thought, we'll get all 4 printed, then we'll decide. And we still couldn't decide, so we did all 4. So that's why there were 4. So there's all the pieces. It's all printed out. So this just, by printing all the pieces out like this makes it easy for you. It keeps the grain line correct, keeps the place on fold so that you can then learn how to do it with it, have a beautiful hat, and then you can make it for the people later. So that's the sunflower hat. Yes, so if you wanted to make 2 hats, you could use your own fabric to line it, or calico or something, or a fabric that matches, and then you could use your own fabric for the other. So then that would mean you would get 2 sunflower hats from the panel. So you could make yourself a bucket hat from one side and a floppy hat from the other. Or you could make one for yourself and one for a friend if they had different head sizes. The final one is the crochet one, because you can't not have a granny square hat. And if you can't crochet, but you want a granny square hat, we've done it for you. So if you look at the top of the hat, there's the third of this one went on pre-order. You've got your treble crochets across the top. The body, let me lay it flat so you can see, has got granny squares all the way around it. And then the brim, so I've made this one as the bigger floppy sun hat. That's got nice lines of trebles all the way around it as well. William Morris is completely sold out. Few than 20 the lemon. So that's what it looks like that side. So this really shades your face. And then on the other side, we've gone blue crochet. Now I'm just going to check. Yeah. So I'm talking to myself now. Only because when we printed this one, I wasn't 100% happy that the crochet stood out, and Amy changed the print a bit, so when you get yours it'll be better. So that's what it looks like on there. So you've got your trebles on the top and you've got your granny squares all the way around. So it looks like you're wearing a crochet hat. There we go. Let me show you the panel for this one. Actually, this one really matches my dress, doesn't it? Look at that. Right, so as you can see, I'm going to show you, because sometimes when we print things, it's only when you get it printed you realise, and this is better now, the definition between the colours has come out a lot better, because you couldn't see it as well, but now it's beautiful. So these are all the pieces. So it really does look like crochet, doesn't it? So trendy. Crochet hats everywhere. Right, so those are the 4 different... Morris has gone. There are very few lemon Mediterranean left, and then there's crochet and there's sunflowers. So, over half of both of those have gone. Right, now, the only other thing that you are going to need for this hat is some interfacing, but that is optional. So what I've put in the instructions is, I've put in that you will need 60 by 90 centimetres, but that is only if you are going to interface the whole hat. So that's the maximum you'll need, and if you've got the biggest head. I only interfaced the brim, because for me, that's all I wanted to start off. See, even for the bucket hat, you see, look, I don't think it needs it. You might want to. You don't have to interface the brim, because you've obviously got fabric on the inside and outside. Also, the other thing that I've done is, because I've top stitched the brim all the way round, you can't see it. I wonder if you, actually, this is the best one to see the top stitching, because I did it in yellow. When you top stitch it all the way round, I did it in rings 1/4 inch apart, and that gives it structure as well. Again, you don't have to do it. So the only thing you'll need is a reel of thread and some interfacing if you want. I use this iron-on interfacing medium. That's enough if you want to interface the biggest hat all over, or loads if you only want to do the brim. So what you need to do to start with, let's talk about measurements now. Can we talk measurements? Right. You need to measure your head. This is the first thing it says is, first measure around the circumference of your head. So what you have to do is, I'll get my tape measure and hopefully I can do it by looking in the thing. You've got to measure the circumference of your head just above your ears. So get yourself a tape measure like this. Get a friend, or you'll have to do it yourself in a mirror. And so ears, just above your ears, and don't pull it really tight, but just normal. Just measure, can you see, just above, make sure that it's around the widest part, that it hasn't slipped down or up. Or if you've got, you know, but you might sometimes, if you don't, make sure it's feels so it's straight, and measure round. And then it says in here, so small is 22 inches, medium 23, large 25, extra large 26. Those are the measurements. I haven't met, and I put that in centimetres, I don't know anyone who's got a bigger head than that, 26, so you should be fine. If you've got a smaller head than that, increase your seam allowance. So this includes a 1/4 inch seam allowance all around, but you can make it smaller if you increase your seam allowance. So that is an option, because there are only so many sizes I can fit on. You've got 4 sizes there. I've made the small one. If you want a looser fit, you know, this is you know, that's my head. That fits fine. I think my head was 22, I think so. Can't remember now. But you could always... Oh, well, this one's sold out. Lemons are sold out. But if you want it to be looser, you could, if you like, if you want to be absolutely sure, you make it in a spare fabric like a calico first, and you only need to make one size. It comes up a tiny bit smaller once you do both sizes just because of the bulk, not very, very much. But if you want to be certain, and if you want it a lot small, increase your seam allowance, but all over the hat. Don't just do it for part of it. Hi Bex, I love your shows and demos. Yet another one to do. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you, Sandy. Someone says, can you use H640? If you really want to, you could make a padded hat. Why not? But again, remember that might make it a little bit tighter. So do measure your head, and I did try it, it does work. Now, when it comes to the pattern, the next thing you need to do is you've got to make your pattern. I encourage you to not cut the pattern out of this. If you cut the pattern out of this, you will lose your instructions, which will be annoying, and you also won't be able to use it again. So what you have to do now to save space and also for accuracy, these templates are symmetrical. We've only given you half. So what you do to start with, so I've traced mine in advance, obviously. You start off with the crown. Now look, there's different colours. So there's a key, small, medium, large, extra large. So if you were, I did the small one. So you can use dressmaker's pattern paper. This is what I used for mine because it's see-through, nice. You just place it on and you trace round, and you can see here that I trace around the small one. When you do that, mark the grain line, which doesn't matter so much for the fabric that is on your panel because it's printed straight to grain. If you're using it later for your own fabric, you'll need to know that. And mark where the fold line is. Then also label it. So I've labelled mine crown small because if you want to use this again, you'll know that's crown and small. You do the same with the body, but remember, do make sure that you follow the lines. And they are coloured in different colours rather than different symbols to make it easier. So obviously that's the small one, medium, large, extra large. When you do the brim, this is where you need to make your decision. So if you are doing the bucket hat, place it on there. There we go. And you see I've labelled them. So the dash line is bucket line. So the top is the same, whichever hat, but it's the bottom of the width of the brim basically is different. So the dash line is bucket line. If you want to do floppy sun hat, then trace it along the solid line. And then label them. So I've put on this one, brim small floppy, and on that one, brim small bucket. And I've marked the fold lines and the grain line as well. Hi, Rebecca, I've just got my lemons hat. Love it. Off to make a cheese omelette. That was the lovely Alison I met in the film. God, we had a long conversation about Gavin and Stacey. Cheese omelettes was absolutely funny. Oh, and Alison, you did promise you'd message me in with cheese omelette. I love a cheese omelette. Hi, Rebecca. It was great seeing you and Amy at the Festival Quilts. Have decided on the sunflower hat and can't wait to make it. Lots of love from Laurie in Suffolk. Laurie, it was lovely to meet you too. You're going to look very nice in that sunflower hat. I think it will suit you. Oh, cheese omelette. Quite like one of those. Right. The other thing you can do, and this works really well, is freezer paper. Now, instead of using pattern paper, now I would recommend, it's brilliant for this hat, because freezer paper you can see through. Let me just take off the, what's even better, it's only £7.49 and you get 12 metres. I use this for all of my dress pan, when I'm making any dress pan. It's particularly good for the bucket hat. Because you can see through it, can you see, I can easily trace this. When you then cut it out, you can iron it because it's got this silicone base on the back. You can iron it onto your fabric. Then you don't need to pin the pattern in place. It will hold in place. Cut round it, peel it off. You've got your pattern template, and you can use it again. So it's fab. You can use the pattern paper, obviously, and that's what I use for these. But with the freezer paper, it's a little bit thicker. You can repress it like 10 or 12 times before it won't press anymore. And you get 12 metres on the roll. So that's how you make your pattern. And please don't cut the pattern out of here. You won't be able to use it again and you'll lose half your instructions. And I've also said on here, because I thought I'd work that out for you, make it your own. If you want to make your own hat, you will need 1/2 metre of outer fabric maximum and 1/2 metre of lining fabric maximum. And that's normal quilting weight fabric, it says it there, 50, you know, your normal 20 by 44 inches. Right, so people who've missed out on the William Morris and the lemons, we won't be getting any more today. We hopefully will be able to bring them back in the future, but we won't be able to get any more today. And a question from Judith. Hi, Rebecca, I've ordered the crochet one. I'm going on a cruise in September. I'll take it with me. Oh, lovely. Can you give the sizes again? It's all in your pattern, but the sizes are small 22-inch, medium 23, large 25, and extra large 26. If you've got a smaller head than that, increase the seam allowance. I've got a really small head, so I based the pattern on my head because I've got a really small head. But I guess if you're making it for somebody with an even small head, child or whatever, then, but just increase the seam allowance across the board. And I would say if you're going to do that, then practice it first. But when you get your pattern, all of this is in there, so you can do all your measuring, and you're not buying a size. So, right, we've gone the how to measure, how to cut your pattern out, and please label your pattern. You will forget, if you're like me, what the pieces are. Right. Crochet's about to sell out. What? But we do try, hopefully when we do each sewing school, we do try and get it all back in stock. So, right. Now when you've cut them out, like here, so with this one, I'm on the crochet, I've cut out the crown outer, cut it all the way around the biggest size and keep the label. I mean, to be honest, it's sort of obvious which is which. But, you know, I've made several of them now, so I know the difference between the body and the brim, and when you've made several, you will. It just helps to be absolutely certain when you're doing it later. So this is how you cut it out. Take your iron, which you hope you've plugged in, but haven't. But luckily, with this amazing Oliso iron, because I told you I'm so impatient, it heats up so quick. Take the label off and just keep it, because we're going to put it back on. Fold it in half. It doesn't matter whether it's right sides together or wrong sides together, because it's symmetrical. Make sure all those raw edges match up, purely because then the pattern will be right in the right place. So if you're using your own fabric later, and it does, I've said all of this in the pattern, make sure you've got that grain line going down. If you're using your own fabric, you want a particular print. Now, with your pattern piece, you need to place it in the centre. So what I did as well is I fold it in half. You can see on that I made a little mark, so I can make sure it's in the centre. If you're using your own fabric, it doesn't matter. When you're using the panel, it really does matter, because if I move it over there, no, I haven't got then the symmetrical thing, so make sure you put it in the centre. You can either fold the pattern piece in half, or you can measure it. Now, because I'm using dressmaker's pattern paper, I'm going to pin it on. If I was using freezer paper, I would then just press this on, and I wouldn't have to bother with the pinning. And the amazing thing with freeze paper, no idea how it works, a bit like that spray, basting spray, it doesn't leave any residue, and I've no idea why. And now I realised, I knew I needed a pair of scissors for something. Never mind, I'll use my baby scissors. And then all you have to do, these are very sharp. I know, but these are used for thread cutting. There we go. Use bigger scissors, it'll be quicker. Just cut round the edge. Now, all of the pieces, I mean, honestly, this is all in the instructions and in more detail than normal, and it's obviously all in the video tutorial. Then open it out. There we go. And then, obviously you will know, but just in case, particularly if you're like me and you cut all the bits out and then leave it for 6 months, you'll just remember which piece is which. Now, the bigger your hat size, the more of the print you will show, but that's enough for that one. When you do the bodies and the brims, you will have 2 of everything, because there's 1 crown, there are 2 bodies and 2 brims. So there's the 2 brim bodies, and then there's the 2 brims. And it says all that in the instructions. A lot of bodies and brims. So once you've done that, if you want to put interfacing on the brim, I've just done mine in advance to just make it a bit quicker, press it onto the wrong side of the 2 brim pieces, and it just makes it a little bit stiffer. A medium weight interfacing is fine. If you want it really stiff, then use a heavy weight. If you want to put wadding in, you could. But you might, it depends on what look you want. So just press it to the wrong side of the brims and cut it out so it's round the edge. So now we've cut everything out, that's all done. All you have to do is sew it together now. So I've sewn these 2 together first. So these are the 2 brims. Make one side of the hat and then the other. So you just place them right sides facing and sew them together, because you've cut it out so it's all the right size, easy peasy. And then press the seam open. Now we're going to join the crown to the body. So the important thing here, this is all about marking. Marking quarter points really helps to join a circle to a straight bit. So if you take the body and you see the two seams, match them up. Those are 2 of the quarter points. And then I like to press it actually, because you need to mark the quarter point at the top and the bottom. So this is where you need to decide, am I going to mark it with pins or am I going to mark it with pen? Marking it with pins makes it easier to match up, but they do fall out. And marking it with erasable pen doesn't fall out, but can be ironed off. So what I tend to do is mark it with pins because I like to be able to see them, but I also place within the seam allowance just a little pencil mark, because if the pins fall out, you have to redo the folding, and that's annoying. When you do the crown, fold it in half. If you've got a print, then make sure that you fold it in half. Only if you really care about how your hat faces. If you really want the print, maybe you've got a print on your own fabric, or maybe it's one of the fabrics here, like the William Morris, where you want the print facing in the direction down your head and then down the brim. Then fold it in half down the centre. Those are 2 of the quarter marks. So I'm just going to pop pins in those. Have the head of the pin facing to the outside. Then, in the same way as you did with the body, fold that in half. If you press it, make sure the raw edges match up, because these quarter points will make your joining so much easier. If you're a more experienced sewer, you'll know all of this. You'll have joined circles to sides. You'll find this easy peasy. But if you're a new sewer, this is one of your first projects, this is a good project to start on, because it's something you can wear, it's something you can use, it's something you can say to everyone, look what I've made. And it's not difficult, because I've gone through it in such detail, it just makes it a bit simpler. Right, now the crown is joined to the top of the body. So you can see that the body is narrower at the top than it is at the bottom. You'll soon know if you get it upside down, because it won't fit. But start off right. Now, to get it, in theory, your seams should go down the side of your head rather than at the front and the back. Right, so all the kits are about to sell out, so you need to be quick. So the seams, you can see on my hat here, the seams go down the side of the head. They're not massively noticeable, to be honest, because Amy's designed it so that the prints, they won't match up exactly because of all the different sizes. If we only did one size, they would. But look, there's the seam. The print is flowing through. You won't really notice, but your seam should go on the side of your head. So because this is going to go down from the top, from the front of your head, then make that one the quarter point that doesn't have the seams down there, if that makes sense. And now all we're going to do is place them right sides together and pin. What you need to do, though, is you need to pin with the body on top, because you're going to sew with the body on top. So if you're ever sewing a straight edge to a curve or 2 curves together, always have the piece that's sort of bigger, so that's got the narrow curve. So with this one, this is a circle, so that's smaller. This is bigger, so put that on top because it's easier to ease it round. Then take the seams. We're going to match up all the quarter points. So you pin the seam there, take those next 2 quarter points. This is why when you're matching up, it's easier if you have pins rather than pen, because you've got the pin in place. And then the final quarter point is there. Okay? So the reason you do this is because it helps to get it even. If you just pinned all the way round, because you're pinning 2 different curves together, you would get to the end and it wouldn't all match up. But you know now it's all anchored, so it's nice and neat. So we're going to pin from this side, so you've got to pin between. Now, you may find when you're doing this, so what I do is I pin it all the way round, but about, I don't know, about an inch and a half apart. So these, again, more anchoring pins. So put those in, then pin between those pins. I would say that your pins need to be 1/2 inch apart maximum, even less. If when you are doing it, you find, particularly you might be, obviously because when you cut this fabric out, some of it's on the bias and some of it isn't, depends on where it is on the fabric. Also, if you're using your own fabric, some stretches more than others. If you have any problems when you get to this point where you've got too much body and you need to open it out, make little snips, not into the crown, but into the body, so in the bigger piece of fabric, let a little less than 1/4 of an inch, and this opens out the fabric. So there, I've made them, and so you can see now, you see it's opening it out, and by opening it out, it means you can get it to fit. So if you were making this, say, in a denim or a cord, and you found it didn't stretch, it didn't fit, because they are designed, the curves are exactly the same size, but because of seam allowance, it's just a lot, it's just sometimes you'll find it doesn't fit. Right, so all the hats have sold out. Oh, that's a shame. Well, it's nice. No, it's nice. We will get them back. I promise we will get them back, because I do try and... I finally got the doorstops back. Guys, if you want a giraffe. Finally got the giraffe back. And the elephant. We ran out of the elephant and giraffe, so we will get them back, but it won't be today. We thought that was enough. But I feel really sad because I don't want people to miss out. But mind you, it was very sunny last week, you see, wasn't it? It's still sunny. So I'm just sewing, I'm just pinning mine not as close together as I would normally. Remember though, all of this is in the tutorial. So when you come to do yours, particularly if you're new to it, get the instructions in front of you, because the tutorial isn't enough on its own, because the instructions have measurements, etc. But when the actual sewing technique is in the tutorial, what a lot of people will say to me, well, the most of it I understood, but there was a little bit that I just wanted to be sure I understood, and then they follow the tutorial. So look, I've pinned it into place all the way around. Now I'm going to sew it. Now I said before, always when you're sewing two together, always sew with the sort of the flatter piece of fabric on the bottom. It's less likely to get pleated. It's this fabric that's bigger that you need to ease round, so put that one on top. Now, put it under your machine. I'm going to be really controversial here. And I'm not going to take my pins out. Now, I know you should take your pins out, but if you sew slowly, you'll be fine. You can take them out if you go long, but I think, particularly if you're new to this, you've got enough to be thinking about trying to get one curve to fit another and making sure the raw edges match up, and you haven't got, without them taking the pins as well. So, if you just sew slowly, the worst thing that will happen, I mean, if you go really fast, it's really not good for your machine. And if you really are anti-sewing over pins, I'm not forcing you to. It's just, I find it easier, because what I'm doing now is every now and then, have a little look to make sure that fabric on the bottom stays flat. And then as you get to the top fabric, if you see that there are any little bits where you think, oh, there's a little crease there, you can just open it out. Just sew slowly and you'll be fine going over those pins. If you think, no, I can't do it, then just take them out as you go along. But what you're aiming here is to not sew any pleats or creases in. If you do, I would unpick it and do it again, because you will always see them. No one else will, and you might think, oh, that's annoying, but they are printed so that they do fit. So sometimes you find out, oh, that one's got a bit crease, so just raise the foot, have a double check. Normally the bottom will be fine because it's the flat piece, and then just work all the way around. And then when you get to the end, reverse stitch over to just secure it. Then all you have to do, this is a nice bit because you've done it all, take all your pins out. This is where a magnetic pin cushion is really useful, because you can just throw them at it. I love mine because I just throw them and it catches. It's like amazing. Right, so that's the body done. Now, what you can do, you don't have to do this, but it gives it quite a nice little finish. Let me show you on this hat, is top stitching around the crown is a nice little finish. It also holds the seam allowance to the inside. Don't have to do that, but it just gives it a nice look. You could even do it in a different colour thread, and it is the sort of finish that you'd have on a hat. So to do that, press the seam towards the crown. You can do that. I found, like my ironing board that's got that nice curved edge, you can do it on that because it sort of sits over the curve. But you can do it flat as well. So just all the way round, press it towards the crown. So I'm just doing that all the way around. And then if you want to top stitch it, just pop it under the machine and top stitch it all the way around. You can see now why I should mark this in pencil, because that pin's coming out. I won't do it now, but it's easy enough. Let me show you on the machine. It's easy enough to do it. If you just put the edge of your foot, or judge it by eye, and just hold it up like this and pull, if you pull the seams apart, I'll show you a little bit, and just stop every now and then, just make sure you're not stitching through that. If you pull the seams apart, so it's not that difficult to do, to top stitch all the way round. It holds that seam allowance inwards. You can check every now and then to make sure it's facing inwards. It just gives it, I said, oh, I'm not going to do it, and I've almost finished it now. It just gives it a nicer look and also holds those seam allowances. So maybe if you were using a fabric that was a bit thicker, then it would be quite good for that. Remember, if you're using your own fabric and you're making your own hat, if you do use thicker fabrics or vinyls, oilcloth type of fabric, then they do come up, the hat will come up, because there's only like a little bit of difference between different sizes. So you might find it comes up a bit smaller, not noticeably, but different fabrics obviously have different bulk to them. So that's we've now got this bit. That's interesting. You could just keep it like that. It looks like a swimming hat now. Your videos are always brilliant. Could you tack the brim in before you machine? Of course you can. This is all about making it easy for you. If you don't want to sew over your pins, tack it all in first, then machine it. That's, whenever all of us started sewing, we all started off at the beginning where you had to tack things you didn't want to be doing with pins and stuff. And then as you get more experience, sewing, it's not rocket science, it's practice, isn't it? It's practice and perseverance. So if you feel more comfortable at tacking it, then do. Now, when you come to the brim, exactly the same. Obviously, I've interfaced mine. They are, because you've cut them the same, they're exactly the same size and they are symmetrical. Pin them together on the short ends, like so, and then just sew them together. So when I was saying about making a hat smaller, if you do want it smaller, cut it out to the small size, and every stage you do, just change the seam allowance. But just remember, if you go up from 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch, that's a big difference, because you've got a lot of 1/4 of an inches will make it smaller. You may just need to go up to like a 3/8. But again, try it. Make yourself a practice one. You only need to make one side to be sure, if you really want it to fit it, perfectly, if you've got a smaller head. When you do those, make sure you press the seams open and flat, particularly if you've put interfacing on. When I'm pressing interfacing, if it's interfacing, because I don't like pressing on top, just use the point of your iron and then turn it over. You can use a pressing cloth if you want, but if you don't want to, or you can make an iron cosy to cover it. There we go, just do that, because you don't want your iron to touch the interfacing at all. And now the brim, I don't think I'm going to have time to do this, but the brim is sewn, but the video shows you anyway. Now the brim is sewn on exactly the same way. Mark your 1/4 points and sew it on. You then make the lining. And when I've called it the lining, but it should be called side 1 and side 2. I've called it outer and line to make it easier. The only difference with the lining is you leave a turning gap. So when you sew the bodies together on one side, you leave part of the seam unstitched, because that's what you're going to turn it right sides out of. The first time I made one, I left the turning gap on the curve of the brim, and it's really, really hard to turn that under and get it right. So leave the turning gap on here, and then when you've sewn the two hats completely, you join them together around the brim. When you've done all of that, you turn it right sides out, and don't top stitch your turning gap by machine like you do with bags and things, because then it won't be reversible. Very carefully slip stitch it by hand so it's nice and flat, so that you can't see it. See, there's my slip stitch gap. Then, this is entirely up to you. You will need to do one top stitch row all the way around the edge. It will, even if you're making the bucket hat, it will just hold it. But if you want to give it a bit of extra structure, then just work stitches. And all I did was I lined up the edge of my foot with the edge of the last row of stitching. What I would say as well is if you're doing a hat, particularly say like this one in 2 different colours, is put the bobbin, if you don't want that top stitching to show up, put the bobbin thread in one colour and the top thread in another. I wanted to use the yellow so you can see this, but with all of them I've used a different colour bobbin thread to the top thread. If you want it to match, if you want the top stitch to stand out, then it doesn't really matter. And then that's it really. I have hand stitched the 2 crowns together around the top, which I've explained, but that's up to you. So it's really quick. And if you want to make something in a hurry, brilliant. If you're new to sewing, it's a great way of you showing off what you've done. Brilliant for making hats for people as well. Everyone loves a hat. There we go. We will try and get some back in. I don't know when, but I will hopefully try and get some when we do the next sewing school. So back in stock, these are 2 that I've managed to get back. So the elephant, now he was sewing school in June, which was all about how to make 3D shapes. So on the panel, you get obviously you get all of the fabric pieces to make the elephant. He's an Indian elephant, so he is wearing a very nice rug. Actually, she's a she. She says she's called Ellie because she's got a name. She's got a name on her foot. She's got painted toenails, and she has decorated ears. She has, because she's a doorstop really. So I've put weighted. She's got the weighting in her bottom, because she's designed so that she sits down on her bottom so that somebody can is about to climb on her. She's got a knot in her tail so she doesn't forget. So the panel is printed with all of the pieces. I am just going to show you the panel, if I can find it, so you can see what it looks like. Oh, Dan has so carefully... Oh, there we go. He's put all of these out for me. Just to show you, to make it easy, because obviously if you haven't used our kits before, there's no patterns, there's no templates, because it's all printed out on there, except for the hat, obviously, which has got a pattern. But with mainly, all the pieces are on here printed. So, I mean, the head looks really weird, doesn't it, because it's got this V in it. But that's because that's the seam that you put the ears in. So you need that bit. Everything is labelled, right foot, left foot. Sometimes when you're making 3D shapes, you have to match the left side of that to the right side of that, and I find that really confusing. So I've labelled everything with letters, so you match B to B and E to E, and that's easier. All the ears, you can see, are all printed out, and the feet. It does look a bit odd in here. That's the tummy. But it's printed so that it's easy to make. You can applique the name of the elephant on the base of the sole, or you can embroider your own on there. So entirely up to you. So that is Ellie the elephant, or it could be any name. And we had sold out of that before. We finally got some more back in. Right. So we've got more elephants in baskets. What a great sentence. There are more elephants in baskets than there should be. Right, that's elephant. And then giraffe. That is the noise all giraffes makes when they're running. Now, the reason this giraffe only has short legs is his legs go down through the table. See? No, the idea is, it wouldn't be a very stable doorstep if it had long, but we've made it so when it looks like when it's sitting on the floor that his legs are going through your floor. So again, with the giraffe, it has ears and horns, a little face, and often the hardest bit about making characters and animals are the faces. So we've printed those on for you to make it easier. I've tried to do it in the simplest way possible, so where you fill it up is in a seam. Obviously, all the pieces are printed on. Another tail. Again, there is a name, this we've called our giraffe Georgina, but you can also do that yourself. It explains how to fill. I filled my little filling bags. This one's got 2 of them. Mine have got sand in them. And you just start off by making the ears and the horns, and then you just gradually join it together. This is what the panel looks like. It's not a very big panel, but it has everything you need on it. Even the horns have got backs and fronts to them. And you can see how Amy's done the ears like this. And what I quite like is she's designed it so that it's lighter in some places, but as you join one piece to the other, she's done it so that when you join the seams, it flows round, so it looks like there aren't any seams. So that's the whole giraffe with strange shaped pieces, but it just makes it easier. It does look funny, doesn't it, without any ears? It looks more like a dinosaur. Do you think it looks like a dinosaur with no ears? Maybe a giraffe is a dinosaur with ears. That's sort of what it looks like. Yes. So that is the giraffe doorstop. Right, quarter of him has got her. I always call it him, so if you want her. Right, the other one that we've got back in stock is the Portuguese tile bag, which was in the Learn to Sew patchwork section. Piece of tote, because it was a piece of tote. So this section is patchworked in a very simple patchwork where you sew, it's called diamond in a square, so where you sew squares to the corners of squares and they become diamonds. So you've got the Portuguese tile on the front. The back is printed for you, so you don't have to do the patchwork, so you only have to do the patchwork for the front. And then the rest of the pieces, like the gusset, all the way round, they're all printed. We've printed the handles so they look like leather. They've got like the lines that you'd have punched. And there's just a magnetic clasp. And then the lining, you can see, is all printed. And the idea behind it is that it's like one of these leather handle bags where you can put a file, you can put your shopping, but it isn't leather handles. And it's a really simple way of doing patchwork, but very effective because it's got this gusset. So everything you need is on, all the fabric you need is on there. And it's a nice size, isn't it? Just for a little bit of shopping or maybe to take to the office or to school. Because you can get a folder, magazine, quite good for going on holiday because you can get all your bits and pieces in there. So that's the Portuguese piece, a tote. I think those are all the ones we've got back in stock. In the shibori. We also did it in the shibori print, and I do have that there. So the same idea, but in this shibori print as well. There we go. So you've got this lovely shibori, which is kind of this indigo tie-dyed look on the front and on the back. I think this looks really nice with the leather effect handles. And then the lining of it is this lovely print, and that's obviously all on the bag. So, you know, if you just want to make the bag, you love it, it's perfect. If you want to try patchwork or you're a beginner to patchwork, this is quite easy because there's the full video tutorial. All of these sewing school projects have all got that full, larger explanation with the terms and techniques as well. A couple of panels. Yes. Yeah. So we've also done some charm packs because some of the prints have been really popular and you like to buy them as charm squares. So Amy designed the Portuguese tiles as 5-inch charm squares. So on this panel, there are 40 5-inch squares, as well as some gift tags down this side because we had some space, and a long bit along the top, which you could use like for a handle of something. It's easy, yeah. It would look really nice in the kitchen to use for kitchen accessories because you often get these Portuguese tiles and they're all in lovely shades of terracotta and green. And where's my bag? Where's my bag? I made a bag from this. It was on the trolley. Oh. Dan, do you know where this bag is? Because I put it on the trolley. Is there a bag left on the trolley? Ha-ha. So there are a set of instructions, thank you very much, called the market bag instructions, which we have, they're on the show, on the plan. And I use this panel to make this, so you can, I did a set of instructions that show just what you can do if you have charm squares, because I also made them from this set of charm squares, same bag. But I just wanted to show you that if you buy this panel and you want an idea of what to do with it, because it looks lovely with these. I used some plain fabrics for the stripes. And the paprika and the gold look really nice with it. So that's just to give you an idea, because I know we always buy these charm squares and then we go, what are we going to do? So we do have, it's called the Market Tote. If you want the instructions for making that bag, they are available as well. We'll play those through in the break. And we've got one more charm pack. And which one is that? The elephants. Is that the Indian elephants? Yeah. Right, this is another charm pack. This is the Indian elephants one. And that's all the charm squares for it. So it's just to match the elephants, but if you like the elephant print, you've got a few you've got the sort of, the print that's on the decorations of the elephant, and then some elephants as well. Again, there's 40 there, so you could use this to make the market tote or anything else really. There's a lot of charm squares available in the different prints. The one I love is the sewing bee one. That's one of our newer designs. I really like that because Amy designed a beautiful sewing bee, which I thought was really clever. Oh, there it is. Only because it's the sweetest little thing. So last month for Sewing School we did EPP, and we made the big, these two big bags, these oversized totes that are behind me. And those kits are available on the website if you want an oversized tote. That was the EPP. But I really like the sewing bee one because it is a sewing bee. And obviously on the panel for that kit, you have everything you need to make the bag, but we've also got the charm squares with it. But you can see, look at the little bee. He's got a little needle and he's flying on his needle broomstick through the air. That's really cute. And on this kit, these are all the pieces that are on the panel to make it, but this is the charm square. So it's got navy, it's got a little bit of gold, you can see, look, I love that charm square there. See, I think this would make a nice market tote with the honeycomb and the buttons. It's so cute, isn't it? Look at him. Really nice. Anyway, his little face. He's even got cheeks and a little smile. That's the sewing bee one. And that print is available, is the EPP. Hi, Rebecca. I've so enjoyed this show this morning. Thank you. I was thrilled to meet you on Sunday at the Festival of Quilts. You made my day, from Sylvie. Sylvie, it was lovely to meet you too. I was really impressed that you did it and you got there and you made it, because I know it wasn't easy, and it was a joy to meet you. So I hope you had a lovely day. Right, we're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back with Sandi in a few minutes' time, who is going to show us this fab new book. It's really lovely. It's got all these little 3-inch squares, beautiful little icons and little designs. You're going to love it. I'm going to go for a quick break, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Tune in this Thursday for Debbie Shaw Designs. We'll be joined by Susie Duncan, who will be bringing you 4 brand new bag patterns, along with some beautiful peacock panels. That's this Thursday on Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So, Sandy, we've got a fab book here. Look at this. It's called Sewing Scrap Blocks with Character. Now, unlike many of these blocks, it is hand sewing. It doesn't look like hand sewing, though, does it? It looks like FPP.
Because I know it is, and it's all quilted. There's no FPP in it, or when I got it, I thought, oh, it's FPP, and it's not. So they're all quilted, all the blocks, and some of them are very, very tiny because they're all 3.5-inch blocks. So I found it far easier to hand sew them.
I think it's lovely, though, because it's quite unique. Because mainly, when I first saw this book, I thought it's FPP.
Yes.
I think it's lovely because you don't see many patterns that are made for hand sewers.
No.
And that's a really lovely thing to do.
I think they're lovely. When I got it, I thought, oh, don't know if I can do this. And then I got so into it. And I said, I'll just do another one. I'll just do another one.
Oh,
and,
okay, that's really nice.
And there's so many in there that I wanted to do as well.
I mean, and the thing is, you can make one block. You could use it for the centre of a cushion. You could make 16 of them. You could make a row-by-row quilt, couldn't you?
You could do anything with them, really. It's just, she doesn't give you any ideas of what to do with them, but there's so many things that you can do with a block. And you can also enlarge them as well.
Oh,
so in the book, all the patterns are here for you, and they're all a 3.5-inch square.
Right.
But she does say at the beginning to start off, maybe enlarge it so that you get used to doing them. So I enlarged a couple of them just by about 150%, so it made them about 5.5 inches. But if you wanted a big block to go in the middle of a bag or something, or a cushion, you could make it a lot bigger if you wanted.
Oh, well, that's even better, so that you can do these little ones, but you could make them bigger. So let's have a look through it. It tells you how to use it, about the block, about how to cut out. And she says, you know, copy them at 100% or larger if you want to. So if you really like some of them, but you want them bigger, she talks about how to cut out. So there's a lot of information.
Yes. And there's lots of different techniques in it as well, because there's like silhouette, where you put it underneath, and then there's sort of applique bits on it.
Oh, like reverse applique.
That's right, yes, yeah. So there's all sorts of things. Then she does a lot of decoration on them as well. So here's like your reverse applique, which I've done one of as well to show you. Then there's some lovely sort of decorative bits. So if you've got little buttons at home, or you've got beads, or you've got, you know, threads, glittery threads, anything like that, you could put all sorts of things on it.
I mean, it's lovely. You can decide, right, I'm going to do all of them. You just pull it out of your shelf, and when you've got a spare evening, you think, well, I'm going to do that one. Or if you've got a particular block you like that you want to repeat, or you know somebody, even if you just wanted to make a card for somebody, you could stitch it to a plain piece of card, couldn't you?
Or if you had the aperture card, you could just put it behind and put it over the top. So they're lovely for cards.
So this is now where we get to the blocks. Now the blocks are in sections. We'll start with Christmas, why not?
Yes,
Christmas and winter fun. Happy Penguin. That's so cute. You could even do them. So say you love the reindeer, you could do the reindeer in all different colours.
And different sizes as well.
So each page has a picture of the block made and the pattern.
Yes. And then all the way, how you put it together.
Right, okay.
Because it's best to sort of put them together in a certain way.
Now, some of this, someone's asked, are they suitable for machine sewing? Some bits of them you can machine.
You can. Some of the larger, so if you've got sort of, say looking at the Happy Penguin, you've got a big block here to sew to this one. So I would sew that with the machine and here. But when you've got these little tiny ones, literally you wouldn't get it under the sewing machine, especially if you're doing it at 3.5.
So like for this reindeer, if you increase the size of that, that could be the centre of a cushion, could be massive, couldn't it? Or you could sew it just as a little patch on a stocking.
Or you could do a big one and then do 4 small ones in the corners.
Nice. Oh, yes.
Or you could have Rudolph in the centre and then the others would just be Blitzen and Dasher. And
what's lovely is because all the sort of basic instructions are at the front of the book, it means each page can be dedicated. And then the pattern is on page 96.
That's right.
So that's what the pattern looks like. So it keeps, so you can do all your tracing there, but it means that you can just, if you're then sewing it and you're maybe sitting on the sofa, you can just have that page. Serious polar bear.
I like the owl as well, I think.
And Aurora the snowy owl, very serious polar bear. Santa's stocking, that's really cute, isn't it?
You could even make those into sort of like little back it and put it on the Christmas tree almost. So like a little square you could put with a sort of velvet on the back of it.
Santa's suit.
I know, yes.
Clever Santa, because he's got glass. Love that. Merry Santa. Cosy hat. Oh, that's really
lovely, isn't it?
cute. Oh, I like that and the mittens. I mean, you sometimes see quilts that are just like lines of that.
Yeah.
Hats and mittens. That's really cute, isn't it?
You could almost make it on a bunting as well. So if you did a bunting shape and then put that, so if you did the outside of the bunting the same material as your outside, you could sort of sew it into
Or maybe you've bought or you've knitted someone a hat and gloves for Christmas. You could make a little bag.
label.
You could, or a gift, or you could make a bag with that in the centre. How cute
And
would
put it
that be?
inside it. That would be lovely.
There's loads of things. I love that. I love the ball ornament. Again, that would look lovely on. You could do bunting that was alternated balls and stars. And I guess these are reverse applique.
No.
Oh, they're not?
No, they're not.
Oh, that's so gosh. Maybe it's because they've stitched it.
Stitched it
Looks
round,
like
it
it.
looks
doesn't
like it,
But
yes.
aren't they gorgeous? Again, you could have you could enlarge it, have a big star. Oh, that's so lovely. And then the ornament. I mean, wouldn't it be lovely in the centre of a table runner? You could have rows of all these.
Yeah. They'd make lovely gift tags for Christmas as well. With them being quite small, you could back them with just like a plain
that's
white
true.
material. And then you could write on it. And then put a little ribbon on the side and put them on a present.
Yeah, you could make them into little sachets with like that mould.
Oh,
Potpourri, whatever.
hang it round the Prosecco bottle
Whatever.
on the tree.
I'm trying to think potpourri stuff.
Lavender.
Yes. Yeah. The close-up snowman, just his face. We're only still on Christmas. Close-up penguin. Santa's belt. Elf belt. That's lovely, isn't it? Spooky Halloween next. So we've got the friendly ghost and the screaming ghost. There really is something for everyone, isn't there?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Almost Dracula. Yeah. And the spider.
And if you did them bigger and you had children that wanted to learn how to sew and they're hand sewing, you could make that, you know, about a 10-inch square if you wanted to really enlarge it.
And it'd be a lot, yes.
Help them
and
cut
actually, it out. if you made them a lot bigger, then you could machine sew them, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Dracula, Frankenstein, skull with a moustache, pumpkin, spooky pumpkin, scary pumpkins. These are for treat bags, aren't they?
Yes.
Got to be for treat bags. Then we have Easter.
Like the Easter.
So we've got modern egg and egg hunt. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
Isn't it lovely? Yes. So quite a few of them she'll put like fabric paints or fabric pens on them.
The rabbit and the hen.
These are that's the applique one and that's the reverse applique one.
I see. Yes. And again, you could make this, you could enlarge that. That could be a tea cosy, couldn't you?
And it's a good way to learn how to do...
have you got all your samples?
I have. I've got a few. They're all in my book here.
Oh, bring them over. Yeah, it'd be nice to see the ones that you've done.
There we go. So I did the penguin. So that's a penguin at the beginning.
Ah, penguin.
Yep.
Look, there's the penguin. Oh, I like that. No, really, it looks different, doesn't it, in real life? That's so cute. And you put little buttons on his eyes.
And I just put a border around it, so I thought it looked quite sweet.
That's really sweet. And then...
That's one of the baubles. There we go.
Oh, look at that. That was lucky.
On, there we go.
But you see, look, this is what it looks like when you do it in different colours. Oh, that's gorgeous. And it looks like FPP, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes.
And the
then
rabbit.
Then the rabbit.
This is brand new today. I love this book. I love this.
And I just had a little tiny fluffy
I
tail
just
to
feel
go
like
on.
as I'm going through it, I think, I know what I would do with that.
Yes.
But remember, you can enlarge them,
Yes.
which I think is
'Cause
lovely.
that's slightly bigger. That's been enlarged. I think 150%.
Okay,
So that's
and this
a
is a
5-inch
real
square.
scrap buster as well, isn't it?
Most people, I think, if you quilt or you sew, you've always got little tiny bits and you don't know what to do with them. And with the squares only being 3.5 inches, if you've got any tiny little bits from like an inch downwards,
Yeah, that's
you
true.
you can make anything of these. And I always put mine in a little bag and think, what can I do with those? So it was lovely to get them out.
To get them, you can do this.
And-
Then we go to cats.
Yes.
Cats. A whole section on
I
cats.
loved the cats.
Look, that's Otis the gentleman. Oh, he's got a little story about it. The friendly white cat. Oh, that's
There's a
lovely.
little
Like his
friendly
little
white cat.
pink ears.
Yes.
That's really cute, isn't it? I love that.
So sweet. So I put, that was with some embroidery thread. And then
Okay.
that was with some fabric pens that I just sort of did the little
Love
eyes.
that one. That's gorgeous. Then we've got Curious Otis. I think that's really
He's
cute.
lovely, isn't he? Yeah.
It'd be nice to get it hidden on a quilt, wouldn't he? Or you could have him looking out of a pocket. That's really cute. Peaceful Lily.
You can make him into a pocket on a T-shirt.
Could. I know that would be. Wouldn't that be the best if you put that as a pocket on a T-shirt? How cute would that be?
So if you just enlarged it to about that size, maybe, and you can make a little, or even the smaller ones, you could have a little pocket on your T-shirt.
That would
with
be
little Otis popping
so
out.
cute.
Yeah.
Little kittens. No, that one as well. That's the other pocket. Look at them.
And look at this one as well. You've got the wool peeping out, yeah.
And that one's just got ears.
Yes.
That's really cute. Yeah, could a big bear asleep? No, it's a cat.
It's a cat.
It's a cat.
It looks like our cat.
I like the fact he's got his arms and his legs lying out backwards because that's what they do, isn't
know,
it?
yes.
Oh, it's going to have terribly stiff arms. Third of the stock of this brand new book has gone. I'm not surprised. Oh, look at that one, butterfly
This one fell
catcher.
at lunchtime. Look at his little face that you've
Oh,
drawn
it's a
on. It's
little-
got a little fish
It's
there.
got a little fish.
Yeah.
Look at his face. He's like, ooh.
So you could draw whatever face you wanted on that. And if your cat maybe's got two
Yeah,
black
no,
ears
that's
or a
true.
brown ear or
And
something,
you know,
you can-
usually you can make it whatever
Yeah,
colour
you
you
can
want.
customise
Oh, I
them, can't
love
you?
this section. That little
These
sleeve.
cat ones are just, I wanted to do all the cat ones.
Well, I like where they're all in amongst this
Yes.
patchwork. And I love the fact she's got like a bit of spot,
Yes.
a bit of print, a bit of ticking, a bit of floral. But it works, doesn't it?
And they're so small, the pieces, that literally, if you've just cut a little tiny bit off, whatever you're doing, you can use them.
And if
which
you're
is
hand
lovely.
sewing, it's
Yeah.
not difficult.
You've got the little tiny one with the fish there. The fish is bigger than him.
That fish is bigger than him. Forest petites.
I like
Forest
ladybirds.
ladybirds.
Aren't they
Oh,
lovely?
I love that. I think that's
Isn't it lovely?
gorgeous, isn't it? Really cute. Then we've got cat
This is
yoga.
brilliant. I love these ones.
More cats, look.
My cat does yoga with us every morning. So he comes and sits on the mat. Doesn't let me
Really?
do the yoga. He'll sort of sit there doing his cat stretch and then just plonks himself down and then goes into cat pose.
Really? Oh, that's really funny. Please
So
meet
Susie-
Soprano, a white kitty who is a yoga expert.
And our cat looks just, if anybody's seen us on social media, they'll
Mm.
know Percy, and he looks big, white and fluffy, so it just looks like these
Oh,
cats. So when I was looking at them, I was going, oh, these are Percy. They're just
He's- oh,
absolutely
lovely.
Percy, yeah.
I mean, it's lovely.
his
You're going to
first
love
pose,
this because
yes.
it really is. You know, it's taking your time. It's sitting there. You know, you're not trying to battle with it under your machine. It's just you sit there hand sewing,
That's what he's
resting in corpse pose.
That's what he does when I'm trying to do my downward dog. He's there.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Then we've got animal babies.
These are lovely as well.
Baby unicorn. That's so cute.
You could put that on, say, like if your child's at school and they have, you know, the gym bags with the
Oh,
drawstring.
yes. Yeah,
you
that
could
would be
do
really
something
nice,
like that and then
wouldn't
put
it?
their name underneath it if they had sort of like an animal that they particularly liked.
Baby dragon. That's really cute. Giraffe calf.
Isn't it sweet?
Do you think a baby giraffe is called a calf? I presume it is.
Do you know, I don't know.
I have no idea.
No idea.
That's really cute. Look at the baby giraffe calf. It says, really good for blankets and nursery decor. The zebra foal, look at its little face.
Make a lovely quilt, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
So
it
if you sort of
would,
had some
yes.
plain and then put those in to match in with it, it'd look absolutely stunning.
And you say you can make them whatever size,
Yes,
but it would, wouldn't it, if you did all of the animal
I like
babies.
the mouse. He's
Look
my
at the
favourite. Look how sweet is that? The way she's put like the little bit of rouge on his cheeks.
That's
as
so
well.
cute. Yeah, I feel like you need to make all of them.
Yes, I know. When I was going through them, Kerry had said to me, you know, choose which ones you want to do. And I was like, I want to make them all.
Half of the stock is now sold. So if you want this, you need to get it in your basket before it all goes. Raccoon, baby raccoon. Look at
A
the
lion cub.
Look at the little face. And, you know, if you have a look through your stash, you'll have bits of yellow because you don't need much.
No,
Little bits of
tiny little bits.
I
that you
feel
need,
this
yes.
is just asking to be a nursery quilt, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yes. With a nice fleecy backing on it.
Oh, gorgeous. And then all the patterns are on the back.
Yep. So you've got all the patterns, and those are the right size for them.
Okay.
Apart from the sewing allowance, seam allowance on it.
Right. That's a beautiful book.
Isn't it lovely?
So how do we use the book?
Right. Do you want to come over?
Okay. Right, if you go and get ready for your
Right,
demo, I'm just going to
okay.
go through. Now, what we have done is put together some Fact 8 bundles, just in case you don't have any fabric in your stash. And you know, and also we've got some colours here that'd be quite nice to do with this. So, where would one start other than with Liberty? So we've got 12 Fat 8s. Now, if you were thinking about using this, so a Fat 8 is a fat quarter cut in half. So a fat quarter is 1/2 metre of fabric cut in half. And a Fat 8 is a fat quarter cut in half. So I'll show you. A Fat 8 can be cut as horizontally or vertically.
Really?
Yes, there is no right or wrong amongst that. It depends which way.
Way.
So let me show you. This is, if I put them together, we'll have a little Fat 8th lesson. So this is a fat quarter. So what you've got 1/2 metre from here to here, and then the full width would go all the way. So if you did a fat quarter, you'd cut your 1/2 metre and then you'd cut it in half. So one fat quarter the other. If you're doing a Fat 8th, you get your fat quarter and you cut it in half. And you can cut it that way or that way. Who knows? There's no right or wrong in that. You know by the measurement given to you. But that is what a Fat 8th is, if you've ever wondered. It's absolutely brilliant for this because you're getting more selection. Sometimes when you're buying fabric, fat quarters are great for smaller projects, but if you really want little pieces, a Fat 8th is just right.
Oh, and you'd get I mean, you could make the whole book
Exactly.
with that.
But if you buy one of the Fat 8th packs, then you know that they will all go together. So this is the Liberty. So those are the two, what's that print called? It's called Meadow. Is it? Yeah, it's the Meadow, isn't it? That one's called August Meadow. That's Wiltshire Shadows. That's Meadow. Right, and then these are that's Wiltshire Shadows. So there's you've got a whole range of colours and the different prints. I think that's Emily Bell. That's your Wiltshire Shadows in blue. Then you've got a lovely floral print. So these are all the blue ones. And then we move into teal, green. I mean, this is this is almost like a Liberty rainbow. If you've got the Alice Caroline book, this is ideal as well. And then you've got the prints. That is lovely. It's like a subtle rainbow. So it was what Liberty would have as a rainbow, isn't it?
And when we were saying about all the things you could make something out of that, and the bits that you got left would make the little
yeah, that's true.
The little tiny scrappy blocks.
Yeah, that would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because you only need that. Or if you wanted to use this, maybe you wanted to use like the proper animal cut print fabrics, but this would be lovely for the binding between them as well.
Or if you made like a little drawstring bag out of one of those and put one of these on the front of it, that would be beautiful.
I love a Fat 8th. £25.34. That's 12 Liberty Fat 8s. Very nice thing to have.
It is.
If you were making to sell and you wanted to do lots of cosmetic purses.
Oh, and then put a little one on these at the front. Or a
See,
label
look,
on it.
When you think of the size of it, you know, you can get quite a bit out of that.
You could probably get 2 out of that, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
How nice is that? That's what a fat eighth looks like. Now we all know what a fat eighth is. We have other fat eighths as well. We've got a cave one, obviously. Let me show you the cave. This one has got 6. So if you just want a little taste of cave, that one's nice because that's got all the feather prints on it. Then we've got a lovely orangey one. It's funny, I don't tend to keep all the scraps of fabric, or I'd have loads, but I have a Liberty and a Kaffe bag of scraps. Everything else I don't keep, but Liberty and Kaffe I do.
You have to, don't you?
Look at that.
And with those, because the pieces are so tiny, every little piece that you did could be different because of the different
Well, I know.
colours
I mean,
of it
with
as well,
this
isn't it?
particularly, and like with this feather print, if you cut that bit out, you've got a stripe. That bit out, you've got a circle.
That's right.
There's so many things you can do. Look at that.
That's a lovely set.
That's
isn't it?
gorgeous,
I like
isn't it?
that.
So the 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, this is a lovely set. Really good. Even if you're not doing the book, to be honest, this is great for patchwork.
Beautiful.
And there's one more. Super bright feathers. Isn't that a lovely selection? Just $13.49. This one is on single figures. I'm not surprised. I think $13.49 for 6 different
That is
pieces.
beautiful.
Because you don't always want a half metre or even a fat quarter. You just want a little.
You could make lots of things out of that, and you could put it with plain. So if you had like a bag, you could use just one of
Oh,
those as
gorgeous.
the flap on the bag, or
Yeah, just a little bit, or
a
just the
little bit
lining of a
inside it.
pocket.
Yes, a pocket on it would be beautiful. So you could do it with so many things.
Gorgeous. Batiks next. Oh, these are nice. This is very late summer, which is kind of August.
Autumnal, which is
It is sort of.
yeah, very autumnal.
Well, it's for the pumpkins in the book, it'd be ideal. But this is this time of year, isn't it?
Oh yes, yes.
End of summer. Don't like to
Yes,
say that.
Don't.
But end of, but it's that harvest warm. I noticed some of the trees yesterday starting. The horse chestnut just starting to change.
That
I think it's
lovely
August.
orangey. It is
Don't
the
be
end of
ridiculous.
August, isn't it?
But it
really
is. This is August. Oh, these are gorgeous, aren't they?
Almost the colour of the sky as well. At
Oh,
night,
I
isn't
know.
it?
It's
In that sort of
beautiful.
autumnal
What a nice
colour.
collection. All things spice. So again, you've got 7 in this. $13.98. I love these. Beautiful, beautiful collection.
I'd want all those collections so far.
Yeah, I know. I really love that
They're
colourway in that
beautiful, aren't
one.
they? Yes.
Oh, juicy, juicy. So these are like your low volume print. So it's plain, but with a 3D texture appeal to it, because it's plain but not plain. I love these because when you use these instead of planes, I think you see this sort of thing in that book, don't you?
Yes.
You want a small scale print that can be used multi-directional.
Yes. Yeah, because you can't sort of start doing it in the direction really, especially like
So those
strands
cats that are
bits.
poking
Yes.
out of everywhere, these would be ideal for that.
That would go nice with the Kaffe
It
collection.
actually would,
Because
wouldn't
if
it? Yes,
that's
it's
very
lovely.
patterned and these are the plainer ones, so you'd really sort of see the little cat poking out.
Yeah. £10.48 for 6 different prints. These are lovely because they really are, you can use them in any size, any direction, and it really doesn't matter.
They'd make lovely linings if you're making little cosmetic bags with
yeah,
the
they
other
would.
ones.
Yeah,
They'd make
I think it's
wonderful
lovely. I
linings.
think when you
Very
just
good.
want small
Yes.
pieces of fabric like that. £10.48 for 6 pieces. Right, and then the final one is the little solids. I'll put this up in a minute. So we've got turquoise, jade, again, these are all fat 8s, orange, gold, fuchsia, and purple and lavender. There we go, £5.69. That's your 100% cotton. So this is your Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton. This is the normal cotton that we sell as half a metre, but available instead in fat 8. So such a lovely choice there for you. All of those colours. You just got to decide which one you want. And, we've put them together because they're ideal for using for the projects in this book, but they're also ideal for your own other makes as well. Right, Hannah, do you want me to go through the other fabrics? Right. Sandy, do you want to show me where you start then?
Right. I would use a light box with this, which
Okay.
is ideal. So
To trace?
To trace it, yeah.
And if you don't have a light box?
You'd have to sort of hold it up against, or maybe make the, so we'll start at the very beginning. So I photocopied the book.
Right.
So put that into your photocopier and photocopied. Then I cut that out.
Or you could trace it.
You could trace
Right.
it. And then I cut it out and made it larger. So that's how I did them larger.
Right,
so I've
okay.
so this was sort of like the larger photocopy that I did. So I've got that underneath here. And then I put it on the light box, which I think we've got on sale.
Yeah,
as well.
£32.99. That's just the A4. That's the size you need.
yeah.
If you don't have a light box, you might be able to trace through it anyway.
You could, and I would maybe just go around the lines a little bit thicker, and then so you can see it underneath. And then I use freezer paper, and I saw you had it on your show, didn't you?
Yes, we did. Freezer
So
paper is perfect for that.
This is absolutely ideal for it. So cut a small piece of freezer paper out, and I put it sort of shiny side down and put it over the top, and then with your little add-on ruler, I've just gone round all the marks.
So
on
what
it.
you're saying is you need to cut out all of these pieces with the seam allowance?
Yes.
Right.
So first of all, I cut it all out like this. So obviously you go through it all with a permanent marker, not a heat erasable one, so you want it a permanent. And as you can see, I put numbers on it. So when you look at how you make it, she'll show you sort of like you put those two together for one.
So if you
two
haven't
together.
got freezer paper or a light box, like you could just
could
put some tracing paper
Yes.
and just trace one by
Any
one.
sort of transfer
Yeah.
paper, yes. But the freezer paper is ideal for this.
Freezer paper is brilliant because the structure to freezer paper, it's amazing stuff. It's used for freezing meat, which is weird. Why you need that? It's just weird. Maybe people freeze steaks.
Do you know anybody that uses freezer paper for putting in the freezer?
No.
It's only crafters that use it.
It's probably a good idea because whenever I freeze burgers, you can never get them apart, can you?
Maybe for putting... I've just thrown the...
Very good for things like chocolate strawberries, I find, you know.
Ooh, so
'cause
they
they
don't
peel off
stick.
very nicely. But anyway, we use it for sewing because it has, in the old days, freezer, it used to have wax on it, but it has some kind of silicone. When you press it, paper side up, onto the fabric with this shiny side down, it sticks to the fabric without glue or leaving any residue. You can peel it off and you can use it again. So it's like making a pattern that's got it, because it's paper, it's slightly thicker
It's
than
something
normal
I didn't think
paper.
it would do it the first time I ever used it. Somebody said, oh, just iron it on and it'll stay on. I was going,
And it stays.
won't
It
it?
won't
It does.
stay forever,
No,
but
no.
just enough to cut
and
it
if
out.
you sort of catch it, it will come off.
So
sometimes
obviously,
I'll
if you've
pin
got a photocopy and you've got a light box, it makes it easier. But actually, you just need pencil and a piece of
paper.
tracing paper. Can easily be done with that.
So
But this is so inexpensive. £7.49 for 12 metres. I use it for all patterns. If even
And it lasts for ages.
even like
doesn't
if
it?
I'm making bags, I'll use that.
Yeah. It's great, isn't it? And then you can just iron that onto whatever you're doing and then just cut round it, which is brilliant.
Perfect. And you've got then a permanent pattern. Right. Sorry.
So, no, that's fine. So you've cut it all out, and then you'll get your little tiny scrap of material, and you put whichever piece you're going to do first, so onto the material, and then you iron it on. So I won't iron it on because I've used heat erasable pen on it here. So you iron it onto your material, and I put a mark on it so I know that's 3 that I'm doing. So that's number 3, which is, here we go, Peaceful Lily I'm doing here. So that's 3. So then using your ruler, I draw round the piece that you've got, and then with the 1/4 inch, just on each side, just go round in a heat erasable pen. Now most of them are squares, or as in straight lines.
Right.
So there's a few that aren't. So you can get, you know, those little tiny add-on 1/4 inch circles.
Oh, yes,
So you
yes.
can use those, but when you're going round freezer paper, it's harder to go round because it's not got anything to butt up
Yes.
to. So I tend to use the other side of it and just use 1/4 inch and just put little dots all the way round the
Right,
circle,
okay.
and then you can join it up to add your 1/4 inch on. So that's what you want to do. Then you want to cut these out. So I cut it out, so obviously with your 1/4 inch on it. And I tend to cut it out as I go along so you've not got too many little bits. So if you know you're going to be able to do 2 or 3 pieces, just cut those out. The others you could just iron on, and then I leave them in little bags as well. And I've done that with this one. As you can see, they're really tiny little pieces. But you soon get used to it, because when I did the ears on the cat that you've got over there, Becky, it's like, I won't be able to sew that. But you, on the cat.
That one.
Yeah. And I thought I won't be able
I'll bring
to
it
do,
over.
Yeah.
So we can
I
show you
thought I
what
won't be
that
able
looks.
to do the ears there, because they're so tiny.
That little pussycat.
But I did bigger material. Oops, there we go. I did.
I was just telling you.
No, sorry. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I did a bit larger than 1/4 of an inch, so that I could sew it on, and I had a bit of material to play around with.
Yeah.
And then I cut the 1/4 of an inch off
Right.
afterwards, so that I did it that way. So it made it easier to do it.
Okay.
So with this one, it says you've got to sew 1 and 1 together. So I've got 1 and 1 here, and you've got it all drawn on, and it's in a heat erasable this time. Then I use quite a fine thread, and I use the little tiny applique pins to sew, pin them together, which are great. And again, I think we've got those on today. So I just pin where, and you can see on most of the material.
Oh, yes, and these magic pins. So, you know, because quite often when we sell these pins, we go, they're really good for little things like little applique. This is what they're ideal for, because they're tiny,
absolutely
tiny.
ideal for this.
$12.99, and you get 50 in there. And they are so cute, aren't they?
I know,
But sometimes you just want...
You just need a
Because if you're using longer pins for little things like this, you spend your whole time unthreading your thread that gets caught on all of them.
Because it gets stuck in it. So I tend to do the corners first and pin the corners, and then start sewing across. And you can just see the line. So if you try and make that line quite thick, and then you can iron this off afterwards. And I'm just going to do a little back stitch. So again, it's a lovely project. You can just sit there. It's one you can take away.
Well, I know. I mean, this is sometimes, I think this is the reason I do a lot of crochet, because I like having a project that I can just do in front of the telly.
Yes.
Or if I'm going away, sometimes when I'm away with work and I'm staying overnight, so I just want a little something that I can do, and this is ideal for it, isn't it?
Well, we sort of, as you know, we go in the van a lot, and this is ideal to just sort of pop in a bag.
Well, I guess it's like having a bit of EPP, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
And it's amazing, actually, how many people that I meet who say, oh, I don't do machine sewing, and even, you know, they'll make whole bags for hand sewing. And I was saying, I'm always looking for hand sewing projects, and this is ideal.
I love hand sewing. I do find it very relaxing.
Actually, what you should do is like enlarge it to 200%, machine sew it together so you know how it all works.
Yes,
and then
do the little
that.
tiny one.
I know, I really like those mittens and gloves.
They're so sweet. It really is a lovely book. When it came, I was really excited about it, and going through it, I was thinking, oh, I'll find 1 or 2 that I want to do. And it's like, no, I want to do this one, and I want to do this one.
Yeah, and I like your idea of
and,
making a bigger version and then a smaller version.
So this one's slightly bigger version, because I thought if I did the small one, you might not be able to see.
Right, okay.
So this is, I think, 150%. So it's about a 5.5-inch one, this one. So this is just a slightly bigger one. So when you get to the end, just do a double stitch over it, and that should just hold it. And if you do the finer thread as well, so it's not too bulky, and then just cut that off. Now, you don't want to iron it yet, because you've done that with heat erasable. You'll get rid of all your 1/4-inch seams.
Right.
So if you've got a roller or something like that, that's ideal to use. So just open it out and sort of finger press it. Or if you have a little roller, just go over it with a little roller. There we go. So that's this part done. Then
So $6.99, that's the seam pressing roller that you can use to press the seam down without using heat. So it's ideal for something where you don't want to get rid of your marks. It's also really good for things you can't iron, like vinyls and PUs and leathers and
brilliant
stuff.
just to go along.
It's just like it's like a little steamroller.
And it's great. So you'd want that sort of seam fairly flat. So just sort of finger press it and then roller it, and it'll be fine. There we go. Then we're going to go on to number 2. So I've got number 2 here. So again, with this, I've just put a pin on so that it would last whilst I was travelling with it. So I've ironed them on, and I'm just going to cut these out again. So it's all really explanatory in the book of which ones you're putting where. So it shows you here that you're going to put number 2 at the side here. So I've got 2 pieces of number 2. And I always keep one of the patterns, the one that I've sort of done to trace off, handy, so that you can have a look and you can sort of tick which ones you've done. And you think,
right,
so number 2's there and number 2's there. So it's these 2 here that I'm going to be putting on next. It's just a matter of being organised, I think, really, and then just following it.
Yeah, so once you've cut everything out, you know where you are with it.
There we go. And these little magnets on these boards are great for it.
And that comes with the board.
Yes, it does.
I've got a bigger board than that. I don't have magnets with my light box.
Oh, I've got a bigger board than this, and I've got magnets in mine.
Did you? I must have bought 9. Yeah,
So
depends
this
what
one will
brand you
go
buy.
onto the side here. So we'll start at the top there. So we need to fold it over. And then again, if you get a pin and push it through, so you get the corner at the bottom. I don't know if you can see. I'm just going to push it through so you get that corner there. And I'm just going to check. So check which way it is. So it's this shape here. So it's the smaller one at the top there that you need to go in there. So lay it on. So you want right sides together and then push your pin through the corner there. And you can see it through the fabric as well. There we go. So that's one corner on. And just pin that down. Oops. And then go to the other side. So we want the other corner there. And we want to pin it to that bit there. So again, take your thread. You want to start here. So again, just go up and start with a little back stitch. Oops. And just work your way along. And they really don't take too long to make.
Well, the seams
either.
are quite short, so it's just a
Yes.
few little back stitches and it's done, isn't it?
So you can see, I mean, this is the enlarged one. If you wanted to put that under the sewing machine,
Right,
you
yeah.
wouldn't really catch it. I
No.
don't think. So it's, 2 or 3 stitches and it's sewn really. So I'm just going to go along here. And the little pins are fabulous with it.
Yes, it's when it's these sort of very specialist tools, when you really need them, you really need them.
Yeah. There we go.
And these are so much shorter, so they're 26 mil long, whereas I think the longer ones are about 40, 45, the main
Yes,
ones.
they are, yeah. Then you want to try
And it's nice because normally if you've got really short prints, they're quite hard to get hold of, but because they've got the yellow textured bit.
I would just put a little nick in there because we want to try and turn it round the corner. So just pop a little nick in the corner there and turn it round so that it can sew on to this side as well. And again, just pop your pins in it. Oops. And we're going to sew that on there. So you've got this one coming on to this side here.
Ah, okay.
And then you've got your other number 2, which you're going to cut out.
Yeah, I suppose if you cut them out as you go along, then you don't lose
You
them.
don't, because some of the teeny weeny little bits in here, so like you've got like the number 4 here, tiny.
mind your head,
Oh,
Sandi.
sorry, tiny little bit. If you can just, yeah, I told you I should have done my hair. Yeah, just
No, not at all. It's just you halfway across. the-
tiny weeny little bits. Just, I don't know if, shall I move it to its, let me put it in, see if you can see. There's some just,
Oh, I see. Yes, yeah. So
Those
you do
tiny
need to
little
cut that as you go along.
so if you cut that just as you go. But again, once you put a 1/4 inch seam on that, it becomes a lot bigger.
Yeah, yeah. So it's not.
And
you
so,
can
and you
easily
only need
hold
probably
it.
two little stitches in there, and then it folds over. When I looked at some of them, I thought I would never be able to sew those, but you can, you really can, and it just becomes quite addictive. And I thought, right, I'll cut some out now for a demo. Then I thought, well, I'll just do another one. So I just finished another one, and then I cut another one out, and that was going to be for my demo. And then I just cut another one out as well. So I just kept cutting them out and sewing them.
They are lovely. I think they're really. Sometimes these like really little miniature things. They're just got a lot of character to them, haven't they? Aren't
Do
they
you know,
gorgeous?
having said that, if you've got a doll's house,
Oh, yes.
you could have it as like a little rug or a little wall hanging in the
you?
doll's
Yeah, it'd
house
be
or something
so
like that.
cute.
Because I know a lot of people love doll's houses. So just check on your, when you take it out, because it's quite small, just check. I don't know if you can see, I'll bring this over here. Because I've got this one here, I'm just checking where that one goes. So that one goes
Right,
in that
okay.
corner there. So I know that I've got it here, and I know that I want to, there it is. So I want it that way. So then that slots into there like that. There we go. So again, just turn it over and pin this one in here. There we go. And then if you're turning it round the corner, you can always just put a little nick. When you've done that bit, just put a little nick in the 1/4 inch there and then take it round to the other side and then it'll fold out. And again, you can just sort your seams out with a little roller or your hands. Oops.
But in the book, all of this is explained
Very well,
step by step in detail, exactly how you do it, how you do it. And what's lovely is, it's explained in one section so that you can see exactly how to do it. So it shows you how to do it, sewing from edge to edge, selecting fabrics, then you move on to the outline stitching and reverse applique, but it does take you through one project. So it says like a block from start to finish, choose your fabrics, trace the pattern, and it explains exactly what Sandy's been saying, but you can follow that all in detail so that when you then do any of the blocks, you only need one page because all the patterns are at the back. So it is very simple. So it's quite nice that they've shown you one block from start to finish, and then you use that same technique for anything.
Did you want me to just show you quickly have you got the bunny one there?
I have.
So you just carry on like that, but this one's slightly different because it's got the reverse applique.
Oh, yes.
So you would cut out all your bunny pattern as normal and sew it up
so this is the one that we're talking about. So this is reverse applique.
So you do it in exactly the same way. Then I've got the outside, so you then cut out the outside of it, and again, draw it onto a piece of material, and then trim that out, but leave a 1/4 inch on the other side.
Okay.
So when you're cutting it out, you cut it out a 1/4 inch in. So again, with your ruler, so where you can just sort of bring it along and just put little dots. So you do a bit there, move along, put a dot, so you can get all the way around the edges to get your extra 1/4 inch. And then you'd fold it in half, get sharp scissors and just cut it out inside. Then you put your bunny that you've made on the back and you just sort of hand stitch round it to hold it on. And then literally, like an applique, just fold it under. And then you can see it's been sort of hand stitched in.
Yeah, it's
all
lovely
the way
though, because it
round.
really does give it that reverse look.
And then we've just put a little stitching around the outside
that's
to make
really
it
nice.
look. And then I've just added a French knot and a little.
Wow. Yeah, no, it was
tail.
really good. It's lovely that there were those different techniques. So you'll learn some new techniques with it as well.
Yeah.
As well as you do.
There we go.
So the book, I'll move over to this. So the book, £12.99. It's amazing value. You're getting all of these scrap blocks. It's the sort of thing that when you've got it, it's a lovely book to have on your shelf. You might think, oh, yeah, no, I know exactly. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of Christmas bunting, or I'm going to make a hat, or I could do a little bag, or I know someone loves cats. What a lovely... I would just... Like some of these little boxes, you could machine stitch just to the front a piece of folded card. That's a lovely, very personal... birthday card for somebody without costing you anything, because you'll have all those little blocks anyway. £12.99 I think is a great price. It's slow stitching, it's mindful stitching. It's getting ready, isn't it, for the autumn.
I think sometimes we're so used to now sort of getting our machine out, whipping up something quick, and it's a very quick project to do.
Yes, yeah.
Whereas sometimes it's just so nice to sit down.
I think it, yeah.
And for me, especially because I'm doing samples, I'm doing orders and things every day, and so it's really busy. And I thought, right, I've got to do these. So I took 2 days out and just sat there and started sewing.
Yeah.
And it was really lovely. It made me feel really relaxed doing
Well,
it.
it is, and that's why I have different things that I do where I can sit and watch the telly, and it's really relaxing. And when I'm feeling like, overworked and I've got so much, I think I'm just going to sit down.
Because I think we all started it as a hobby, didn't we? So it was a hobby, and then all of a sudden it became your job. So it's nice to go back to almost hobby mode again.
Yeah.
To think of all, and when I was doing them, I was thinking of all the things that I could do.
Well, it's so mindful as well. You haven't got time to think about anything else because you're concentrating on this. That's what I love anyway. Right, so that's the book. Now, remember, we've got all these little fat 1/8 bundles, which are obviously ideal for using. They're ideal for using with the block, because but I mean, if you just need fat 8s, because they're so lovely. Here is the Liberty Bundle, a mixture of their sort of Wiltshire shadows, Emily Bell prints, but in a whole variety of colourways. It's a very subtle. If Liberty was to create a rainbow in the sky, It
That
would
would
have
be it.
flowers in it.
It would.
This is this is what they would do, wouldn't they? Can you imagine? Oh, I saw a Liberty Rainbow earlier. It was amazing. It was full of flaws.
Flowers in it.
£25.34, that's 12 fat 8s of Liberty. You might want to use it alongside this book, or you might think, oh, actually, really, really popular, this one. More of you have got this in baskets than we've even got in stock. So you need to be quick with that one. And then the plain fabric. And then these. This is a great price, £5.69. Now, this is the Rose and Hubble quilt and weight cotton that we normally sell by the half metre. We've cut it into fat 8s for you. Again, it's a little bit of a rainbow, but quite a bright and fresh rainbow. It's like an ice pop, like not a lolly. If a lolly was a rainbow, I was thinking, what's ice pop? A lolly. It's like a lolly. £5.69 for 6. And finally, these little pins. We love the magic pins because they come in a special box. They've got little grippy hands, so they're easy to get hold of. You can also iron them over them as well. Yes. But they're just the right size for the applique. £12.99 for the pack. Anyway, thank you very much, Sandy.
I'm still
coming
here.
to
I'm
play
still here
today.
sewing, I know.
Sewing. When will you be coming back?
On the 20th of August.
Well, I don't even know what day that is.
It's
a day.
It's a day.
It's a day in August, on the 20th.
On the 20th.
Yes.
Where I've got a new bag.
A new bag?
Which is an inspiration from when I went on holiday to New York.
Oh, really? Is it a skyscraper?
It's sort of.
Oh, okay.
It's the Times Square tote bag.
Oh, is it? How lovely.
So it's going to be really bright and neonish.
Oh, wow, fantastic. Right, well, we're going to look forward to that, the Times Square tote, on the 20th of August.
On the 20th of August.
So I'll see you then. Well, I don't know when I'm in, but I will see you soon.
Hopefully, yes.
Let's hope so. Anyway, I'm going to be back within a few minutes' time. We have got the wonderful Sarah Hatton from West Yorkshire Spinners, who has designed a beautiful collection of hats, accessories, gloves, all sorts. We've got patterns, we've got kits, and Sarah is going to demonstrate how to do them. If you've got any questions at all, she's a really talented knitwear designer, knows all sorts about it. Do send your questions in, and I will see you with a bit of knitting in a few minutes' time.
Tune in this Thursday for Debbie Shaw Designs. We'll be joined by Susie Duncan, who will be bringing you 4 brand new bag patterns, along with some beautiful peacock panels. That's this Thursday on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So we're all about knitting.
We are all about
So
knitting.
this is the lovely Sarah Hatton. You may have met her before. You've been on Sewing Street and yarning
I have.
quite a few times.
Yes.
And designing different items, quite often using the croft actually.
Yes, so I was lucky enough to be asked to design some colours for the croft.
Oh,
Which
yes.
is always the dream thing to get to do.
So
design
how long have you
colours.
been working with West Yorkshire Spinners?
Quite a long time.
Quite a lot. I mean, we love West Yorkshire Spinners because they're obviously a British yarn producing
Yes,
company.
and lovely, small, family run, like, just very passionate. They're a good team to be working
And it's all British,
Yes.
all of the yarn,
Yes.
which is great,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah. Like, they really kind of own it, and they're doing things very sustainably and everything else. So, yeah, they're a lovely, lovely team to work with.
I think they have an amazing quality. If you've never heard of West Yorkshire Spinners, their yarn is a beautiful quality. They produce yarn, they produce patterns. They work with designers like you.
They do.
And so sometimes you're given the yarn and told to come up with asked to
Somewhere between the two.
But you've also created some colours yourself as well.
Yeah, so I went on holiday to Scotland and rather cheekily asked if I could design some colours. Because it's a really lovely thing to do, to get to play with colours.
Yes.
You
How
know.
did you do that then? Did you just sort of come back with photos or?
Yeah, I took lots of photos
Right.
of weird, like seaweeds in locks.
Obviously.
They're not the classic holiday pictures. But yeah, and I think it's always nice to do a colour collection that already exists, because then you've got to find a space in it that all ties together.
Yes,
You've got
true.
your story has to fit in with the existing story. So yeah, it's really good fun to get to do. So I did that and did a book, and then these are the kind of follow on using some of those colours.
Right. And so normally, most of the time, when you work with West Yorkshire Spinners, you design a book, and it might have like a jumper and a cardigan and a hat or whatever.
Yes.
But this time, they're all separate.
Yes, so we decided to do some...
Which I think is quite nice, really, because
Yeah.
sometimes you want a book of patterns, but sometimes you just want the one.
Yes, exactly, yeah, and it's, you know, like more effective, like cost-wise, but we also, I was lucky enough to get taken over to do a tour of America with Danielle,
Did you?
who's been on.
Really? Yes.
West Yorkshire Spinners.
She went to America.
So we went on a road trip. I met her at the airport, having never met her.
Have you not? Oh, no, I've met her. She's lovely.
She is
isn't
lovely.
she?
And was just like, hi, I think I'm going on a trip with you for
Where
the
did
next
you
3
go?
weeks. We went everywhere. We went into Canada, we went to some stores in Canada, we went to a big show in Chicago. Yeah, we kind of travelled around teaching at different shops and just showing them the collection and chatting.
Is West Yorkshire Spinners available normally in America? Is this because they're trying to sell the yarn in there?
Yes, they are. Like, I think American General loves the whole British thing.
I'm sure they, yes, it's beautiful yarn.
So I did the chatting about knitting, and then Danielle did chatting about sheep breeds. So
Fabulous.
it was the most rock and roll tour ever.
What
I
a
imagine.
brilliant time. It sounds amazing.
It was amazing.
I guess you had to fly between all these places
Yes.
as well.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. With like our suitcases and then a exploding suitcase of garments and socks and all kinds and stuff and yarn. Yeah, it was a big adventure.
Fabulous. I bet they loved it.
Yeah, so these were kind of like to back up that collection.
Right,
So there was
okay.
a kind of reason that we decided to do some. But also I think accessories is a really lovely opportunity to play with techniques and stuff that you might not do in a whole garment.
Well, yeah, it's different to knitting a whole jumper, isn't
Yes.
it? And also, I think what I quite like about accessories is that you're not worried about fit too much,
Doesn't
are
matter
you?
about fit. If you're knitting for someone else, you don't have to have awkward conversations about what size you're making.
Yes, true.
And they are things that you know people will appreciate and wear all the time, you know. But I wanted to kind of tackle lots of different techniques in them that would kind of keep people's interest
Right.
going, rather than just like, here's 60 million centimetres of scarf to stitch.
Well, I know. So traditionally, you've got your scarf and it's all rib, isn't it?
Yes.
All of it.
And I always think it's weird that the first project you give someone to knit is a scarf.
I know, 'cause
Because I'm like,
it's
it's
soul
not quick.
destroying,
It's
isn't
soul
it?
destroying. It's really long. It goes on forever. Give them something smaller to get started.
Yeah, but with this, you know, it's not just your long rib.
No, this
scarf.
went for something a little bit more sophisticated.
Yes, I think
and
this is very
technically advanced.
Well, also it keeps you interested as you go along.
Yes, so quite a few of them I designed kind of thinking that kind of compelling knitting where you're knitting it and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'll just knit till I get to the end of that colour or that
Oh, I
section.
see.
Oh, and I'm terrible as a knitter for doing that. Like, oh, I'll just stay up and do that little bit more. I just want to see how the next bit comes out. So, yeah.
Right, so we're going to start with the Roisin. So the Roisin is a hat and scarf set. Now, we've got two ways of buying this. You can buy it as the pattern on its own, or you can buy the pattern and all the yarn together to buy a complete kit. So let me show you the Roisin to start with. So it's a lovely hat. So talk me through the design and
So
what
this
you
one we
decided
wanted to do, like I'm also a very lazy knitter. I'll admit that straight up. I like things that look really technically complicated but aren't.
Okay.
So this one is a really, really simple like chevron pattern, just where you're increasing and decreasing. But
Let me show you flat on the desk so you can see it properly. Oh, that's beautiful.
But I held one end of 3 different Aran colours with one colour of DK to make it look like it was
okay.
all mottled and clever and marbled.
Oh, see, I thought I was thinking, well, we're missing a yarn because I'm thinking
Aha,
there's a
no, you're
mix.
making your own yarn.
You make your own. So this is
So we started with the red Aran and DK
Okay.
held together.
in
So
that
again,
bit.
it's really fast.
Oh, so you're knitting one Aran, one DK together.
Yeah.
That's
So it's
unusual.
fast, easy,
Right.
and it's got that mild effect. And then obviously where I swapped to the orange, you've got the kind of marl of the
Oh, I
pink.
see.
So I think it's a really
So the
nice
base
way
of the
doing
whole
it.
thing is in
Is in the Aran.
Is in the Aran in this,
in the solid colours, and then you've just got
and
the
then you
solid
put the
DK.
one. That's so clever.
Well, just thought, again, it's one of those compelling but really easy.
Yeah.
I think that could be
And so when you get to
knitting.
that, that's like one Aran, one DK, but in the
Yeah.
same colour, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you just keep mixing the other
Yeah,
colours.
yeah.
That's genius. And I
Yeah.
like this that goes up the centre.
Yeah, I thought that kind of created that really beautiful, like, geometric patterning. But just that mix of like the mild mottled and the geometric chevrons I was like really interested in.
So it's £82.99. Now you get the pattern, obviously, and you get all of the yarn. So you're getting 800 grams of this yarn. Now, some of it is obviously Aran, some of it's DK. It's West Yorkshire Spinners. It's 100% Shetland wool.
All beautiful Shetland wool.
It's beautiful. It's soft. And the colours. So you get the Aran in this, well, I must say the name, because those have great names, Scalebury.
So they're all places in Shetland. They're all
I've been to
villages.
Shetland, went there, was it? Last year before, love it, love
Was it
Shetland.
very windy?
Bit windy, was a bit windy. I went in August, so it's actually quite hot.
Oh, nice.
Unbelievable.
Because the beaches there are incredible.
Oh my Lord, they're just,
Like Caribbean beaches,
they are
but in
white,
Scotland.
it's
Yeah,
white.
stunning,
I mean, they are
absolutely
beautiful.
stunning.
So it was actually quite warm when I went.
So yeah, it's a beautiful landscape. But yeah, so all of the names
So you
are
get
villages.
you get the 300 grams in the Aran.
So that's your DK.
Yes,
Then
that's
you've got
your
the
DK, sorry.
red Aran.
And then this is your Aran that you use. So the base is DK, but then you use the Aran to put the
So
colours.
it's the Aran that's striping and the DK stays
Right.
throughout.
And then you get Belmont.
I feel like I've explained that to make it seem really complicated.
No,
It's
no,
actually
no.
really simple.
No, I've got it. These are lovely colours. And then you get Melby, which is like a pumpkin-y,
Yeah,
orangey
really
colour.
perfect autumnal colour.
Gorgeous. Yeah, it is really. It's the colour. It's like this is very much like leaves changing, isn't it?
Yes,
It's
yeah, yeah, yeah.
beautiful. And then you get one of like a goldy mustard colour.
Yes.
Gorgeous. So that's enough to knit the whole of the scarf.
And then
Let
wherever
me show you.
it
Look how
is.
long it is. It's really long, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you're in Shetland and
Yeah,
it's
I
windy, you're
know.
going to need a bit.
I think it's lovely because you can wrap it round and it
Yes.
still goes under your coat.
Yes.
Whereas sometimes when you wrap them round, you haven't
just feel
got
a bit
that. I think
mean.
it's lovely to have it. I mean, isn't that just beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. And the hat, which is joined on, so I'm not sure I get that on. Your hat won't be joined on. Give it a go.
There
See?
you go. Perfect, glamorous.
But it would look like that. I take it off because I like this colour.
Yeah, and we thought we'd add the hat because, like, if you've got that yarn left, let's make the most of it.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh, isn't that lovely with all the yarn together? Looks really nice,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's a really lovely palette. I mean, it's a lovely palette to play
It
with in
is. It's
general.
beautiful. I mean, this is, obviously this is your British Shetland wool. It's beautiful. It's not itchy though, is it?
No.
You'd think sort of Shetland wool, it would be sort of hardy and itchy, but it's
Yes.
actually quite soft.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of British wool breeds that people associate with being really scratchy and
Yes,
itchy,
I know.
and they're not all like that.
No, no, not at all. I think it's also how the yarn is produced as well.
It is, yes.
So that's the Roisin. Now, we've also got, so that's the whole bundle if you want all of the yarn and the pattern as well. But we do also, but that's limited. We only got a few of those in. But we have got the pattern on its own if you want just the pattern. £3.50. What a bargain.
And that's the other lovely thing about leaflets, that you
Yes,
can pick
isn't
and
it?
choose them, they're affordable.
Yeah, £3.50. Comes as a printed pattern like this. So you will need, in total, so if you're going to buy this, you will need, oh, well, it'll say here in a minute, won't it? Oh, do I have to add them all together? You will need in DK.
So for the whole collection, it's 300 grams of
Oh,
DK,
okay, got it now.
200 of the burgundy red, 200 of the pumpkiny colour,
Right.
and then 1 of the mustard.
I'm glad you translated that. I'm like, too much bit
I have to
do
write
need?
these things.
Yes, exactly. So you get it. So you would need 300 grams of double knit.
Yes.
And 300 grams of Aran.
5 of...
Oh, 500 grams of Aran, 300 grams of double knit. It's a really nice way of mixing together different yarns of different colours.
Yeah, completely. And, like, if you were going to use this pattern to, like, stash bust, imagine how interesting it could be to have,
yeah,
like,
that's true.
lots of different colours going through it, so...
Well, it's particularly if you use that. Well, if you use that one base
Yes,
throughout, and,
and
then
then
just
you
keep
just
plopping other
it
colours in.
Or like the temperature blankets.
yes,
You could do
that's
your
true.
own temperature blanket to this.
I mean, it's a lovely pattern. I like this ridge that goes through the centre as well. I think that's really, because like you say, it gives that kind of geometric look.
Yeah, like I just think it sharpens it up and makes it look like we've actually thought about the striping.
I think that's it. Well, it's a great cost, and the pattern's always really easy to understand.
Thanks.
Very, very
Try our
easy.
best.
I love them. I think they're really good. So I think 350 is wonderful. So obviously, what's nice is that because West Yorkshire spinners, a lot of them are knitters. They work with knitters. So they understand that you need close-up photos.
Yeah, they're inspiration. They're supposed to look at them and go like, oh, that's lovely, and I'd
But
love
also-
to be that person. But I also need to like
And you
peer
be able
at
to
it and
see it. Exactly.
Yes.
That's lovely. Beautiful. Is this the one that you were going to show us?
No, that
That's
will
the next
be
one. We'll
coming
move on
up.
to the next one. Right, so that's the Roisin, that's the hat and the scarf. So we'll move on to the next one. Then Kira. So Kira is a cape.
Yeah,
A
so like a little
capelet.
minute capelet. It's not huge, but good kind of if you are interested in learning how to do like stranding and colour work. It's very simple because it's just 2 colours. It's not too overwhelming.
So this is the capelet. So it's a way of having like just keeping your shoulders warm.
Yeah,
isn't
exactly,
it?
and a lovely way of like, you know, when we buy coats, we generally go for the sensible colour because it's meant to
Yes,
last.
yes.
This is a lovely way to add a bit of colour to your outfit as well.
And it's lovely, isn't it? Because you haven't got the whole jumper, but it just sort of
Yes,
keeps your
just a bit that you need,
It would
really.
be brilliant for in bed, wouldn't it? You know, when you're sitting up in bed reading,
right.
you know, and you just want...
You're like Miss Havers.
Yeah, I'm loving that. I'm going to get into bed with one of those. I think you just keep all that bit warm,
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
so yeah, and it's like worked in the round, so if you're not comfortable with working in the round, it's a great opportunity to kind of learn that.
Very stylish as well, isn't it? It's a real stylish accessory. I think so. Because it's, well, if you look at the picture, let me show you the picture of Kira wearing her capelet. But it is a very stylish accessory, isn't it?
I think that, but again, coming back to like, I know it's early to be thinking about Christmas, but it's not really if you're a crafter. You
No,
should be
God,
thinking
never.
now.
No, definitely not.
So, you know, like a nice project as well as a gift for someone. And imagine if you did it in like a reddy colour, it would be very Christmassy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely gorgeous, isn't it?
So, yeah.
Now, in the kit, I'll just hang Kira back up. You get, obviously, the pattern. So this is £52.99. Now, this is a beautiful colour. It's like a sort of a petrol.
Yeah, like this kind of like, is it blue,
Teal.
is it green, is like one of my favourite
Yeah,
colours.
it's one of those colours. It's actually called Seafield. So we get 400 grams of that one, and that's in Arran. And this, well, it's all in Arran.
Yes.
And then you get 500 grams of this silvery grey, which is Lerwick, which is the capital.
It is, well, of a sort.
The sort. the main town on Shetland, where Shetland is mainly
Not
filmed.
necessarily the most cosmopolitan,
No,
but
no.
very charming and lovely.
Oh, it is lovely. I love Lerwick. I think it is, and because I like watching Shetland, you
I think
recognise
like
most
the
of stuff
programme
there.
has helped the island
Yeah,
an awful
I think
lot.
so.
Yes.
Well, that's why I went, because I really wanted to go on the cross-channel ferry. You know, they have the
You
overnight
wanted
ferry.
to go on the ferry?
I wanted to go on the ferry from Aberdeen to Lerwick, which I did. The overnight ferry.
That's quite.
It was lovely. It was nice. I tell you, it was very nice when I went. The weather was great.
Oh, you okay? You
I went in
'cause
August.
Some people do not have that experience.
Oh, no, it was lovely. And you get on in Aberdeen at sort of 10 o'clock at night, and then you wake up at 7 in the morning, and there's Lerwick.
And then you're in this paradise.
Only I wasn't murdered overnight, like in the episode,
Okay.
you see, where they woke up the next morning and, you know.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be paradise if you had got
No,
murdered.
no, but that was my vision of... And it was lovely to go to sleep in Aberdeen, and then you woke up, and there it
Yeah,
was.
proper adventure.
Yeah, it was amazing. So that was Lerwick. So that's lovely. So I like that silvery grey.
Really,
Really
wearable, lovely kind of you know, suits everybody, that kind of grey.
I think it does. And this
grey
green
girl.
is gorgeous. Now, we're on single figures in this bundle. Obviously, you get the pattern as well. So tell me about the design.
So this one is, if I can...
Yes, sorry, I'll move my yarn out of the way.
So this one, you do have to be okay with working charts.
Right,
But I
okay.
think people need to not be scared of charts. It's just a little picture of your knitting. You know,
Just- yeah.
showing you what direction you're heading in. You know, I think a lot of people see this very intimidating, but really it is just, you can always refer back to it to check you're doing things right. It's showing all the shaping as well as where the colour work's happening. So yeah, as you are doing the very simple
How
colour
did you
work.
choose the patterns that you were going to put on here?
Because of the shaping that you've got, like technically you have to have that shape to get the sizing to happen.
Right, okay.
So that kind of leads you to what you can do with it. It's quite an interesting way to have to design rather than just going like, I want to put this on, I want to do
it's
this, I
quite
want to do
interesting, I
this.
guess, because you've got increases, therefore it's got to
you've got to be quite technical as to where the shape
is that
fits
really
into it.
hard?
Yeah, it's a bit of a,
Yeah, but
a mind melt.
No, I'm sure it must be. I hadn't really thought about that.
Yeah.
Get it down. That's quite interesting. So to have the Fair Isle.
Yes, so
but
it's simple to knit, but from my point
Yeah,
of
well,
view,
that's what I mean. So
I've done all the hard work.
to expand it
Yes.
so that it would work with the increases.
Exactly, but you still want everything to tie into each
Yeah.
other. You know, like I really like symmetry, so where things don't line up, that's.
And it's lovely. I like this sort of chevron, and then you've got the ovals as well.
Yes, and I think quite often with the Fair Isles, you always end up with very geometric patterns, very sharp patterns. So it was nice to kind of put some almost like.
Yeah, I guess a lot of the Fair Isle is
just by the very nature of the stitches, like
Right,
I've had people in the past want me to transfer cross-stitch patterns, those kind of patterns to knitting, and she wasn't particularly happy with the shape. She's like, well, can't you just do half a stitch? And I'm like,
no, it is
there's
what
one
it is.
or there is zero.
Yeah.
That's it. I can't do anything in between. So, it leads itself in certain directions, but it was nice trying to do something other than just
Well, also
sharp
because you've got to
lines.
get increases in there at the same time.
Yes.
Wow, that's very clever. I like that. Really nice. So, right, the bundle $52.99. Right, when everyone's checked out, we'll only have 4 remaining. So you are getting 500 grams of the Shetland Croft Aran yarn and the pattern as well, so you can make the capelet. And I presume it's available, is it different sizes?
Yeah, we've done different sizes on this one as well. So you've got quite a good size range. Because I think there's nothing worse with these kind of accessories. You need to have that option. So we go from a 28.32 up to a 58.62.
Right, so that's a really nice big range, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. I mean, we've had to, because, again, with that pattern, where you're putting the decreases and things in, we haven't gone for classic ways of breaking
That's
down
great.
sizes.
So not only did you have to work out and to increase with
Yeah.
this pound, but also different sizes
Yeah.
as well. Oh dear. I bet you had to go and lie down for a while after that
yeah,
one.
just did simple patterns after
Yeah, after that, no, it's ribbed scarves now. Not doing patterns, that's really complicated. But, you see, Sarah's done all the hard work for you, so it'll be easy. I
Yeah,
think that is
yeah.
really lovely.
Thank you.
We only have 3 of these kits remaining, one everyone has checked out. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, I'm going to keep that there. There we go, look at that, again. £3.50, absolute bargain. So, obviously, you will need 500 grams of Aran yarn.
Yes.
Question. Hi, Sarah. Could you extend on the capelets, making it longer?
Yes, of course. Yeah, like you're obviously just going to need more yarn.
Right.
And you've got to think about, obviously, your hands will need to move. So, yeah, you could certainly add a little bit more depth to it. Or if you felt very technical capable, you could put little sleevey bits on it, But you've got to be quite
I
confident
guess you could just
knitter.
make it longer, couldn't you?
Yeah, I think longer would be straightforward.
Yeah, why not? I mean, because capes are different lengths.
Yes,
Some of them
completely.
are, you could just easily.
Yeah. Oh, I always think about one of Doctor Who's assistants when I was a kid had a very glamorous cape.
Oh, really?
And I've really liked capes.
And that's
since
ever
then.
since. Oh, I know, it's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, so yes, you could, but obviously, you'd have to work out how much whether you needed to increase, because you might not. I mean, you could knit that, and then you'd know, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Whether you
Yeah.
wanted it to-
So I do think there's enough. If you try it on, there's enough movement in the arms. But yeah, it depends if you're going to go all the way down here. You would probably
Right.
need to be working out some shaping.
Okay, fabulous. Well, thank you very much. So that's £3.50 for the pattern on its own. Right, I did have to put these in order. So next must be Maeve. Maeve. Ah, see, I did get it right. So the Maeve is a scarf.
Yes.
Tell me about Maeve.
So this one
I'll go and get her.
was just, I mean, I'm obsessed with knitting cables anyway, but the idea was that it's just that kind of meditative, once you've got into the repeat of the pattern, it's very
Let me show you.
straightforward.
It's-
So this is almost
Oh,
like a
that's
modern take on your rib
beautiful.
scarf that you were talking about.
It
It's
is.
ribbed, but it's got a bit more to it.
Gorgeous.
But yeah, it's really not complicated once you get started.
It's almost like some kind of Celtic.
Yeah, or like one of those Escher pictures where everything's
Yeah.
blending into
But
each
it
other.
feels very like, when you see those Celtic crosses in
Yes.
Scotland, it feels
Yeah.
a bit like that, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
but again, playing with those geometrics and things like
I
weaving
like
into
the
each other.
do you like the edge?
Yeah, well,
It's
you know,
nice.
it matters.
Isn't that no? It's
And
lovely.
this we offered in 2 sizes. So this is the kind of skinniest option.
Oh,
and then we
okay.
did one that's a lot wider as a proper kind of real shawl to
Oh,
kind of
I
wrap
see.
up
And
in.
that's in the.
And the pattern, the instructions are in there as well. So again, you're getting that value for
And
money.
it's a nice long proper scarf.
yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
Hey, mean
Look at that.
scarves.
Yeah, it's like a proper. I mean, that's lovely. Isn't
Yes, and I think we made the.
I love this colour. It's like heather or deep lavender.
Yeah, that's
isn't
what
it?
I was thinking of.
Oh, okay.
You're on the same wave.
We are. I'm into Celtic crosses and Scottish heather.
There you are. And so that we kept the same
Just
length
saying.
for both of them. So they're those kind of cosy lengths that you can wrap up in, and then you've got the 2 widths.
So this is the wider one. Oh, that's nice. So that's like a shawl, really, isn't it?
Yes. So, but
A scarfy shawl.
yeah, and I just wanted to give people lots of options with these things. If you're paying for this, I want you to be able to use it.
Yeah, but I mean, doesn't that look? Can we show the photo? Sorry, he's coming. He's coming. It's very elegant, isn't it?
Yes.
It's the sort of thing that you could wear, if you did the wide one, you could just wear over something else where you
Yes.
just wanted a bit of extra warmth.
Exactly,
But,
exactly.
It does look really
But yeah,
elegant,
and it's
doesn't it?
very straightforward. Once you've got the pattern, again, we're going to the charts. We've got the written instruction as well as the chart, depending on which style, which you
Oh,
prefer.
okay. I quite like having both because sometimes it's quite nice to. I start off with that and then I go, so that means.
Yeah. But that's great because it means that people are like building up their skills to learn how to be comfortable with charts. As English knitters, we're not particularly comfortable with these at this point in time.
No, I sometimes photocopy it as well and colour it in if it's like, as I do it.
As you're doing it, take it off. So yeah, but like really, it's a very short repeat of 14 rows. So once you've done a couple, I think it's probably going to be in your head anyway.
Yeah, it is a beautiful cable pattern. It really is. It's gorgeous. So you get this. So this one is all Aran. Yes.
Yes.
So you get all. I was trying to say it at the same time. All doubled it. No, it's all Aran, and it's 500 grams. And what's this one called? Moorfield. Oh, I don't think I've been there.
Well, you have to go back.
I haven't been there. I don't think I
Go
don't
do a
remember that
tour
one.
of-
I need to go back so I can go to all the yarn places.
Yeah, exactly.
It is a lovely colour, but it is heather, isn't it?
Yeah, and that was my kind of inspiration with this one.
So this has got enough in it to do the narrow.
smaller size.
Right,
yes.
okay.
But really, that's not small by any
No,
stretch,
it's
you know. I'm
not.
not
It's
doing
a
like
nice-
piddly little.
No, it's a
things.
proper scarf.
Yes.
But if you wanted to do the shawl, it's the sort of thing also once you've bought the kit, then you've got the pattern.
If you really enjoyed knitting it, you've got the bigger size
Yeah.
to do, and it's like 20 centimetres bigger. So it's a
Oh,
proper big.
okay. It's lovely, isn't it? And I think the good thing about this yarn is you get really nice stitch definition,
Yeah,
don't you?
yeah. And as someone who my thing in knitting is that I love playing with stitch.
Yeah,
kind
no,
of
I think it's
patterns,
really clever
that's really
because you can
important.
see all of those cables and this edge it really finishes it
Yeah, I
off.
just think it's very crisp and clean. This
It
yarn.
is. It's beautiful, and I don't think you'd mind knitting a scarf because it's interesting.
Yes, that's what I mean. I wanted it to be interesting, but not like I can't sit and look at the TV for 5 minutes. I've got to, can keep going with it.
It is beautiful. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, obviously we have the pattern on its own. Remember, it's Aran yarn that's used. I mean, you could use double knit, but you just come out a different size.
Make a size, yeah.
that's
But that's another thing with accessories, right?
Yeah,
They're
of
not.
course,
Doesn't matter
yeah.
about the size as much.
Yeah. Be lovely in a 4-ply, wouldn't it? You can take quite a long time.
Quite a while to
Quite
knit that one.
a while, but it'd be really gossamer, wouldn't it?
But yeah, that would be elegant. You and your elegant.
Really, really elegant. Yes, if anyone out there fancies knitting me the shawl in 4-ply. So Hannah says, can she use that pattern to make it into a blanket?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, you just have to do lots of repeats of it. Of course you can.
Yes. But I think the other thing with a blanket is sometimes it's easier because that's such a weight to have on your needles to hold.
Yes.
I would probably do it in panels and then sew it together.
Right, okay.
Just because it's so hard on
Yeah,
your
and it's
carry all
quite
that
a
weight.
chunky because of all the cables.
So I might say that I would do that and just do 2 or 3 of them to sew it together. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do, because it is a lot.
It's a lot to hold,
Yeah.
and that most people who have problems with their hands from knitting, the weight is a really big issue. So yeah.
So if you get the pattern, you will need 500 grams for the narrow, and was it 700
7
grams?
for the wider.
Yes, it's not a lot different.
No.
Yeah, I really like that wide one. There is a small queue on the phone line. Let me just show you again what the short. I think that is lovely.
Thank
Really
you.
nice.
Thank you.
She's very elegant, that lady, isn't she?
She really is.
Isn't she?
That's not what I look like when I go walking. I'll put it that way.
Oh no, I'm the one in the bobble hat.
Bobble hat, wellies. I
Yeah.
haven't got makeup on.
Definitely not with
The idea of
lipstick
the
matching
earrings,
shawl.
I mean-
Earrings. I reckon she just came. She didn't go walking, did she? She got out of the car,
Yeah.
and it wasn't raining.
And someone had to carry everything for her.
She's very elegant, though, isn't she? Absolutely beautiful. Do you think did they take the pictures on Shetland? Do you think?
No,
Oh
that's
no,
in.
Grimworth Reservoir in Yorkshire.
Yes.
That's cheap.
Fairly good copy of.
Fairly good copy. That's true. So we need to get to that reservoir.
Yep, it's a beautiful reservoir.
Is
I mean,
it?
one day maybe. Hopefully we could go to Shetland.
We
if I
could,
shoot
couldn't
there.
we?
Yeah, it's
Yes, because I would like to go there.
Oh, you're coming on the photo shoot as well. Are you going to carry all the stuff for the elegant lady?
Yeah, I'll
So
carry
you do
her.
that one?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I'm definitely not going to be the elegant lady. I'll just carry her stuff. Right, Astrid is next. Now, I like Astrid because she's a bit multicoloured, isn't she?
She is, which is quite unusual for me. I don't very often do things multicoloured.
Okay, but then you are working with nice colours.
But then I am working with nice colours. And so the idea of this is probably the most technical in the collection.
Okay.
But this is, when I was saying about that addictive knitting, this literally is my addictive knitting project. Once I started on this, it was impossible because... It's an unusual shape.
Yes, how do you wear this then? You show me. Ah, okay. So you've got a wide
So you've
bit.
got the wide bit, so everyone's seeing all the work you've done.
Right.
And this is where we start. So you start on the slowest bit of your project, and then as you're working it, you're decreasing so it gets...
Right.
So by the time you're here, you're like, I'm so near the end.
I'm nearly there. But
yeah.
she's wearing it more like a sort of
Yes,
a cowboy.
again, more elegantly than me. Yeah,
She-
thanks.
I think it's more like cowboy almost.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, so the idea was that it was little bands, and so that compelling, like ticking off, oh, we've done that one, I'm going to move on to the next one, I'm going to move on
Like
to
a
the next one.
sampler.
Yes, like a sampler.
But I like the fact that you can just, you haven't got the whole scarf, so it's more of a shawl, but that you wrap it round.
Yes, exactly, and it creates interesting shapes. I think that's interesting to knit and interesting to wear, hopefully.
So in this one, you get all of these colours. So this is all double knit.
Yes.
These are gorgeous, aren't they? So you've got this lovely burgundy that
Again,
we've had before.
kind of tying back to the first piece, it's the same.
Scaleberry.
Yeah, same kind of colour.
Then we have, I've got that colours covered up. Can't remember what it was called, but it's that pumpkin one. And then that colour is Bresse. Now that's where he goes to, you have to go across the ferry. There's always murders in Bresse. He's always getting the Bresse
Is there
ferry.
anyone still living in Bresse?
Well, in Shetland, according to the story, he's always getting the ferry over to Bresse.
Just feel like if you were moving a house, you'd be like, well, we're not going to move to Bresse because
I know.
house prices have plummeted in
It's a
Bresse.
bit like in Midsummer Murders,
Yes,
isn't it?
yeah, again, same village, tiny
No
little
village,
place. Like,
nobody left in it,
No.
same with the Shetlands, but they're always getting the ferry to Bresse.
but
So
then
you've
maybe
got...
it would be a safe place to live because all you've got as neighbours is police, detectives.
I know, loads of them who are really keen as well. And they're quite clever and go the extra mile.
Yes.
That's why you need such a safe place. So you get 400 grams, 200, 100 and 100
Yes.
of the double knit. And it creates beautiful...
Little bit of cabling, but not
Okay.
not a terrifying amount of cabling. This again is a stitch that we'll be looking at later. It's one of my favourites.
So we've got a bit of cable, a bit of colour work.
Yeah, and you've got some texture, and then this is the stitch that I've got on.
Oh,
needles to
okay.
show you.
I like this one.
Yeah, so again, I like knits and pearls. You can make so much with them. I think it's really underrated how much.
Right.
People think, oh, I'm not a good enough knitter because I just do knits and pearls.
No.
You are. You can do everything. So yeah, and then it's just kind of building on that, but different colours. So yeah,
it's lovely.
it's a fun one to
And
do.
it does look really nice on. I think these sort of autumnal colours, they do
Yes,
suit.
they suit most people, I think.
And it's nice because you can wear it without having all the bulk of a scarf, but you've got it
Exactly.
nice under a
yeah,
coat
yeah.
as well.
Yeah, so yeah, no, and then, but like the fact that it starts at the widest,
Oh, I see, so
slowest
it
point
just
and gets
gets
skinnier,
better.
it gets better and better and better because, you've got, by the time you're here, you're like, well, that's only like a tension square and then it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So yeah, it's a good, compelling knit, I think.
Right, that's lovely. So that's $42.99, and then obviously, so that's everything that you will need to create this. And then if you want the pattern on its own, that's £3.50, like all the others. £3.50 if you want the pattern on its own. You will need 200 grams of one colour, 100 of another, 100 another, if you want to replicate that completely. And you will also need a matching hat, like the lady in the picture.
Yes, it's compulsory.
I want to know where they found the matching hat. So you're going to show us...
Yes. So this is, they're always referred to as T2Rs. This pattern. But it's on, when you read it in an instruction, it says knit into the second stitch on the needle, then knit into the first stitch and slip them off together. And I think a lot of people get scared about what that really means.
Right, okay.
So they're mini cables, I suppose, without a cable needle. So am I in the right place?
No, you need to move over a bit. You need to move
Maybe
into
I'll
the
push
middle
you
of
out
my
your way.
jumpers.
Go on.
Ooh, that was a horrible noise.
Okay, so let me get to the
Perfect.
first one. So, knit into the second stitch, then the first stitch, and then I can slip them both to the right hand needle together. So they are, it's like a teeny tiny cable, but without a cable needle. So let me get to the next one. 2 long needles. Right, so again, knit into that second one, pull my yarn through, into the front one, and then they can both come off the needle. And that's what's, me pulling that second stitch across the first is what's creating that.
So
like,
is that like
elongated stitch.
using a cable needle but not?
Yes, yeah, I suppose so.
Right.
But for some reason, when it might just be my knitting, when I do it, you could do it in the opposite direction, but they don't look as beautiful as this.
Okay.
This, I think, looks like kind of corn.
Yeah, no, I
dolly
love
type
it. I love it,
patterning.
but I guess it's just the way of swapping them over
Yeah,
without
yeah.
having them.
So on paper, it
fiddle.
looks like, ooh, I don't know how I'd do that. That's hard.
Let's do it again.
So let's get to the next one. Oh, the glasses come on. I'm scared now. So she
I'm
can really see.
concentrating now.
So into that second stitch, and knit it like we normally would.
Oh, okay.
Into the first stitch, and then off together. So it's so easy, but it looks really clever.
I always thought, not that stitch, but I've done it where you have to knit into the second, and I thought you had to just go in and out.
How am I
under the
getting that one
second.
over? Yes, but you don't.
You don't. You just go under
No.
both of them almost.
Yes, yeah. So you're just kind of almost forgetting that first stitch is there.
Oh.
Second one.
God. So I'm trying to think what I was knitting. Oh, I think it was socks, and it was a pattern on it.
And it had that on it.
And I thought you had to like go in and out of the second stitch, and that's really hard to do.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like on a piece of paper, you read that and you're like, what? Where am I going into? How does that
'Cause
work?
it's really stiff
And that's
to
why
do
it's
that.
lovely to see someone else do it because you're like, oh.
I don't know what but there was.
There is so much stuff in knitting that on paper looks really
Yes,
complicated.
and I
then
thought
someone
you had
shows
to.
and
It's
you're like,
quite
oh.
hard to get your needle into the
And
second
it's so
one
basic,
without-
but I just think it's such a beautiful, very raised but very simple
And then what
pattern.
happens on the other side?
Then the other side, it's just almost like a rib. So it's just those stitches will be purl stitches, and then you always need reverse stocking stitch
Right,
to
okay.
kind of help patterns pop, which is the same with cables. So yeah, very, very simple.
That's lovely.
Don't be scared
is
of it,
it like
people.
sort of purl and knit across the back then?
Yeah. So it's so simple.
Oh, that's
Like,
amazing. I knitted a whole pair of socks doing that. I mean, I probably got the same effect, but I had to put it in and I couldn't do it. It was just like
that
a
would
rib
drive
going
me
down there.
mental.
It did. It took me ages.
Yeah. So this is what I mean. There's so many things that we can do with knitting that I just say to people, have a go. And that's why accessories are lovely, because they're
Well,
smaller,
particularly
you go
this,
wrong,
because
you
it is
know.
like a sampler.
Yes.
And it's the way that once you've done that, you think, oh, well, I could use that stitch.
Yeah,
Something
exactly.
else, I love that
Exactly.
stitch.
So yeah, like that was kind of the idea of it, just kind of building your confidence with knitting.
Gorgeous. So that's Astrid. Right, let's move on to Erin. There she is.
There she is.
Erin is a very nice colour of moss green, isn't she?
Yes.
Gorgeous. So she's a triangle shawl.
Right. So this again, with me talking about that kind of compelling, because we don't just want to do the rib scarf thing. So this starts out like a little triangle shawl. Like there was a big fashion for the triangle shawls, wasn't there? So this is like a mini triangle shawl. So it's starting here, and we're growing outwards in both directions.
Right.
And then when I got to the width that I wanted for the scarf, I just cast off that side. So I've just got 1/2 of stitches left. And then this, we just worked on the bias. So we're increasing on this side, decreasing on that side, but just whizzing along very simple patterns. Again, just like...
But look at the texture.
Yeah,
This is what
I
I
know,
love
and
about
it's-
your designs, because they always have this kind of texture.
Yeah. And again, knits and pearls, like you can create so much with it. So they were kind of like very similar patterns, but slightly different. But this is one that we workshopped a lot when we were in America, when we were saying to people, why don't you put a cable down here? Why don't you do this as stripes? And then this is plain.
Okay.
Like, this is a good one for people to play with, really, I think.
Yeah, and then on the other end it does...
And then the other end, because we've knitted on the bias with that increase
It goes in the...
it just goes in the opposite direction to the big...
Oh, I see.
So, yeah.
So when you wear it, I guess it's like
You've
a
got
scarf.
two lovely points that should be quite elegant.
Elegant.
Always
I'm
elegant.
trying to go elegant. Look at that colour. And then with this point, that is elegant. Oh, I feel quite elegant.
Yeah, so I thought it was just a nice fun one in terms of that you're working and you can't see which direction you're working until you've done a bit.
I mean, the lady looks very nice in it.
course
She
she
looks
does.
very elegant. But I think I could be elegant in
You
that.
are pulling it off.
I think it's a lovely colour, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
no, I think that's, again, a nice, really
lichen
wearable
or
colour. Like,
moss or
I don't love a
ferns.
green.
No,
I like
but
that
it's...
green. That's...
It's beautiful, isn't it? I like this. I think I might keep that. Doesn't really go with my dress. I think they might not let me, though. So the kit, anyway, the kit. So you get 300 grams
So you've got 300 grams.
of double knit, and
Yep.
it's called Graven. I haven't been there either. I wonder where that is.
So this is calling you back.
I know, I need to go back. Well, I was all
tour.
for moving and living there. My husband said no. But I was all for like, that's it, let's move to the Shetland.
Really?
Yeah, I'd love to live there.
I think, like, because I ended up flying over, there was a lady on
I
the
did
plane
fly
who'd
back.
bought a duvet, and I was like, imagine not having to go, like, to somewhere else
Oh,
to
to
buy
go
it
bring
and
out the
shop it.
duvet.
And you'd get home and be like, oh, I forgot the pillowcases that go with it. Like, we're going to fly
There's a
back
nice
again.
Tesco just outside Lerwick.
Well, that's true. Or, I don't know, if people deliver there? They must deliver there.
Yeah, they must do, but you always be one of those places where you have to pay extra, won't you?
Yeah, true.
Except for the shed.
Yeah. But you
Ferry
have to
in,
knit
fly up.
everything.
Oh yeah, I know. I had these visions of living in one of those houses, all glass, right on the edge of the cliff, looking
Oh,
into
that
the
would be
sea,
very lovely.
and have a knitting. That's what I was going to do.
Just do nothing but that.
Just knitting and looking out at the sea.
Wistfully looking at
I know. It's slightly unrealistic. In my shawl, So that's the kit, $32.99. I think that is gorgeous. And to be honest, I think with this one, this colour is just so delicious.
Yes,
isn't it?
I think, but you know, like that shows the stitch pattern
Yeah, it
so
does.
well. Like, yeah.
And it does. I mean, yeah, I think it just looks classy and elegant, doesn't it? You feel its quality.
Yeah, I think so.
I really like that. And then we have the pattern on its own, obviously, for £3.50. In a moment, Hannah. Pattern on its own's coming. Pattern on its own, £3.50. But I would get the kit if I was you, particularly.
I think that one's a real bargain.
Well, yeah, it is, and it's this colour. I mean, I love all of the colours, but it's really, really lovely. And then we have Jamie. Well, Jamie's coming. So Jamie
is the teeniest of the...
Jamie has got gloves.
Jamie's a full set, so
A
again...
full, complete set.
So you're using the most of the yarn that you've bought.
Yeah,
you
so
know,
that's amazing. You've got the whole set for $32.99. I love this this mixed colour.
Yes.
Whatever it's not called
Yeah.
mixed, is it?
Like a mild hair.
Yes, like a marl. And that really looks like sort of the seaweed and the moss and...
It's like you were there with me.
It's like I was there. I could be there. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Gorgeous. So with this one, it's all double knit, and you get 200 grams of Norby. I do know where Norby is. I think I did go there. And 100 grams of Hosick. That works so well together.
I think so. And
I presume you got to choose the colours.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yeah. On this one I did.
So we get a hat.
A hat, you get little wrist warmers.
Oh, these are nice. Oh, that's nice. That is proper wrist, isn't it?
Yeah. There's nothing worse than having them where they're too short. So, you know, they should come under your coat.
Oh, definitely. Very good for dog walking when you've got your phone out.
Yes, that's true. Nothing worse than having to take your gloves off.
I know. These are lovely. And there's enough here to do all of them.
Yes.
There's the picture.
And then you've got a little cow.
And then there's the hat. I know they're all attached, so just bear with. Oh, that's a nice hat.
Yeah?
Oh, that's nice and big. I really struggle with hats because they're normally like, I don't know.
You want to try working with this?
Yeah, true. I bet you look better in a hat because the problem is because I've got a fringe, I'm really straight hair. I never know, this fringe sort of sits out from underneath the hat and then looks really silly.
But then I just have like a giant...
Yeah, but I bet your hat just sort of sits on top of your curls.
Again, I like the fact that you think because I design elegant designs.
Yeah, I'm going with that. And the cowl, I'm trying them all on, okay? Yeah, and also
The fling across the shoulder.
by tying them all together, you don't lose them. The only issue with it is you can't wear them all the
No, like school, when you had the mittens on the elastic through your coat.
You can't wear them all at the same time. Actually, this is very nice. And again, these colours are great. I think they were made for me because they're lovely colours, aren't they? They're rich.
Are you a blue person normally?
I don't know. No, I'm a green person and a blue person and I'm one of those. I'm everything. These colours have got a nice depth to them. I think
Yes,
that's what it is.
I really like those kind of just off kind of classic
I
colours.
think maybe because they're not pastel at all. They've got a real richness.
They've got a depth to kind of like...
I think that's what works.
Yeah.
And it's not itchy, and I am an itchy person. Right, so...
So this one is done in the round.
Okay, all of them.
All of them are done in the round, which I know some people love, some people hate. But I would say that's why it's good that we've got the smaller projects, because you can have a go and
Okay, and so do you use...
So controversially, I don't use like double-pointed needles.
No, I hate them.
They
That's not
terrify me.
They irritate me.
I think I'm going to pull them out all the time. I think my knitting's going to slip off them. It just doesn't do it.
And however much I try, I get gaps.
Yes.
Oh, question. Is the wool itchy, please, or soft? Jane, it's not itchy.
No,
honestly.
beautifully soft.
It's Shetland yarn, but it isn't itchy. It's nice. It is soft.
Yeah, I think of all the yarn in the UK, it's one of the soft ones.
I think it's to do with how it's produced, though, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. The way it's spun is also helping to kind of keep the fibres kind of in check.
Thank you for your question. Love your question. But I find with double pointed, I get a gap.
Yes, which I think a lot of people do, or they're terrified of the gap and they end up pulling it really tight so that they don't get the gap. So I do what they call magic loop.
Right, okay.
Which, again, I think should be renamed. Magic loop makes it seem like, oh God, it's so hard and everyone else can do it and I can't. It's
Yes, I know what
it's
you mean.
literally holding your knitting needle slightly differently. But that obviously doesn't have the
quite the same ring
mystique,
to
does
it?
So yeah, so it means that you could work in a very small circle, but using a normal circular needle.
Okay.
So it's not terrifying, but I think the name makes it seem terrifying. So all it is that I split my needle.
Right, let me get you in the right place.
So
I think I'm travelling across. Oh God, that's a terrible noise. I did that last time as well. Right. I think you need to move just
here.
Perfect.
So with the magic loop, you have to have your, it doesn't need to be exactly half, but somewhere near half. One set on the wire, one set on the needle. So you can keep them really, really close together, which means that you don't get that ladder forming that you were talking about.
Yes.
So, and then it's just knitting like you would be knitting on straight needles or circular needles. But because they are one on the wire, one on the needle, they are right next to each other.
Right, okay.
So if I was to knit across this, so let me get my right yarn. So it's just a case of knitting across my stitches. No pressure, knit as fast as you can.
No, it's fine. We like it slow knitting. It's lovely watching people knit.
But so this you could almost knit like a onesie, where you use the same circular needle from like for fingertips through to the main body because of how you're holding your
Because of that, otherwise you'd have to keep chaining.
Yes.
You could do it on smaller ones, but you'd have to have lots of them.
Different needs.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
So this really all you are doing is that your wire is like a figure of 8. I've got a piece of wire here and a piece of this at this end, which means that it manoeuvres about. So I finish that first set of stitches, turn it. They now need to live on the wire and these need to live on the needle. And it's just shuffling stitches.
Yeah, see what you mean, yeah.
Do you see what I mean? But magic loop makes you think, oh, there's some
it
magical
does.
thing.
Yeah.
And it's not really.
Because when you do a magic loop in crochet, it is like...
Yeah, something just happens. Whereas this, can you see, like, because I'm doing it like that, they are pulled right next to each other. ladder won't form. If you were worried about a ladder forming, you could like move it around stitches.
Yes, because it doesn't have to
stay in the same
on the same,
place.
so you could move it around like 1 or 2 each time.
Yeah, and so it's a great one for like
Do you have a stitch marker or something at the beginning of the round?
Yeah. I normally would. I haven't.
Right,
yeah,
but normally you would just do that.
And then you saying about like knitting socks. This is a really good, lovely way, I think, of doing socks, because I'm a travel sock knitter.
Yeah, I do my socks on a small circular.
Yeah.
Because you only need one.
Yes, yeah. So that would be the same, that you can just push on stitches onto the wire and they're all safe. Like they never feel safe on a double point.
No, they don't. And
Sure,
even
they
then I
perfectly
put
are.
little holders on the end of them, because I'm a
Yes.
travel sock
Yeah,
knitter
yeah.
as well. But I always put the little things, because if they come off, I'll cry.
Yeah, can you imagine not travelling with sock knitting? It's what it was invented for.
I know, exactly. Because you get on the plane and you've got one ball of wool
Yeah.
and one set of needles.
So if they're finished, they move on to the wire. These ones are ready to knit, so they go onto the needle, and that's literally all it is.
Lovely.
Shuffling backwards and forwards.
Brilliant. So with this pattern, is it just...
This one we've used also, I can show you on the next row, that we use the multicoloured yarn, and it looks like we're doing something really, really fancy, but all the hard work is done by the yarn because of that colour effect.
Okay.
So like it's all just one ball, but the colours are changing, so it looks like it's very fancy.
It does. But again, you've put a nice texture into that.
So then all we did for that texture, and this again, you'll see it and go like, oh, is that it? All it did was, using the contrast, I purled a stitch.
Okay. Yeah, but you've worked this out. It's not, is it? You know, you probably did loads of things to work this out.
Yeah, I am just having a real obsession at the moment with this idea of purling
it's
with
lovely.
contrasting colours. But see, the little pips that you get forming in it come from the pearls that you're
one
doing.
more question. Hi, ladies. What size needles for the Erin I've ordered the
that
kit?
That is 4mm needles.
Okay, don't even need to take it out. 4 mil.
It's all in here.
Yeah, it's all there. 4 mil. And well done for ordering the kit, because it's gorgeous. That's what I would do. Right, we also have the pattern on its own for Jamie, if you want just the pattern, and you will need, is it all double knit, this one?
It is.
It is all double knit, so you'll need, well, you don't have to have a multicoloured one. You could have a plain one, but
No, but imagine if you had like, so kept this colour with us liking our blue, and this was like a cerise pink.
Yeah, so you could have a plain.
You need to have enough contrast for the little pippy bits.
Yeah, you do need a different colour, but it doesn't have to be a multicoloured colour.
No. Yeah,
But you do need a colour that's enough contrast.
Yes,
to
so this
show
and
up.
the lovely like pumpkin orange or
Brilliant.
something like, again, coming back to Christmas, you could do it in red and cream and it would look Christmassy.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah. It's been brilliant.
Thank
you. It's lovely to talk to you and see your inspiration.
Just be giddy for an hour.
But also your method and the technique and why you do, because you never normally get that chance to ask someone how they do it.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. And thank you, everyone, for joining me today. We've had a great day. Tomorrow, who's presenting tomorrow? Is it John back on? John is back on. He's on at 8 o'clock with cat fabrics. That's good. Maybe he'll bring his cats. Oh, it's World Cat Day, is it? Oh, I didn't know. World Cat Day tomorrow. Susie Duncan will be in at 9 a.m. with Debbie Shaw Bag Designs. Jules Fallon will be in with the Ursula dress at 10. And Susie will be back at 11 with more Debbie Shaw Designs. And at 12 o'clock, Jules will be here with her Angelica dress. Have a wonderful afternoon, whether you're sewing, knitting or crocheting. I'll see you back here next week. But John will see you back here tomorrow morning.